na tumesema kichwa ni very simple topic, but of course it's very wide because yale ambayo yanaendelea nchini kwetu it's unbelievable. Ndio tukasema je, saa hii tuna nani anadanganya mwingine? Kenyan dark days. Wengine wanatuambia there is hope, ati bado tuko sawa. Alright, kwa matelevisheni watu wamelipwa kuenda paint very good pictures, but for us we think Kenyan dark days because political clones and conmen are dining and whining. They are meeting, drinking, and they are pretending they are planning for us. Okay, alafu Raila bonds with Kenya Kwanza, bado tunaambua na consult na tunajua already wako kitandani, they are making babies in quotes figuratively. Unaambiwa msichana hajaenda na kumbe already analala kwa Njiru, amefikisha 7 nights kwa Njiru, na wewe unaambiwa bado Stone PK subiri atakuwa wako. Kidogo unaona anatoka huko akitapika. Sasa who is fooling who? Bwana Njiru, msimamo karibu, alafu mkaribishe Njiru.
Asante sana ndugu yangu. Asante sana ndugu yangu PK. Sijui kama mnanipata vizuri.
Kabisa.
Okay, asante. Kwanza pokea zangu kaka yangu hapa Njiru, naye pokea zangu, alafu kwa wale wengine ambao wanatufuatilia upande wa comment section na kokote kule ulimwenguni wanapotufuatilia. Nichukue tu fursa hii kuweza kuwakaribisha wenzangu wote ambao wanakipenda hiki kipindi haswa, wakiwemo ndani ya nchi, nje ya nchi na popote pale. Unajua inafika mahali nchi yetu sasa, naona kimtazamo wangu PK, wananchi lazima sasa na sisi tuungane. Tumeona miungano ya wanasiasa, ni ombi langu na ari yangu na hamu yangu kuona kweli Wakenya tumeungana, alafu tuone sasa muungano wa wanasiasa na muungano wa Wakenya upe utashinda. Lakini tukiachia muungano wa wanasiasa, basi tutakuwa kanga wenye chongo, alafu tufukulie wenye macho. Kwa kweli topic ya leo inagusa mambo mengi PK na ndugu yangu Njiru hapa, kiasi kwamba sasa hivi nashindwa kuelewa haswa huu kuhuba wa Raila na Ruto, lengo ni lipi? Mtazamo ni upi? Lakini nikinukuu ama nikifuatilia haswa zile sehemu zilizozungumza jana kule na pande za ndugu zetu kule North Eastern alipokuwa, yani kwamba kisa cha mitego na story ya mitego ndio dumu kwa dakika 5 nzima, kisha mwisho wa siku nikavuta tafsira, huu ni muungano kukomboa nchi au ni muungano kuweza kukabiliana na kabila moja ambalo kwa kweli ndio sawa limetawala kwa muda, limekuwa kwa serikali, ni sometimes yani kikwazo kwa mambo mengi tu. Lakini mwisho wa siku, je, ni wakati sahihi wa kuweza kuungana kwa wachache kwa dhidi ya mlima? Huo ni mtazamo wangu, kwa sababu kila ilivyo nikiangalia kwamba huu kuhuba wa ODM na UDA si lingine, mimi zaidi nafikiri ni kuangalia mlima kwa jicho pana zaidi kimtazamo wangu, na nikinukuu ile kauli ya baba, nadhani pia utaicheza kakangu PK hiyo. Sasa mwisho wa siku ni mbinu gani wanaileta sasa? Nadhani huku kuzunguka kwa kila kaunti kujaribu kutafuta maarufu na vile vile pia kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba labda vingi jamii azitaweza kuungana na wao tena upya dhidi ya mlima. Nadhani hii ndio ajenda kubwa, wala kimtazamo wangu sioni kwamba ni muungano wa kuweza kuleta mabadiliko ya kweli kwa serikali iliyoshindwa, kwamba labda ODM imeingia pale kusaidia kwa sababu imeshindwa na taifa litaweza kubadilika kwa kiasi fulani. Niachie pale. Nadhani majibu ya haya maswali yangu nadhani nitapata papa hapa na ndugu zangu ambao ninawakaribisha haswa tuweze tujadiliane kwa kina ukuhuba huu ambao unaendelea. na nadhani baba ameshatamka sasa hivi, kama tunategemea jibu lolote, baba alishatamka jana pale kwamba nawauliza swali, niende kwa mitego ama niendelee, na zaidi alilemea mitego, akajaribu kuchambua haswa na ule mfano wa ile story aliipeleka pale. So different kwamba hayupo tayari kwa kina Gachagua, yeye ataendelea na Ruto, lakini je, lengo ni lipi sasa? Ni kujenga taifa ama ni kuweza kukabiliana na jamii moja haswa ya mlima? Hayo ni baadhi ya maswali, nadhani ndugu zangu mtaweza kunitoa kutu nao, na ndio ufunguzi wangu wa kwanza. Nisiwe mrefu sana ili ni waachie wenzangu nao waseme mawili matatu. Karibu keep kwako Njiru ama kwa Son PK. Asante.
Njiru karibu, na kabla Njiru aje, wacha niwakaribishe wote wetu, akina She Mariam, akina Resilient, akina nani, naona wote. Njoe Njage amesema anasubiri kuona hiyo constitution method ambayo watu wanasema ya kutoa huyu jamaa. Karibu bwana Njiru.
Yes, bwana Stone PK, mimi nashukuru sana kuingia katika kikao chako siku ya leo, na nafurahia pia kuona wakereketo wenzangu, lakini kwanza for the courtesy of Resilient, wacha nikutumie video iko hapa. Resilient ni kama ameshare na mimi, sijui kama hii video bwana Stone PK umeweza kupiga, lakini Resilient anataka hiyo video ichezwe. Uko nayo? So wacha niingie. Nataka kusema sasa, bwana Stone PK, there is a lot of hope kwa nchi yetu sasa. Baadhi ya wale watu tulikuwa tunafikiria wanaweza taka kusimama wameanzia kutokezea. Sijui kama mmesikia Maraga ameongea leo, and that is a big thing now. And mimi bwana Stone PK ningetaka watu wasurutishe Maraga, waambie sasa Maraga aanzie kukamp huko Tononoka grounds, aende huko Kisii, aende huko Embu. Sasa hiyo kampeni ya Maraga i pick off, because I think for me, based on what I'm seeing, mimi naona Maraga, let me not compare that, watu wa Matiang'i hapo wanaweza kasirika kidogo, lakini I see Maraga akona hiyo starting point more than ile nangojea Matiang'i. And bwana Stone PK tutakuja kuongea hapa, si ati najaribu kudhalilisha Matiang'i, but you will come to prove me right. Matiang'i will be an non-starter in this race. Yes, we love him, tunaweza taka, but he will be an non-starter. Sababu unajua hata Waswahili walisemanga kitu, chelewa utakuta mwana sio wako. And I want to say that there are many people even in the US who quit election because of coming late. So kuna kitu naitangwa timing. Timing is very important. Now, the reason why mzee kama Donald Trump was able to win this election again, ilikuwa kuanza mapema. Unaona history ya campaign kuanza mapema. Kuna kuanga na cycle mbili. Kuna wale wa kuanza mapema, na pia kuna wale wa kuanza mapema wanakuja wanazama, kama akina Hillary Clinton. We understand that. But many people have won elections because ya kuanza mapema. So Matiang'i kama anataka kukua kwa debe ni sahi, and he has to start attacking Ruto, because bwana Kipril, you have to bear me witness that attacking Ruto is a leverage. Is a leverage. Ama yani sasa ukitaka mileage sahi, unajua bwana Stone PK tulikuwa tunacheka na with one of my uncles. Sasa one of my uncles alikuwa ananiambia huko Embu ukitaka watu wakusikilize, tuseme sasa umeenda pahali na unataka watu wakusikilize, ama in the places we call Mungetho. So huyu jamaa alikuwa ananiambia tu enda tu pahali kwa Mungetho, aniko sasa na huyu jamaa anafanya nini shwari? What is this Kaongo doing? Huyu Ruto ni nini? Shida yake ni nini? Ati unaanzia kuona wasi wanako crowd. That is what is happening, like ati any person who is speaking bad about Ruto, and unasikia wasi wakisema na msee uko na point. So Stone PK yani imekuwa hivyo, yani that is the level where we are. Ati if you are speaking bad, msifikiri ati hata mtu kama Gachagua ni vile ati ni mnoma. Gachagua ni vile yani ako in the right narrative. Gachagua unaona hata wewe Stone PK saa hii uende pale tu hata upewe mic uatake Ruto, people will confuse between intelligence and who you are. Watu wanaanza kusema yani mse ufikiria sana. So that is what is riding. Yani sasa ni ile kitu iko version. Wewe ukianzia tu kuataka Ruto, wase wanaanza kuona kama wewe ni mse ufikiria sana. Siku hizi by the way, hata wenda wazimu kwa matao, mwenda wazimu wase hata saa hii like in Embu we used to have one alikuwa anaitwa, I'm forgetting the name, alikuwa hapo like saa hii hata mwenda wazimu akianzia kuongea bad about Ruto, unaona wase wanamsurround na wamwambie bana msee bana, are you okay, like it is the information. So ndio najaribu kusema, so I don't know why even mkereketo kama Matiang'i want to do a lot of strategy. Strategy is simple, tokezea attack Ruto properly, si ile tunamwataka pole pole, attack him properly. Lakini history ya uoga mingi naona iko na some of the people. So Bwana Stone PK, don't think ati ni vile ati Gachagua ati yako na mileage. Gachagua hakuna mileage yako nayo, ni vile he is riding on the wave of Ruto hate. Now kuna kitu kingine sasa, Ruto ameanzia kukuja and he want to embed himself in Mlima, and I don't know why he thinks Mlima hawezi achana nayo. That's why analeta watu kama akina Nyarari. Sijui kama Stone PK umesikia stories za huyo msichana Mugikuyu anaitwa Nyarari sasa, who is now becoming the talk in the town. We have to start talking about, there is a lady called Nyarari. Amekuwa akionekana na Ruto hapo. There is a lady called Nyarari, serious one. Mrefu, inasemekana ni mrembo, though some of us we gauge urembo in other way. Hao ndio wanatumika, au mabishop wa Kikuyu hao, wengine sasa wanatumika kina Mwai. Although sasa it's the same script ile ambayo alikuwa ametumia, lakini tushaonea Ruto 18. So akina Mwai wako peke yao. So Mwai hakuna ati story he is not achieving anything. Lastly, wacha niongee story ya Raila. I will come back. Raila anaenda consult. Hakuna consultation Raila anafanya. Raila is trying to buy time. So and Raila is being used by Ruto as a pawn so that he can bring confusion to our side. Because remember, if Ruto gets a second term, in fact Raila is going to get more. So Raila cannot lose if Ruto becomes a president. Lazima Bwana Stone PK tujue hivyo. Already saa hii yako kwa serikali karibu nusu. Aliingiza kichwa, sasa pia matako imeingia. The way it is now. So Raila working for Ruto is also working for himself. Because sasa wataenda pale sasa serikali ikuwe 50-50. But what about us? Sisi ndio tuko na shida. So ndio najaribu kusema hapa, kusikiliza Raila is like listening to somebody who is on a private mission, which is not our mission. So in fact tunataka Raila na Ruto washikane ili tuwapige wakiwa side moja. And even Wamonyoro, if Wamonyoro tries to entertain Raila, sisi tunatoroka. Thank you Stone PK. I will be back again. So ili watu wengine waongee tusiweke nini sana.
Yeah, very good highlights. Highlights nzuri Njiro, and na pia ninafurahia highlights ziko huko kwa comment section. Hizo ambazo ninamulika hapo kama resilient hapo ametoa kakitu which we are going to address. Najua kila kitu ambayo inafanyika sasa hivi lazima tuangalie na macho mengi na tutumie pin. Keep karibu sana and salimia watu na tuendelee kuona ni vipi mambo yamechemka sasa bana.
Yes, a lot of political stupidity, the political cons and Conmen Dine. Acha nikwambie story bana PK, a very good story. We started with Raila going to do the ODM thing, ile sijui 20 years of stupidity. When you have seats with emblems, what does that goes to show you? It goes to show you that whole event for ODM was state sponsored. Hiyo ni pesa yenu kama wananchi, hata si pesa ya ODM. The money that is allocated to ODM as a political party ilikuwa pesa imetoka kwa you guys as coffers for Raila and his goons to celebrate 20 years of stupidity. So nyinyi mli hata mkipatia mshele, at least hata Gachagua aliwapatia mshere mkienda mlipewa mshere mkienda Sagana. I don't think the people of Nyanza and Western walipatia mshere. Joking aside, nasikia kuna Taifa Leo wamegongwa kidogo kwa sababu wameita Raila kahaba wa siasa, political prostitute. And they are still calling him opposition leader. Some areas are still calling him prime minister. So kuna zile sehemu zinamuita prime minister na kuna zile sehemu zinamuita opposition leader. Wenye wamtaki wanamuitanga political, wanamuitanga opposition leader, which is a role that does not exist in Kenya since 13 years ago. Never had an opposition leader. Don't know what you're talking about. Kama mnataka ku suck up to the old man, you call him Prime Minister Raila or former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, His Excellency Mukubwa. Yes. So according to the newspapers, May 2025, a stadium that seats 10,000 people is set to be upgraded, and it's called Raila Odinga Stadium, which is going to be accelerated by Serikali Duni ya William Ruto, and it's set to be ready before Madaraka Day, and hapo ndio ataenda kufunguliwa as co-presidents. Sasa inaonekana the incoming deputy president Gladys Wanga is steadfast at developing this thing in Homa Bay. Yeah. So unaona sasa wanaendelea kufurahisha mzee. The people who got Ruto into political power, who are the guys who are now allied to Gachagua, wamefutwa kazi wote. Viti vyote vya parliament kubwa kubwa zimeenda kwa ODM. So I don't know what you're consulting about. Hakuna consultation. It's already happening in the background. Mnadanganya. I've just shown you the first sign. Anapata stadium. Celebration ya Orange Democratic Party walisponsor hiyo. Hata hiyo trip ya Wajir alienda huko akasema I can never work with Gachagua because he said he's going to set up traps for me in State House, and that hurt my feelings. My feelings were hurt, but I'll work with this guy that killed my children. Do you know how stupid you have to be, Stone? Mwenye amekwambia atakuwekea traps kwa State House, yeah? You'll not work with that one. He's not harmed your people, as we know now. Hatujui. Maybe he has, maybe we don't. Lakini huyu ako obvious, huyu tangu 2022 tumekuwa tumeumizwa watu wetu wa ODM because those are my people. People were killed on the streets. My ODM brothers and sisters were killed. Yeah? The people who follow this old man. Lakini kwa sababu feelings yake ilihatiwa by Gachagua that he cannot step in State House. I feel my feelings were hurt. Alinitukana. Nilitukanwa na Gachagua. Wewe ndio ulimbandika jina Gasiethia. It's politics, like the way you say it. So I don't know why an 80-year-old man feels the need to feel hurt. And I don't know what obsession he has with power sharing. This is something that Raila is so obsessed with power sharing that from the time he started that BBI nonsense, because I used to be pro BBI, nimekataa sahi. There are good things, but nimeona hiyo kitu ilikuwanga tu power sharing. That he comes and in Wajir he says that the BBI needs to be implemented as quickly as possible. Needs to be implemented as quickly as possible. Meaning he's not consulting. The guys in Wajir walimwambia musiingie na huyu mtu. But no, we want the NADCO report because the general elections of 2022 were messed up. So we need to get an IBC in because the only president that I recognize in Kenya is, what's her name? President of LSK. That's the only president I know in Kenya. She's the only one who works for the people. What's her name? Stone. Faith Odhiambo. That's the only president I recognize because she does her job for the people. Even when Ruto tries to tusijua atengeneze commission ya nini. So she wrote something and says the IEBC is soon to be put in. Raila is fast tracking this thing. I don't know ni nini ameambia Ruto, but some of those things in the NATCO report, what we talk about, we cannot stream presidential election results. We're going to have mobile station, polling stations. Sa gari inakuja, unachapa kura unachapa kura kwa gari inapotea, inaenda Nairobi, wherever it goes, or your votes are just going to be dumped in Yala River, like many of us who were killed during many of those violent elections. So Raila, for me, is a non-starter. As for my friend Njeru, mbona unaogopa bana? Maraga should talk. Maraga, it's okay, he should talk. Ujitokeleze. Hii mambo ya kujificha na ma strategies. We were in Azimio doing stupid strategies. Every day tulikuwa na strategies. Strategies garbage. Hata kwanza the person who's doing it most, and I'm not for him, but mi naona yeye at least anafanya kazi, ni Morara, the young boy. Even if he does not qualify to run for presidency, wacha aendelee na hiyo kazi. I like what father is saying here. Raila wants to enjoy power without responsibility and accountability. Anataka kukula, anapata stadium, atapatiwa maviti, chakula, hiyo 1.3 trillion yenye aliona inatolewa kwa treasury, anataka kukula hiyo. So all he'll do is just run around the country. Then atasema, I'm competing with my brother in 2 years, my brother Ruto, my brother. Upuzi mwingi sana. Raila, stop taking us for, we're not stupid. Even the newspapers are saying that. Tuache ujinga. You're already in. We know that. Sasa tuache ujinga. Thanks, Don.
Okay, si kama unatupata. Sawa, labda kuingia tukusubiri PK hapa. Bado na swali kwako kaka. Wajua umenialika wewe katika People's Party, na nimesikia kiongozi akizungumza hapo kwa interview maswala fulani hivi kwamba haina haja tusubiri mpaka 2027. Labda hapa katikati Mungu atoe ishani, kama vipi jamaa yetu tuwaondoe hawa nduli wawili walioana ndoa ambayo si halali, na sijui kama tutasimamia kwamba amewekwa hapo sababu ya mshiko ama kwa sababu ya hela ama ni revenge ndio imemweka hapo kuungana na, unajua nashindwa kuelewa kipo hapo, ni pesa ndizo zimemweka hapo ama ni kutaka pia kulipiza kisasi dhidi ya Mlima na watu wa Mlima. Ndo huu kuhuba wa Ruto na Raila na ODM hapo, ndo nashindwa kuelewa, sijui ni pesa ndio imempeleka pale, ashameza ndo ona kuitema ni kazi. Sasa labda pengine ama ni kulipiza kisasi, kwa sababu haya mambo mawili yananikanganya mimi. At least nikipata mojawapo kwamba labda mizizi yake ni hii, labda naweza jengea hoja yangu kuanzia pale kwamba tunajitahadhari vipi kama wa Kenya. Labda mdogo wangu kipi hapo unifafanulie, wewe unaonaje mtazamo huu? Ni kulipaza kisasi dhidi ya Wakikuyu ndivyo angalau wakawe nje ya serikali sasa kwa muda, kama ilivyosikika kwamba wakae nje miaka 50 na wao pia nje haswa ya utawala haswa, ama ni story tu za jaba hizo, lakini mpango mzima ni mapeni yaliwe haswa na wanduli wawili kama kawaida yao. Asante.
My party leader said this. Martha Karua said this. For the liberation of our country, we need to unite of purpose. We call upon party leaders to show commitment to remove Ruto. It does not have to be 2027 for him to go. It can be sooner. Meaning, wachana na kina Raila na watu wengine. All these people from Gachagua down to the Jubilee people, watu hao wote, you can do this without shedding blood. It's so simple. Go to parliament because you have the numbers. How many do you have of UDA? You've got very many that are with Gachagua. Central is a very, very large voting bloc. Very many MPs from Central. Tuende tuongee na watu wa Mombasa. They're not going to stick with this idiot because they're not going to be duped by somebody who is a village elder or a village party tunaitanga ODM. The people from the second largest community in Kenya, the Luhya community. Tunaweza shikana hapa tutoe mtu using our Stone Amka. Stone Amka. We can remove all these people. We can do this. So for me, the other question he asked, it's very correct. This is about greed and stomach. Hii ni tumbo. There's no revenge here. Hii ni tumbo tu. Raila is following his stomach. Read the comment for the Dan. Yeye anataka power sharing so that he can have power without responsibility and accountability. There's nothing. Huyu mtu ametusi watu wengi na ametusiwa. So it's nothing like revenge here. Ruto has said worse things than Gachagua. Ruto has said absolutely worse things. I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Asante.
Hebu nikubalishe manake tumesema tunataka tuone safari yetu imekuwaje. Hii safari ya mbamba imekuwa vipi? Kuna ule wimbo. Safari ni ya huko kwenyu bwana.
Kabisa. Mbamba ni machero.
Ya mbamba ni moja. Wakenya lazima tujue na wakaribisha akina Alex Bundi, akina Father Danny Darius na akina Mary Wainaina, karibuni. Leo tunataka tuchambue tu pole pole. Jana kulikuwa na emotions mingi sana. Mambo yakalipuka, yalichemka because tuliguza zile button ambazo watu wanajaribu. Unajua, unaona kidonda unakikuna kando kando, na ukikuna kidonda kando kando vile kinafanyaka kinachipukaga akiponi. So jana we touched the nerves, and I want today we continue touching the nerve, calling it as it is. Tuache sahi Kenya hakuna haja kudanganyana, keep na msimamo na wale tuko comment section. Ni ule ukweli tumekuwa tukificha, pretense tumekuwa tukificha, zote ziko bayana. It is open. It is open. It's only for aliye na macho na masikio aone. Kama utaki kuona, shauri yako. Hebu tuone hapa tusikie, tujue kunaendangaje. Na pia mnaangalia dimina, mnaangalia na mjue tunatafuta nchi. Na tukitafuta nchi
ODM. Haya. Naweza kukaa chini. ODM. Asante sana. Wazee, wakina mama, vijana, bibi na bwana, hamjambo. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Takbir. Takbir! Takbir! Asanteni sana. Vile nilisema hapo mbeleni, mimi nilitoa agenda. Nilitoa nini? Nilitoa agenda. Kawachie nyinyi mchambue. Kisha vile vile mniarifu vile nyinyi mnavyofikiria. Vile nyinyi mnavyoona. Mimi nimesikia pale, nimeketi kwa makini sana. Kila mmoja amenguruma hapa. Nimesikia kina mama, nimesikia vijana, nimesikia wazee. Kila ndege ambaye ananguruma na kilio chake. Sasa mimi lakini nafikiri mimi nimeelewa. Sasa kuna mambo nataka kusema kifupi sana. Eneo hii nimesema mara mingi nikija hapa ya kwamba eneo hii ilibaki nyuma kimaendeleo kuanzia wakati enzi ya mzungu. Hapa inakuwa inaitwa Northern Frontier District hadi Lamu huko. Eneo hii hayo nilikuwa. Sasa mimi tulipoleta mabadiliko, kaleta mtawala mpya wakati wa NAK, mimi nikaweka waziri wa barabara na ujenzi katika taifa letu. Mimi nilikuja eneo hii yote. Tena eneo ile lingine kuanzia pande ile Turkana, kaingia pande ile ya Marsabit, nikaja eneo hii kuanzia Garissa hapa Wajir mpaka Mandera. Nikaenda kwa Ikulu na kuongea na Bwana Kibaki. Nikamwambia, unajua wazungu walipokuja hapa walijenga reli kutoka Mombasa hadi Kisumu. Baadaye wakatoa wengine Nakuru mpaka Uganda, mpaka Kampala. Wengine Nakuru Eldoret. Wengine Nairobi na Nyuki. Wengine Voi kuelekea upande wa Tanzania. Sasa Kenya imejengwa katika hiyo uti ya hiyo reli. Hapa ni miji zimetokea hiyo reli ambayo walijenga. Eneo zingine kubwa ya Kenya ambayo iko mashariki, asilimia karibu 70 hakuna maendeleo. Sasa mimi ningependa wewe katika enzi yako uwe rais ambaye chini yake Kenya imepanuliwa kupeleka mashariki. Nikamwambia mimi nilikuwa nimeenda Ethiopia kukutana na waziri wa barabara wa Ethiopia. Wakaniambia kwamba hii barabara kutoka Ethiopia kuna shida. Manake sasa Eritrea imeenda, wanaenda mpaka kule Djibouti kule kuleta Modogashe, ingia Wajir.
This Japanese trick with orange and cinnamon will stop your blood sugar spikes for good within 30.
Kaanza kufanyika. Hizi zingine zimekuwa manake wakati hiyo serikali yetu ilitoka na baadaye tumerudi kwa ile serikali nyingine, kukawa na mavurutano hapa na pale mpaka sasa. Bado haya hayatengenezwa. Mimi nilifurahia sana juzi Ruto alipokuja hapa, akasema sasa una mpango ya kujenga hiyo barabara. Lakini mimi ndio nilichora. Sasa hapa mambo ya miundo msingi ni swala nyeti hapa mbele. Pili ni mambo ya mfugo. Wengi ni wafugaji. tusema tunaweza kuleta stima, manake tuko jirani hapa na Ethiopia. Mimi nilikuwa waziri wa nishati, mambo ya stima. Tunaleta stima kutoka Ethiopia hapa, inakuja mpaka hapa. Sio tunaweza kwenda kuzungumza na tuweze kupata pesa kwa ridhaa ambayo tunaweza kutumia kujenga madams ya kutosha, ambayo wakati ambaye tuko na ukame maji iko, na vile vile tunaleta pale ambaye kuna maji, kupana kule Tana River inaleta maji na kumwaga kule kwetu. Tuko na shida ya shule hapa, upepo ilikuja katoa paya, tunasoma chini ya mti na kadhalika. Ikatoka pale anauliza ati mbunge wenu yuko wapi? Yeye anapiga kelele Nairobi, anakaa tu Nairobi, hakuna kazi anafanya. Yeye nasema sasa hiyo mimi nitatoa pesa ya kutengeneza hiyo, alafu narudi Nairobi, mwaka ndio naendelea pesa ya kutosha. Kuna gavana hapa ugatuzi haina haja ya kuwa na kura na kera. Sawa. Alafu umeongea ya mambo ya gharama ya maisha ambayo imepanda juu sana. Wamekufa wazazi wao wapate ridhaa, sivyo? Sasa tunasema NARCO report itekelezwe. Kwa jamaa mwenye mtego alikuwa ameweka mtego, sivyo? Sasa tunasema NARCO report itekelezwe. Alafu sasa tumesema tunataka wa Kenya waje kama kitu kimoja. Mambo ya uchaguzi hatutaki tena ile Kiswahili. Tunataka tume ya uchaguzi wanaweza kufanya uchaguzi sawa sawa. Kenya inaridhika na sasa. Mimi niliuliza nyinyi tufanye vipi? Tukiwa jamaa mwingine alikuwa anasema ati ameweka mtego. Alikuwa anaweka mtego. Kila mahali ameweka mtego, hakuna kitu ya kupita, kuna mambo ya handshake, hakuna mambo ya nusu mkate. Sasa namna hiyo. Sasa mnataka tuende kwa jamaa mwenye mtego? Tuongee na mwenye mtego? Juzi mimi nilimwambia yeye hadithi ya Kiswahili. Tendawili. Mtego ya panya kuingia waliomo na wasiokuwemo. Unajua maana yake? Maana yake? Kuna jamaa mwingine alikuwa anasumbuliwa na panya. Akipika chakula, panya anakuja anaingia na kula chakula yake. Jamaa alifadhaika sana. Kisha akaamua atafute mtego. Akaenda akatafuta mtego. Akaweka mtego hapo, akaweka nyama ndani ya mtego. Sasa ilipanya kija jaribu kuchukua nyama hii, inanaswa. Jamaa katoka. Panya alipokuja akaona hiyo mtego, akaona kuna nyama lakini kuna hatari. Akajihadhari. Akaenda kwa kuku. Ambia kuku, kuna kitu jamaa ameweka pale kwa njia, lakini inaweza kuleta hatari. Lakini mimi siwezi kubeba peke yangu. nataka usaidie tuende tuatoe. Ukasema pana, mimi sina haja na mambo hiyo ya mtego. Akaenda kwa mbuzi. Mbuzi akasema mimi sina haja kabisa, mimi sina haja na mambo hiyo ya mtego, hiyo ni mambo yako. Akaenda kwa ng'ombe. Ng'ombe akasema hiyo mtego binadamu amewekea wewe mwenyewe, wewe ndio unasumbua yeye, wewe ndio kula chakula chako. Mimi hata mlango siwezi kuingia, na mimi nakula nje, nakula nyasi. Kwa hivyo mimi sina haja na mambo ya mtego kabisa. Safanya akafadhaika, akawacha. Kufika usiku, sasa jamaa aliweka mtego pale, akaenda akalala. Nilikuwa nalala na ngorota pale, nyoka ikaingia ndani ya nyumba. Nyoka ikatambaa, kaenda pale kuna mtego, pap, mtego ikamnasa. Sasa jamaa nasikia mtego imefyatuka, tap, anatoka. Anaenda, anafikiri panya imenaswa. Aende, ategue, atoe manake hiyo sijari imekufa, atege mtego tena. Lakini kulikuwa na giza, hakuona ni nyoka. Kwenda karibu pale mtego yuko namna hii, nyoka ikamdunga. Nyoka ikamuuma. Alikuwa peke yake. Akaugua madakika chache, sumu ikamzidi, jamaa akafa. Asubuhi watu wakija kwa nyumba wanakuta jamaa pale maiti mkufa. Wakaanza kupiga mayowe. Nyoka ilikuwa bado imenaswa kwa mtego, nyoka wakaua. Sasa jamaa wakaanza kupiga mayowe. Wanalia. Wakalia. Kufika kama saa 5 hivi wanasema sasa sisi tumelia sana na tumechoka. Tuna njaa. Kasemekana iletwe kuku. Kuku ikaletwa, ikachinjwa, wakala. Kufika jioni watu wanazidi kumiminika pale. Kasema hawa sasa wanashinda kuku. Watashana na mbuzi. Mbuzi ikaletwa, ikachinjwa. Siku ya mazishi kaja halaiki kama nyinyi hapa namna hii. Hawa sasa wanashinda mbuzi, watashana na nini? Ng'ombe. Ng'ombe ikaletwa, ikachinjwa. Na hiyo mtego ilikuwa imewekwa kwa panya, lakini panya yeye kuingia. Kuku, mbuzi, ng'ombe wote waliingia ndani yake, sio? Sio sababu tunaenda kule kwa State House. Wakati ambaye Ruto ameleta marais, Museveni yuko pale, Suluhu yuko hapo, Salva Kiir yuko pale, wale watu walifika State House. Mimi nilialikwa pale ili niongee na yao. Na yule ambaye anaambiwa atoe salamu ya mwisho ilikuwa ni yule ambaye mwenye mtego. Alikuwa amesema ameweka mtego. Ndio hawezi kuingia huko sababu aliingia. Mtego yafanya nasa waliomo na sio sema tusiende huko. Usema namna hiyo. Usema namna hiyo. Tuangalie mbele. Tuangalie mbele. Ngapi wanasema namna hiyo nione mkono.
Poleni sana kwa hiyo, nilikuwa lazima nicheze hivyo ndio watu wapate uhondo. Keep na msimamo na wale wako comment section. Huyo ndio jamaa, huyo ndio sisemi kitu. Msimamo ama keep, any of you.
Kesho brown envelopes zinamwagwa. Nasikia Ruto anataka kuhave breakfast meeting with UDA MPs. Hata wale Gachagua, don't trust those fools by the way. Until they're out in the cold, these people never show their true colors. So watakutana sijui breakfast meeting, itakuwa very big event tomorrow morning. Wataita breakfast meeting, which is not allowed. Hafai kuongea na MPs hivyo. Akutane na hao, wakae chini, wapewe pesa zao. 1 trillion is not a joke. Hiyo ni for the rest of the year, itasaidia sana kubribe. Then officially ANC will be dissolved, alafu hao watu wataingizwa hapo UDA. I like what, najua nimekosana na Alex, but I like what he said. What Alex said there is facts. What is going to happen is amesema that, what was it again? Hakutaka kusema leo. He was about to announce, but the people themselves, as you could see, that walisema no NATCO, no nothing. So he bit his lip, but it looks like it's done. Imeisha hii kitu, wanaenda kusign mavitu zao, cooperation between ODM and UDA, which is now 2 years after the fact. So what they're going to do is actually legal, by the way. It's just basically they'll ODM will come out of Azimio, and then they'll join Kenya Kwanza na story naisha hivyo. That is the plan. That is exactly what all the goodies this guy has been given. He's accepted it. There's no consultation here. Msimamo and Stone hakuna hapa. Shakula pesa. They're fattening themselves. His speech is about colonial times. Juu barabara ilijengwa wapi, alafu ile barabara yeye mwenyewe alijenga. Ancient shit that even some of those guys, some of these Gen Zs have never even, they don't even walizaliwa ikiwa hapo, so they don't even notice it. It's normal to them. Kizuri kimsema mtanisaidia na hiyo. Kibaya kajitembeza.
Kizuri za chajiuza kimbaya chajitembeza.
Bas, that is it. Don't have to remind me what you did. Mimi nilifanya hivi, and then amerudi kwa mambo ya kitendawili. Now I understand why when I was on the other side, I understand why those people on the other side would hear him talk about kitendawili. It's absolutely useless. Mtu wa kitendawili ni ukweli. There's nothing he says. Hakuna kitu anatuambia. Absolute fool. Anyway, simama, nilikuwa nimekatiza. Endelea kaka.
Hauja nikatiza, nilikuwa nasikiza tu. Okay, asante sana ndugu yangu PK na Kip na wale wengine wanatufuatilia. Hii kanda nilinikosha sana moyo wangu tangia jana na leo, nikawa naifuatilia mara kwa mara. Yaani mna vitu vingi hapa vimejitokeza kimtazamo wangu. Yaani kwanza ni rangi halisi ya huyu bingwa tuliyekuwa tunamwamini nchi nzima. Nao kwa maarufu ule
Msimamo. Ukiniruhusu ndio uweze kuflow vizuri. Hebu umeanza bingwa tuliyekuwa. Hebu tuangalia hii ndio uweze kushikanisha vizuri. Bingwa tuliye. Ngoja tuone. Leo tumesema tunachambua vizuri kabisa.
Tunawahakikishia ya kwamba come the next general election, we are going to speak with one voice. Kura yetu itaenda kwa kikapu kimoja, na tutahakikisha ya kwamba Uhuru na Ruto wamekwenda wapi. Asante. Sasa tumkaribishe baba.
If feet are numb and the sensation won't go away, do this 30-second biblical ritual to relieve nerve pain. Christians, did you know there's a biblical solution to be free from neuropathy? It has always been hidden in plain sight, right in the Gospel of John. And what is one of the scariest
Viongozi hoye! Wakenya hoye! Nimeona kama ukumbi umejaa, na hata ingine ile ukumbi ya nyuma kule vile vile kumejaa. Si ni dalili? Hii ni dalili. Kwanza mimi niko na maneno nitasema kwa Kimombo, alafu nitamaliza kwa Kiswahili. Sawa sawa? Tunaelekea kwenye kilele ya hafla leo. Let me begin by thanking all of you for traveling from far and wide to attend this historic meeting. We invited you here to discuss the most important element of our politics in the days ahead, the question of voting. I want to thank all of you who responded to our call at the other time when we said IEBC must go. And you responded from all corners of the country to show displeasure with the disgraced IEBC. We are also here to emphasize that we are one opposition team with the common dream of liberating Kenyan from the yoke of Jubilee. We have not convened to deploy for mass action as Jubilee had hoped. That remains on our radar, but not in the next 30 days. In a way, therefore, today marks the beginning of the people of Kenya taking their destiny into their own hands in the final bid to preserve our nation. This country was founded on a simple, unwritten, but binding principle that each generation shall rise to right the wrongs of its time. Some of our people have had to endure torture, detentions, assassinations, and stints in exile to bring change to the nation. For this generation, the challenge is to bring change through the ballot. But we can only vote if we register. The last time the IEBC enlisted people before elections in 2013, it went all out to deny our people the chance to register by deploying fewer kits in perceived code areas than the Jubilee strongholds. Another final registration before elections begins in 5 days' time. We must respond in a way that is commensurate with the stakes at hand. If the last 4 years is anything to go by, the elections of 2017 will determine whether we remain a viable nation or we go the route of collapse that has stalked much of Africa.
Msimamo endelea. Uhondo ndio huo.
Aha. Kwa haya huyu jamaa yetu alijizolea umaarufu sana na kuteka akili za Wakenya. Yaani kwa kweli PK umdhaniaye ndiye huwa siye, na umdhaniaye siye kwisha ndiye. Lakini sasa hapa ni umdhaniaye ndiye kumbe sie. Hiyo tu ndio jibu la huyu jamaa yangu, kwa sababu kwa haya aliyoazungumza kwa kweli amekuja ametokea, hiyo generation amezungumzia, na watu wachukue haswa nafasi ya kuweza sasa kulitekeza hili taifa, kulilete katika mikono ya mwananchi. Ndio hayo tulionayo sasa, na nchi kudidimia haswa mikononi, ndio hayo tunashuhudia sasa. Cha kunishangaza ndo bana nasema mdhani ndiye sie huyu tena ndo ambaye ameweza kurudi sasa upya kuweza kuharibu kila mipango ambayo imepangika haswa dhidi haswa ya kuweza kulinyakua taifa upya mikononi mwa wakorofi, yeye pia akiwa mmoja wao. So kwa kweli PK kinacho haswa ni huyu jamaa vyenye ambavyo alituibia akili zetu kwa muda, na kila ilivyo wale wanaamini Mungu kama mimi naamini, na mimi kwamba ni wakati wa kila kilichofungwa kuwekwa wazi, kwa sababu nimejaribu kufuatilia hii video tumecheza mara ya kwanza. Yani maneno anabahatisha, si kama venye umecheza hii ya pili. Hapa alikuwa habahatishi, maana already umma ulikuwa upo una matumaini kwamba hakika huyu jamaa kwa kweli ndiye ambaye ataweza kulikomboa taifa, na Wakenya wamempa hiyo nafasi kwa muda, wakitegemea kwamba ipo siku moja huyu jamaa kwa bidii na jitihada na juhudi alizonazo, basi huenda hili taifa ataweza kulibadilisha siku moja tu. Kwa wote kati tumeingizwa hapo katika mfumo wa ABC kwamba labda pengine mambo hayaendi sawa pale, sawa fine, lakini hatukuelewa kilicho ndani, kilichojificha, ambacho sasa ndio wakati huu kimekuwa wazi kwamba huyu jamaa alikuwa anatumia haya maneno kujinufaisha yeye mwenyewe binafsi, kile ambacho kulikuwa tunazungumza mdogo wangu kipi kwamba ni tumbo limemweka pale, lakini kibaya ni kuteka kile tena za watu haswa upya. Turudi katika huu mtego ambao ametuwekea. Huu mtego aliozungumzia kule, mimi nasema ndo ametuwekea sasa hivi, kuteka akili za watu, kwa sababu kila ilivyo kama anasema kwa kweli hawezi fanya na mtu wa mitego, lakini ni bora afanye na muuaji na mwenye makosa mengi hata kuliko huyo mtu mwenye mtego. Kwamba hapo nahisi kuchanganyikiwa PK, kwa sababu ukitazama Ruto na Gachagua ni bora Gachagua mara 10 kuliko Ruto kwa yale ambayo ameweza kulitengezea hili taifa. So kwa kweli mimi kimtazamo wangu nasema hivi, hapa ni kweli tumbo limemweka, lakini je, wale wananchi sasa ambao wamejazwa matumaini kwamba ni wakati sasa hivi wa sisi nasi tuwe kwa serikali, maana hicho ndio kinabaki sasa akilini mwa wengi, na ndio kitaenezwa na hawa wachache wakiongozwa na ule kijana wetu mpendwa haswa rais sio wa ghetto, jina limenitoka kidogo, sio ghetto president. Unajua, nimejaribu kumfuatilia pia PK katika clip fulani hivi mazungumzo yake, na nikaunganisha ngona si ya kuchukulia tu juu, kwa maana kijana siku hizi yuko mbavuni sana kwa kila pande. Kwa hiyo na maana kidogo anajua kimbacho siri yenye ipo na mipango ambayo ipo. So kimtazamo wake amesema kwamba sasa ni wakati wa kuadhibu watu wa mlima, kwa sababu watu wa mlima ni ndo wameharibu nchi, so ni wakati. So swali langu pia pale najiuliza kama ni wakati, je, ni Waluo peke yake wataweza kulipiza kisasi, ama ni wanachama wa ODM peke yake ndio wataweza kulipiza kisasi, ama ni hii sasa inachukuliwa huu mtazamo then uenezwe kwa zile kaunti zingine ambazo haziweza kubahatika kuweza kuwa kwenye uongozi tangia awali, kwamba ziingie katika hii trap, waona sasa ndio wakati pekee wa kuweza kuwatoa watu wa mlima kwenye uongozi, ndivyo na sisi tupate nafasi. Mwisho wa siku tunagundua kwamba tayari na nyadhifa kwenye bunge zimebadilisha, zimeenda sehemu fulani kwa chama fulani, tena kwa watu fulani. Tayari kuna nafasi zote za mawaziri zimeenda kwa Obi Baraka, wafanyakazi wa mkono wa watu fulani. So to me, sawa, yeye yupo pale tangia awali, ni mbinu yake kujitengenezea mapato, fine, lakini mwisho wa siku turudi sasa katika akili za Wakenya. Ni nini huwa wapi tunaingia katika trap na kujipata kwamba tumeingizwa box kama tulivyofanywa wakati ule, tukawa tumemwamini huyu Nduli, kumbe mwisho wa siku ndiye ambaye anatutafuna tena kisha kitu kuchekelea. So hapo ndo nilikuwa nataka tupachambue kwa kina zaidi, ili kusudi tuwaeke wale wanatufuatilia wasione kwamba tuko hapa kiukabila, but tunazungumza the real facts, vile ambavyo umezungumza kaka yangu PK, kwamba athari iko wapi sisi wenyewe wananchi tunaingia katika hii trap, kwa sababu mgawanyiko, sababu huko kuna wengi ambao wanachukia haswa watu mno, kwa sababu wanaamini kwamba mali everything wao ndio wameweza kudominate since independence up to date. So katika hiyo hali sasa, mfano hii wajae wa Kenya, je, still hatutakuwa tumeachana na haya ambayo yanatusibu kwa sasa hivi, kwamba tuna uongozi ambao haujali sheria, tuna uongozi ambao kwa kweli haujali mwananchi wala haujali taifa zaidi ya matumbo yao. Je, kwa kusikiza na kurudi katika kuchambuana na kuweza kurudi katika hili ambalo baba analizungumzia ama huyu Raila ambalo analizungumzia, je, linatuwekaje haswa kama wananchi? Ndio tuingie hapo. Vitu vidogo vidogo hivi tunaviona labda havina mashiko zaidi, kwa sababu tunaona tayari mipango ndio hii, Maraga amejitokeza tayari, tunawekeza kwamba hapa kutakuwa na mabadiliko. Tunasahau kwamba hawa jamaa hawahitaji vitu vya gharama sana kuweza kupita, maana hata Maraga aje hata kuja na tume ya uchaguzi. Tume ya uchaguzi ni hii ambayo inapendekezwa kwamba tufuate NADC report. NADC report wataendekeza wale watu kama ni IBC, tume ni wale ambao wataweza kusimama na wao. Nimemsikiza mimi mwenyewe aswa huyu ghetto president akisema hiyo IBC itakayowekwa, hiyo ndio itakayopitisha, aidha mpige kura msipige kura, hiyo ndio itapitisha kabisa. Tuhakikishe kwamba Ruto 10 kama ilivyokuwa ahadi walipoagana na mwasisi wake Uhuru Kenyatta kwamba yako 10 yangu 10. So this simple thing, hii maneno kidogo kidogo haya tunayadharau. Haya ndo anawapa kiki hawa jamaa, na ndio amemweka Ruto akaingia kuingiza box pia mpaka muda huu ambao tunang'ang'ana sasa hivi kung'ang'ana kumtoa, akiwa ameshirikiana haswa na huyu aliyomponda, kwamba watukandamize moja kwa moja, watuingize katika hii narrative kwamba sasa ni wakati wetu sisi ambao hatujakuwa kwa uongozi tuwe kwa uongozi, na ni wakati sasa hivi pia nao Wakikuyu waonje chungu. Sasa katika hiyo hali, je, kitaifa tutakuwa tunalipeleka wapi? Ama je, mnaitazamaje wenzangu haswa ambao mnafuatilia haswa hali mtazamo huu ambao nimekuja nao? Asante pike, nitaachia pale na kangu Keep utanisaidia, kwa sababu bado hapa mimi sijapata picha. Kisha baadaye ni la mwisho kuhusiana na hii video sasa, nikihitimisha haswa nikijaribu kuvuka hasa kufuatilia kuendelea katika mambo mengine haswa kina Maraga na mambo mengine ambayo yanatukubali, lakini hili kwanza, mnalionaje Keep kwamba fine ndio yuko kipesa, lakini je, mtazamo wa wale wanaofuatilia sasa kwa hii angle yenye imeweka kwamba wajihisi wako kwa serikali na ni wakati wa kuweza kutoa hawa jamaa nje, unalionaje haswa mdogo wangu hili? Asante.
Msimamo, first of all you need to realize one thing, lazima uelewe kitu moja, this is Raila's last bow. Hii ni chake cha mwisho. The way things are going, just look at the future. Sasa he's not stupid. He can notice that his decision is very unpopular. He knows it's unpopular, but he's pushing on, meaning that he's content with what he's having now. Very content. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that's a fact. He's very content, meaning that he knows to wow the Kenyan people. He's wowed his people. Yo tuwezi kataa. Watu wa Nyanza wamefurahia, wako serikali. The way you're saying, the way you're questioning it, but human beings are stupid. I have people in Rift Valley wanaona kwamba mtu yao wako juu, wako kwa serikali. Sasa hao pia wako serikali. Sijai understand ni logic gani hiyo, tuko kwa serikali kwa sababu Ruto ni Mkalenjin, tuko kwa serikali. So hiyo ni, that is them. So I think the same thing is happening with some of the people, or people who we see in Nyanza wanataka wanajiona wako serikali. So this is Raila's last bow, because Raila usually wins popularity with a cause. There's a cause. Kuna kuanga na cause. Kuna kuanga na kitu kinamsababisha kwenda akizunguka nchi akionekana kwamba anatetea wananchi. Sasa ukiwa kwa serikali utakuja kusema umefanya nini? There is nothing you can do with Ruto. There's nothing that Raila can do with Ruto. Na nikiongea juu ya Raila, Francis atatokelezea. So Raila's last bow, I don't think he's going to run for president. What is going to happen is there's going to be a running mate. So Kindiki, jua kwamba this is your last time. Gladys Wanga is coming in to step in as deputy running mate for 2027 for those people who are waiting for that. And I repeat, msimamo, what my party leader said today: for the liberation of our country, we need to unite. We need to be united with a purpose. We call upon party leaders to show commitment to remove Ruto. It does not have to be 2027 for him to go. It can be sooner. So kama hatuwezi enda kwa streets, which is the most, that is kama Kenya, hiyo ndio ya muhimu kabisa, that we can easily remove these guys if you're not ready to go to the streets, because we are pro civil disobedience, we are pro picketing, because it's under our constitution in our party. But if you cannot do that, Kenyans, gather your MPs, gather your leaders to do an impeachment. Because the way things are going, Raila is just right now going to be eating. It's a revenge path. It's both revenge and eating. Msitegemee mzee, hii ni mnaongea upumbavu hapa kumngojea. There's nothing is going to do. Either, you've got two options, Kenyans, two options. Hakuna kitu kama IBC. How is the person who stole for you gonna help you mend ile padlock alipaswa? Anakuja anasema tutakununulia padlock mpya ndio tufunge mlango. Mtu amekuibia, unakuja kumwambia tuende tununue padlock na kifungu mpya kwa nyumba tufunge pamoja. Lakini mimi bado nitakuwa na kifungu. Mimi bado nitaenda kutafuta hiyo padlock. Kwanza mimi ndio nita design hiyo padlock. By the way, Stone PK will talk on the side. I think I found the name of that company. So I'm telling you, the only way is the way I've said. The streets or impeachment. There's nothing. He has done enough, Wapi, Francis. Most of the things he says he has done, other people have done, he just puts his name on top of it. We've come, tumemsoma. Hizi vitu zote anasema amefanya, hajafanya, si yeye. He's not the one who brought the constitution to us. He's not the one who liberated Kenya. He just puts his name there. Just because ODM has the same name as the movement that we started for, I think Storm PK was there back then, before ODM was formed. There was chungwa na banana, and Kenyans had to pick one. You either pick chungwa for the new constitution or you pick the banana for no. He rode on that thing. He's not the one who started that movement. The ODM, kwanza si ndio aliregister ODM if you did not know, Francis. He always rides on things that other people have built. He's not the one who built ODM. ODM is not his party. He just became party leader. Na chungwa imeoza, as Selassie has said. So Kenyans, Raila is gone. It's eating season right now. Yeye ni kukula and to try and make ODM popular so that Gladys Wanga can take over after that. There's no other, there's nothing else. You're wasting your time looking at that old man. That party is for Kina Francis. It's a tribal party. Call me tribalistic the way you want, but that party has become a Luo party only. Thank you.
Asante Kip kwa jibu lako hilo. Uh, sawa, nitaachia pale, labda pia kama PK ataweza kuongezea kama na mahali kwa kuhusiana haswa na hili, kwa sababu naona huyu jamaa yetu ameshaingia viatu vile vile, pia naye anatangaza barabara naye, maana yani vitu vile vinatamausha, yani anaingia pale pale. Maana hii yote kwamba Omi wakati nikiwa waziri wa fulani, wakati huo mimi ndio nilichora huu mchoro. Kwa hivyo napendezwa sana huyu jamaa kama atakuja kuitengeneza, lakini kwanza before itengeneze mimi ndio nilikuwa nimechora hii nikiwa waziri. Anaangua katika hiyo siasa ambayo imechosha katika masikio ya Wakenya. Na cha ajabu sasa kinachonitamausha ni jamii watakavyompokea. Kwa sababu naweza sema huyu jamaa hana mashiko fine, kwa sababu ndio ameisha fine, lakini mwisho wa siku ukawapata wamebaki katika serikali kwa maneno tu madogo madogo haya ambayo tuna ya bezi kuyapuza kwamba huyu jamaa already tunakata tamaa kwamba huyu jamaa amekwisha kabisa. So mimi kimtazamo wangu lazima tuwe macho kwa kila jambo ambalo hawa jamaa walipanga, na tuhakikishe kwamba tunalipangua, tusiwape nafasi liwe na mashiko aina yoyote. So hii kazi anaifanya Gachagua bado unahitaji Maraga, kama atajitokeza ajitokeze kikamilifu. Wao akimwaga mboga, yeye anamwaga ugali. Huu ndio wakati wa kuonyeshana haswa na kuweza kuteka hizi akili kabla hazijatekwa. Maana Pike na ndugu yangu Kip, mgomba unahusika ungali wima, la sivyo ukianguka utakosa huo mgomba na hiyo ndizi pia, maana itakuwa bado ni changa, uwezi kuila. So lazima utafute kwamba umesimama ndio uweze kutafutia gongo uhusike, ili kutetea huo mgomba wenyewe na hiyo ndizi, ndivyo pate kuila. So tukiangalia kweli tunaona kwamba hana cha kuzungumza mbele ya Wakenya, kwa sababu hata hiyo speech tukiangalia speech ambayo amecheza ya pili PK, wakati alikuwa na mashiko, watu walikuwa namuamini, uwanja unafurika, kwa sababu hopes zipo kwake kwamba huyu jamaa ndo atakayeweza kulikomboa taifa, na huyu jamaa kwa kweli hajahusika kabisa, wala hata masuala ya ufisadi ulikuwa huwezi yasikia haswa katika huyu jamaa kitaja naye, zaidi ya kwamba ni baba mpiganiaji wa mageuzi. Kumbe siye sasa anatumia hiyo fursa ya wengi wa watu kuweza kujinufaisha, kwa sababu juzi hapa nilizungumza hawa wanasiasa utofauti wao. Huyu mmoja ni wafuasi, kuna wafuasi. Huyu mwingine ni hela ambazo zinamsumbua, ndizo ambazo zinatusumbua. Kwa hivyo akiamua kuzimwaga kwa mahakama, mambo yanaenda sawa. Akizimwaga kwa ABC, mambo yanaenda sawa. Akizimwaga kwa parliament, mambo yanaenda sawa. Huyu mwingine ni umati. Sasa nadhani hii kuzunguka ni kujaribu kuangalia mashiko atapokelewaje kwanza, kisha mwisho wa siku sasa ndio lije hili tunalozungumzwa kwamba ni wakati na sisi angalau hawa jamaa tuwateme, kwa sababu wamekuwa katika uongozi, wamefanya haya na yale na yale, hawajasimamia kupigana mageuzi, zaidi ya kwamba kila kitu wanachokuzungumza sasa hivi mimi nilikizungumza awali, lakini hawakunipa support. Kwa maana hiyo ndo naelekeza hapo kwa revenge sasa, ambayo itaingilia na wengi watafuli katika hiyo trap ndogo. Kwa hivyo mwisho wa siku Wakenya wakiingia katika hiyo trap, mwenye kufaidi si Mkenya, mwenye kufaidi ni yeye, lakini hatakuwa na lawama kwa sababu ni kama ameonyesha njia, na hiyo ndio siasa ameitumia tangia awali. So for real, mimi nikimaliza swali hii la huyu jamaa yangu ni kwamba kweli nakubaliana kwamba hana mashiko sawia na jamaa yake Ruto. Hawana mashiko kabisa, maana hawana jipya watakaloleta tena lisikie masikioni kwa Wakenya. Lakini pia nao ukumbuke kwamba si wapuuzi, kama akili zimelala. Wako na pesa, wako na mamlaka, wako na swali, wako na everything. Lazima pia tuangalie hili nalo kwa jicho pevu. So tukidanganyana hapa ni 2027, Hapo imekula kwetu, kwa sababu tutakwenda kumpitisha tumtakae na tutatangazwa tusiyemtaka, na tutakuwa hatuna vya kufanya, kwa sababu mahakama huenda itakuwa imekuwa compromise, mambo yameharibika huko. Mwisho wa siku tunakubali tu, let's accept and move on, kama tulivyo kwa sasa hivi. Hatujakiri kwamba let's accept and move on, lakini tumeaccept kimpango, maana tunaendelea haswa kama taifa tukiwa na huyu tusiyemtaka. So to me naona before 2027 kama kuna njia ya kuweza kufanyika, kuweza kumtoa jamaa ama kuweza kuwastopisha huu mnafiki wake, njia moja wapo ni mtu strong kuweza kujitokeza na kuweza kusimama na Wakenya kikamilifu bila kuogopa, bila kujali, na Wakenya watamsupport, watamuunga mkono by all means, hata atoke katika kabila dogo ama kabila lolote lile, lakini asimame haswa kikamilifu kwamba niko tayari haswa kusakra maisha yangu kwa ajili ya hili taifa dhidi ya hawa jamaa ambayo wameweza na kutimbua haya majipu kwa kina waziwazi kinagaubaga. La sivyo tutakuja kutemwa na haka ka narrative kadogo kwamba now it's time kuweza kuwatema hawa kwa sababu walikuwa katika uongozi, na huo ndio mpango mzima wao walionao sasa hivi. Hawana siasa nyingine ati ya maendeleo wala ni hiyo tu ya revenge. Mimi nitaachia pale pike. Asante. Labda pike iko busy upkeep, labda pengine una la kuongezea tukisubiriana swala, lakini pia vile vile ni warai wenzetu wale ambao wanatufuatilia. Nafikiri link ipo hapo kwa comment section na kama haipo na ndugu yangu hapo Stone unaweza iweka tuone kama tunaweza wajaza link ili watu waweze kujoin na tuendeleze haswa huu mjadala ambao unatuhusu wote kama taifa. Ukiniruhusu kidogo pia niingilie huku upande wa comment section anaona kuna resilient anasema Dano, who will you witness such hii kizungu bwana what he is let down to so many people. It's time to say no and teach them the lesson. Hii kabisa ni kweli, nakubaliana huu jamaa yangu resilient kwamba ni wakati wa kumfundisha somo, lakini hili somo nguvu yetu ni kura. Nguvu yetu ya hili somo ni kura, si kuweza kusimamisha wafanyikazi. Maana tungethubutu kulifanya hilo kwamba wafanyikazi wagome kwa hakuna chochote kinachokwenda. Tunaweza tusiandamane, lakini tukagoma haswa kimpango fulani, wahudumu hawendi, walimu hawendi, wa maafisa hawendi, hakuna mtu anaenda kazi. Hii ni ishara wazi tu inaonyesha haswa ni maandamano mazuri. Hatuhitaji nini, nakubaliana na Martha Karua alivyosema, hatuhitaji kumwaga damu. Hii ni jambo dogo tu, na pia kwa wabunge kuweza kutoka haswa na kuweza kumwacha na kumuonyesha mapema kwamba tunatema hii serikali kwa sababu ya hili na hili na hili. So for real tunaweza mfundisha lesson, lakini tukisema tungojee 2027 kwa ballot ndio tupige kura yetu ya za unanimous, mimi kimtazamo wangu naona tunachelewa. Ni kuchukua tu mzigo kwa kichwa kuregesha nani kwa bega, na mwili ni mmoja. Asante. Keep kama unaweza endelea na kaka PK.
Yes, mi naonekana kwamba it's going to be a nilotic alliance. Naona sasa anataka kuendeleza maendeleo, ata pressure government kuleta maendeleo huko Narok.
PK, tuma link hapo, pengine kuna wenzetu wanataka kujoin link, mwaga link hapo kwa wingi, ili ndivyo tu uweze kuwaruhusu wenzetu kuweza kuingia na kujoin hapo.
So
I have decided to stand, but not alone. I do not want anybody to think or feel that I hold the view that because I am standing, nobody else should stand for that position. I do hope that we are going to have as many as possible standing.
But before there was an attempt on my life. At least some people came to my house wanting to kill me. I happened to be out of town. Then this is not known by the public. Another scheme was made to blow up my car, but that did not come to.
Mzee, ulifanya marathon jana, unaonekana umechoka sana. Stone, tuambie mambo ya Matiba. So I'm just telling you in advance, Stone, Julia, Msimamo, Raila and Ruto are forming an nilotic alliance. The Bantus and the Kushites, to them, they don't care. That is what is happening. Very tribalistic. Hii ni ukabila kabisa. Ukabila maalum. Julia, come in.
Who cares? Keep. Who cares? Tutawabwanga, tutawapatia kichapo cha umbwa. We don't care. It's not a dialogic alliance. It is Raila Odinga and Ruto. You're not trying to say that all the Maasais will be there. No. Maasai, by the way, they have always been a side of Kikuyus a lot of times. It's not a dialogic alliance. It is Raila Odinga. I don't even want to say Luo and Kalenjin. I want to say Raila Odinga and Ruto. Because I'm not sure how many Luos are in this and how many Kalenjins are in this. So, it's not an erotic alliance. It's Ruto and Raila Odinga and we don't care. Hata si nilikwambia juzi wawane wakitaka. Mmoja akuwe bibi mwingine akuwe bwana. Ni sawa tu.
Whenever I speak the truth, Francis anajitokelezeanga. Inamuumizanga kwa sababu ni ukweli.
Anasemaje Francis?
Ati mutadu. If you read the statement, anatuambia mutadu.
Is not, you have a small number, Francis. Small. Yani hao watu saizi kama kunaweza kuwa na general election keep, tunaweza patia kichapo cha umbwa, ile kichapo yenye hawajai kuona. So we don't care. First, you know why I'm saying this? Okay, if there's a genuine election, which is which with Kasongo in power, ni ngumu sana. But if there is a genuine election, what would happen is that first, watu Raila watokeangi wote. That is one. Secondly, I'm not sure the Maasai are with them. That's when I can tell you a big no. Because the Maasai are the other big neurotic group. Okay? Then when the Wokote Turkana huko waanze kuokota. Sasa, kama mnataka alliance ya kikabila, Waluya, Wakisi, Wakikuyu, Wakamba, tuanze kugawana coast. Coast tagawana tu, obviously. Tell me who can beat those numbers. Hawezi kabisa. But then the only sad thing keep that I don't discuss about election is because we don't expect a free and fair election. That is what I really don't want to base my alliance. My discussion on that. I wanted to ask you people. Nimeona Maraga is vying for presidency. Discuss.
How is he able to run for presidency? Well, just Chapa Bay age. I thought he was a lawyer.
What do you mean? What is wrong with a lawyer like vying for presidency?
No, the age. He's only 29.
Maraga. I'm talking
Oh,
about
Maraga. I thought you said Morara. Sorry.
Maraga.
Maraga, I like. Gen Z seem to like him. Although alifanya makosa in the past, I still think his legal unajua say, what do you call it? I would call him a prodigal son.
I think he's working with Ruto and Raila Odinga.
Is he?
I think he's their ploy because wanaharibia. Leo nimeona Raila Odinga akiulizwa kwamba ati unasemaje juu ya Matiang'i kutetea uchaguzi kama rais. Raila Odinga was mad. Akasema he has not said. Na hiyo kitu ni kama ilimuudhi. Maraga is Raila Odinga and Ruto's project to mess with Matiang'i's votes. Period. And personally, he's not my hero because when he he dismissed the election, I voted for Uhuru.
No, he was my hero there, to be honest. Then he
He's
made
not
me
my
happy.
hero. So
Because
I can't die for.
because
I don't even think he did anything big.
because ilikuwa record by the it was a record for
I mean, because by then I
in
was
the world to actually nullify an election was a fit for Africa, and that cascaded into other countries doing it in Africa.
Mimi hata kama
That made sense to me. But then wait, Julia. But then this idiot Raila Amolo Odinga, instead of continuing, that's why I say this guy just likes opportunities to do these things. And Father Dan said something very interesting. Alisema kwamba this guy likes leadership or power without accountability.
unaona kuna mtu anauliza Jodina anauliza swali mzuri. Maraga has come soft on Ruto. Unajua hivyo? Si amepewa job na Ruto by the way.
Alipewa.
He's Raila's ploy to destroy Matiang'i's votes. I'm telling you. You kitu ya Matiang'i imepia kila mtu press.
But let me ask you a question, yeah. Between the two of them, who is more popular?
Matiang'i.
So it doesn't matter.
No, it brings confusion.
Confusion kitu gani? Matiang'i is a bully. Do you know who Matiang'i is?
Na tunataka bully saa hii, si ndio?
Yeah. Have you seen? Okay, that's why sometimes your attitude ya ukisi. I'm sorry, wakisi msindharau. I know what I'm saying here.
Wanakuanga bullies kiasi, si ndio?
Uliona nani? Uliona the guy from Kimili.
The only PC who is not a bully is for Daddy Dairas. Daddy Dairas, wewe tu ndiye nafikiri wewe si bully.
Alifanya hivi. What is the guy for Kimili called it? Kimili MP. Yeah, aliambiwa tu na Simba Rati, unataka niwatoe? Nikutolea vijana? Mtu alishikwa mashati. Nikasema sometimes when a kisi decides to stand up. When a kisi decides to stand up, haikuangi mchezo.
You know,
games
have the same brothers. Wakisi na Wameru. Unajua mkisi Mumeru akikwambia gago tema, unajua kutema ni kukatakata na panga. Ati anasemanga kama anasema in future tense, like some many days to come.
I have done it, kago tema. Like I get it.
Panga. Anataka kukatakata saa hiyo tu. Okay, the way he says it, gago tema.
I have.
Like I will do it later.
Not I will, I have.
Yeah.
Not I will, I have.
If you hear him saying that, run for your dear life. Wakisi na Wameru wako tu, just relatives. So sasa hivi tunataka bully Matiang'i. Mtu mwenye anaenda kwa bed na Ruto anapewa job. Hata kama alifanya kitu moja ya kunalifa election. Kwende huko. That is Julia. Pro Matiang'i campaigner. Matiang'i oye, period.
Pro Karua. Oh,
Pro Matiang'i Karua.
There's nothing. Okay, if that's the case, we're just asking Matiang'i bana kuja ongea na sisi. Hiyo kazi ya UN ni nini sasa hii? You are rich enough. Unaenda kufanya kwani kazi ya ofisi je inakufanya ukae huko? It's nothing bwana.
Yeah, bullish in truth for the Danny Dairas. Tunampenda, tunataka bully saa hii mtu mwenye
anachapa. Dani amemkufa bwana.
Danny Dairas, wewe tu peke yako ndiye mkisi mwenye najua wewe si bully. Hao wengine wote.
Are you sure? Father akishika moto bwana, hapo wewe utajua.
Father, tunashika moto aina gani? Unasikia vile kipo na kuharibia jina. Can you talk to this young man?
Kuna siku alikuwa anatufundisha juu ya eye for an eye, alikuwa amejamu. I just said, hey Father, bwana.
So sisi tunataka Matiang, hatutaki Maraga, tutaki Maraga. Watu mlikuwa nao hapo walimeenda wapi? Who are this here in the show? Msimamo na Stone, kwani mmemeza nini?
Unajua Stone,
Mimi nawapata sana, nasikiza tu hapo tena, nawapata sana tu.
Nasikia Stone alikuwa hapa mpaka jana asubuhi bwana. The guy is exhausted.
Unataka nitoe sauti yangu?
Toa maoni yako. Tumesema Wakisii ni bullies. Wewe unafikiria aje?
Mimi nawaelewa sana kwa hapo, siwezi nikakataa, lakini sasa sijakuwa kwa Matiang'i wala sijakuwa kwa Maraga mpaka muda huu. Hiyo ndio tofauti niko nayo.
Hatutaki Maraga, tunataka Matiang'i. Mimi kwanza
sasa mimi Julia, kote kwa bado sijachukua maamuzi kwa sababu bado mapema, ila tu ombi langu kwa wale ambao tuna propose Matiang'i na kwa wale ambao tuna propose Maraga, hao watu wajitokeze. Hii masuala ya kunyamaza kimya, tunangojea tu kwamba hii nyama itangushwa kwa mdomo utafune, ni uongo. Wakenya ndio wao. Na unakumbuka, naelewa fika nani Julia, mtu akiwa subira imemshinda basi hukubali lolote, ili mradi tu liwe halimdhuru. Lakini kama liko, hata kama liko na faida kidogo, hata kama ni la leo peke yake, lakini anaweza likubali kwa urahisi kwa sababu hana matumaini tena. Subira imemtoka, matumaini hakuna tena. Basi hiyo ndio wasiwasi wangu wa Kenya, kadri tunavyoteswa hivi, tusije tukajengewa barabara 2-3 zikawa sasa ndio kigezo cha broad based government. Kwa basi mnaona sisi mlikuwa mnazungumza, lakini sasa hivi tumeamua kufanya hili kwa niaba. Akili za Wakenya ndio hizo, mnaweza ona tumetekwa. Wana hawa jamaa kile ilivyo lazima mimi mtazamo tuwakangalie ngangari zaidi. Kila wanachokipanga basi tuongange nacho, kile ambao wanaileta tuangalie kwa jicho la tatu zaidi, ili mradi isije ikamwathiri Mkenya, haswa yule ambaye anania swafe na yuko radhi haswa kulipigania hili taifa kwa ajili ya vizazi vijavyo. So mimi langu Julia, sijakuwa na ushabiki kwa hawa viongozi kwa sababu sijawajua ndipo zaidi mitazamo yao, mipango yao, lakini kwa kweli kuangalia huku na huku, kama ulivyotangulia kusema, si uoga kweli. Huyu jamaa alipewa kazi na huende ikawa pengine kibaraka, lakini kila jambo litajitokeza waziwazi, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku lazima yoyote anamwamini Zakayo lazima muimbe, lazima mtukuze. Na tumemwona baba Dani Raila akifanya hivyo, akimtukuza sasa hivi kama Mungu wake. Viatu vile vya barabara kutoka hapa.
Amesema kwamba ana mawazo ya kuwania urais. Mstaafu David Maraga amesema kwamba ana mawazo ya kuwania urais kwenye uchaguzi ujao. Maraga amesema kwamba ufisadi na wizi wa mali ya umma umekithiri nchini, na iwapo angepatiwa nafasi ya kuongoza nchi, basi atahakikisha kwamba kila kiongozi anafuata sheria. Mwanahabari wetu David Mudhoka ana taarifa hiyo kutoka uwanja wa Uhuru hapa jijini Nairobi.
Katika wiki za hivi karibuni, msukumo wa jaji mkuu mstaafu David Maraga wa kuwania urais katika uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2027 umekuwa ukipamba moto. Maraga mwenyewe amekuwa kimya kuhusu msukumo huo, ila leo akavunja kimya chake kwenye mahojiano ya kipekee na NTV alipokuwa akihudhuria mjadala wa ujumuishwaji wa vijana kwenye uongozi. Hapa Maraga akisema kuwa anafikiria kujitosa kwenye kinyang'anyiro.
I'm thinking about it and I'm asking you, what type of leader do you want? What type of leaders to the people of Kenya want? What are the issues that the people of Kenya should address going forward? And as I said, this is a political conversation. We are all involved in this conversation to see what can be done for the good of our country.
Kwenye kikao cha awali na vijana, Maraga alimsuta Rais William Ruto akidai anaeneza ufisadi.
You are given resources that you are, to use for the welfare of the people. You take it all to yourself. Now you begin speaking a language, and some people think that some of us didn't go to school. We can't even understand the English they are talking about. They are using.
Maraga akiongeza kuwa Ruto alitaka kuwa rais kwa sababu zake binafsi.
We are even reading about elongation of presidential terms. People don't want to leave power. They want to stay to be in power forever. And as a result, they trample upon other people's welfare.
Maraga akisema mambo yangekuwa tofauti sana ikiwa angekuwa kwenye viatu vyake Ruto.
If I were to be given the privilege to govern this country, I'll get everybody to obey the law. The moment you have everybody obeying the law, everything will fall into place.
Maraga mwenye umri wa miaka 74 na aliyekuwa jaji mkuu kutoka Oktoba mwaka 2016 hadi Januari mwaka 2021 atakumbukwa kama jaji mkuu wa kwanza nchini kutupilia mbali matokeo ya uchaguzi wa urais. Japo kwa mara nyingine Maraga amedinda kuweka wazi kuwa anapanga kuwania urais katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao, mienendo yake ya kisiasa inaashiria kuwa Maraga huenda anamezea mate kiti anachokalia Rais William Ruto. David Mudhoka.
Haya, PK, cheza ile ya mother. We are comparing them. Hapa mpaka mtu mwenye ako na command. If you cannot measure our level.
Gani ya mother?
Oh, nikutumia mother. Nilituma hapo mbele hapo.
Nitumie. Hata unaweza kuweka kwa group. Haya. Mimi nitasema kitu baada ya kuona ya Martha. Anyway, I know ya Martha, but naweza sema kitu. Leo topic yetu ni kama tunapiga summary ya yale mambo yamekuwa yakipikwa na ushenzi na upumbavu ile imeenezwa. Na huo ushenzi na upumbavu tumekorogewa, tunakubali kunywa, tumeunywa kabisa kama wananchi.
But it is a long one, you can keep skipping it. Nimetuma hapo kwa group.
Nitachukua the most key areas. Maybe naweza icheza alafu ndio nitacomment while
nitakuonyesha. Let me tell you, mother is very assertive. Unaona saa hii hatutaki jokes. Tunataka mtu mwenye hatutaki jokes, hatutaki Maraga is still calculating whether to talk about Ruto or not. Right now we don't have no time for that. We want people who call things as they are, period. Hata Martha Karua alisema jana kwamba yeye haoni tukigojea 2027. We can't wait. She said that we can't wait. We cannot wait for 2027. That's what she said. Tunataka action. Tena nianywa kwa comments nasema nini? Yo Dinda. Keep.
Your design. Everybody's been waiting to hear her. Yes, and she's been making headlines. You know what I'm saying? In the recent past, she, Narc Kenya Party. Your design was rebranded. Yeah, was it rebranded or done away with and then we formed a new one? Rebranded. We'll ask about that. Yeah, rebranded to the People's Liberation Party. And then a few months ago, yes, she launched her autobiography, Against the Tide. Martha Karua, senior counsel, is on a roll.
Kabisa mtu wangu power.
And but guess what?
Yeah.
She wants to be president.
She still wants to be president.
Imagine that.
And she has what it takes. Last time unajua alikuwa running mate.
Yes.
Now all the ladies in this country walisema kama ni Martha.
Yeah.
And I fight for this, we are behind her.
And now she says she's not going to be anyone's running mate. Amekata.
Yeye ndio anataka kuongoza.
Aende.
Your design.
The purple party's in the house.
Our royalty.
Good to see you, senior counsel.
Thank you for having me.
You rebranded NARC Kenya. Why?
Let's first forget that name and only say People's Liberation Party. Because you don't want to go back to yesterday.
Yeah.
We rebranded firstly. Any house, even a person, needs a makeover after a while. The clothes you wore a decade ago may not fit you today for various reasons. If it's a house, you may be having a leaking roof, you want everything to be okay. So the need to brand NARC Kenya came from the membership. One, the name does not immediately give you any meaning. Most people will ask you, what is NARC? And when you tell them the National Rainbow Coalition, they won't, still they'll not connect. You've got to start a long story of where we started. So we wanted a name that speaks to the people. If you tell the people, People's Liberation Party, they don't ask you anything because they get the meaning from the name. So an easy name you can connect with, a name that speaks to you. Secondly, at this time, as a nation, we are down with so many oppressive things on our heads. Taxation, overtaxation, access to health has almost been erased by the SHA chief. Education, our university students are not getting the support they need. A new creature came in, the new funding model, declared unconstitutional by the court. The administration, instead of doing the logical thing, returning to help while they continue with the court case, have refused to fund students, causing thousands to be out and stranded. Killings, right to life and liberty are not taken seriously by this administration. Even just yesterday, there were demonstrations in Majengo over the killing of one boy. Instead of them coming out to explain and to quell the protests and promising action, they killed more and injured others. So we are in a exploitative, design is the colonial one, state, extractive, that extracts from you and gives you nothing. And at this time, people need hope. People are getting disillusioned. They need hope. So we chose a color that conveys that, and that is purple.
Yeah.
And purple with more purple, lilac is a lighter purple, and then white. We remain a flower party. The flower has changed color to purple.
Some might say, this is in line with Kotu.
I think we won't go there. When he shows us his lilac and white, we will get into a discussion. But I would advise him to actually patent the rainbow. Colors come from the sun. So if he can as well patent the rainbow and tell us colors belong to him, then we can have a discussion.
I asked you the other day, and I'll ask you again. You were Raila Odinga's running mate.
Yeah.
And now it seems like he's in government. He's all but in government.
He's definitely in government, though he denies it. Yes. Even from his own utterances, when he says that he was asked to help and he gave a few experts, the way they're walking step by step, he definitely is in government, but unofficially, because there is no post-election coalition agreement. It's actually against the law to have one leg in government, one leg in opposition. All the seats for the watchdog committees, public accounts, public investments, and there are 3 committees in each branch, so 6 of them ought to be chaired by people who are totally out of government. Now ODM is expected to be a watchdog, to ODM ministers. It doesn't make sense.
It can't work like that.
Yeah.
Are you disappointed with him?
Yeah, did he rub you the wrong way?
I am disappointed. Naturally, yes, because that's not what our partnership was about. But then I recognize as an individual, he has his rights. So all I'm saying to him is, my brother, why don't you do it the right way? Have a post-election coalition agreement. Exit all committees that should be, let your party exit all committees that should be held by opposition. By now, the Wiper Party and other opposition parties in parliament like DAPK, Jubilee could be chairing those committees. And when I say Jubilee, the faction of Jubilee that is not in government, because that also.
You know what? Did they ever ask you, did Kenya Kwanza ask you, listen, come join us?
No, we have not. It's nil by now mouth between me and the rogue KK administration. Yeah, and I wouldn't. Even if anybody did, I wouldn't. And they know it. Yeah.
Why do you call it rogue administration?
It's gone rogue. Look at what it's doing to the people. If we just start there, government is created by the people to act in the best interests of the people. Killing people right, left, and center is not in the interest of the people. Look at how they killed our young people during the protests, peaceful protests. And then one day you just open fire, premeditated, because there were snipers on the roof, and you kill people who are peaceful. From there on, it's been a roller coaster, killings almost every other day, abductions, resorting to torture, killing. In actual fact, it looks like the KK administration, if we echo Dr. Ruto's word, when I put the Bible down, it's like he put both the Bible and the Constitution aside and is acting with a script from hell itself. Because you do everything against the people. Right to life and dignity is gone. Demolitions in the name of affordable housing. Do you create homelessness and desperation in a quest to build houses? For whom are you building houses if you are dispossessing even those who have titles and have built dwellings for themselves? And those without titles, those informal settlements are their homes. You must give them as much respect as you give palatial homes. If for any reason you have a right to demolish, you must give notice. And if it involves masses, you must, as an administration, prepare an alternative place where those people are going. You do not create a humanitarian crisis so that you can solve it. So I say this is a rogue administration from every sense of the word. Look at how they are spending our hand-earned taxes for self-aggrandizement, for the comfort of the political elite, while not paying attention to the basic needs of Kenyans. Education, health are basic needs. Shelter is a basic need. Even the right to adequate food is a basic need. You ignore that and you go to luxury for the ruling elite. It is just crazy.
Speaking of crisis, which you just mentioned, what about Shah Schiff?
Shah Schiff is a scam. Actually, its design is to deny people access to health. It's now coming out in the open that Adani is still in Kenya. You remember he had that, to bring in the digital, to Shah Schiff. Yeah. And now money being collected is being held by those entities. And when we say Adani, there must be a Kenyan Adani. People who are collaborating, because you cannot throw him out in the airport deal and retain him on health. These are people who are hell-bent on siphoning the money of Kenyans. And when we were shown the directorship of the company dealing with the health deal, you can see people right in the administration, including the wife of D. And others close to the administration. Yeah. It's the same people. William Ruto has a deep interest in it when you see the shareholding. So they're holding the money deducted from people with pay slips mainly, and not pumping it back to health.
Isn't it a shame? Because the biggest losers are Kenyans. They're dying already.
The most vulnerable are the most affected, because you and me may have an alternative of going to a private hospital and seeking help. It may bite your pocket, but you still have an option. The vulnerable have no option. They can hardly put a meal on the table. You have paid for the SHA, yet you cannot get help from it. And the question is, how much as Kenyans can we tolerate? Is there something we can do to tell this rogue regime that enough is enough? He's also crippling the other health facilities that come to the aid of the people, mainly the ones owned by the religious organizations. The amounts owed to them is literally almost forcing them to shut down. So you deny people health in public facilities because you've run them down. You then also disable the popular private health facilities held by the religious organizations. You literally is actually attempted murder, or, because Kenyans are dying. Children, the aged, and all. Yeah.
Do you believe there's ever been a time in this country where the country's political class has ever had the interests of the Wananchi at heart? Any time?
Of course.
Which times?
I have worked as a politician, as an MP, as a minister, and I had the interests of Kenyans. I was given the water ministry by Kibaki. I turned it round. I was given the justice docket at a difficult time. I did what I had to do. And eventually, even after I left, a new constitution came forth because we had laid the foundation for it. And I was not the only one delivering. When you say the Kibaki regime delivered, you can count the ministries that delivered. And in the past cabinet, a majority delivered. Even when corruption started creeping back, it was a very small section of government. And that's why there was delivery. If I remember the early parliaments I was in, a majority of people worked for the people. And that was a time of low pay, but you could get people very vocal on issues relating to the people. Today, when the pay is comfortable, you can hardly get quorum in that house. You hardly get people. It's just a handful who are speaking about the needs of Kenyans. Parliamentarians, both at the national and county level, have become tenderpreneurs. They're busy chasing tenders in the very offices they're supposed to be auditing. In the counties, it's more direct. They are also seeking tenders there. It's as though now they are driven only by self-aggrandizement. It's only a handful you can point to. Something needs to give. And I keep saying that when the Aringo Commission recommended more comfortable salaries for members of parliament were supposed to be full-time. Those salaries had come with the rider. You must be full-time. You must delink from business, from other enterprises for the duration you are a member of parliament. Parliament took the money, but never stopped private enterprise. And it's gotten now, conflict of interest is at its worst. You hear an elected official trying to say, SHA chief is okay, give it time. How much time? How many must die? And now that we know why people are dying for lack of access, it's because the money is being put in private accounts. It's benefiting other people. So how long do we have to wait? How much money do they want to siphon? And to Kenyans, I ask, how long must we tolerate this sort of behavior? What can we do? Remember that citizens are sovereign. How can we raise our voices to be loud enough to make it completely uncomfortable for these people to go on? What if we all said that on a given day, if this is not stopping, we will stay home and not go to work? Can this economy survive 3 days? We should be able to force this regime, this rogue regime, to do something, And I remember that in the June 2024 protests by the Gen Z, they were able to stop this rogue regime. Ruto was forced to sack his entire cabinet except for Musalia and himself. And then he rebuilt it. Just the same thing, because that was like...
it was a mind game.
Yeah, it was a mind game. But the fact that people can even reach that stage and force somebody, though in a lying tone, to tell us things will change, because he lied. His favorite pastime. How long more can we tolerate? Is there something else we can do? We don't have.
I'm here at the Home Internet Awards. Guys, what's it like working with your best friend?
You make me feel safe, like T-Mobile's advanced cybersecurity. And you're there for me
to give him more people to shoot. But there are many, many ways of stopping him. And we need to think, reason together. We don't have to wait for 2027. We can stop him now because we have the power. But we have to act collectively to say no.
When you say, let's say 3 days of not going to work, can Kenyans afford it? Like regular Mwananchi, can they afford it?
We have public holidays. Can we afford them? What happens on a public holiday? And these days there are so many.
Tunapiganga Friday mpaka Tuesday.
Si ndio nasema? Just that. You see, just because this government, the economy is collapsing, it can't survive a day or two. Even the way we are going on, the economy will likely collapse.
And are you, as a veteran politician, betting on the youth? Ni vijana pekee wanaweza bring the mabadiliko yenye tunataka, because unakumbuka during the Gen Z protest walisema we are not our fathers, we are not our parents. So definitely. Are you betting on the Kenyan youth to bring about change?
In fact, I would say I would be disappointed if the Gen Z were their fathers or their parents, so to say. You expect your child to be better, an improvement of you. And indeed they are, because they were able to mobilize in ways we never foresaw. They were able to come together on issues only. They were able to use digital power in a way that it has never been used before. They lead. Even today, those protests have had ripple effects, not just in Kenya, but worldwide. And I would say this to them. In your home where you are coming from, you have parents. It's not a home of Gen Zs only. So you have maybe your siblings who are slightly older than you, the millennials, and you have the older than you. Kenya remains a family as a nation. So there can be a world of Gen Zs, a world of the old. It's always a mixture, but they are the majority. So I would expect that they participate robustly and they be the majority in whatever administration. If you look at Parliament today, the young people are more. Being young is not equal to being transparent and accountable. But if we look at the values we want and the leadership, the sort of leadership we want, the values they embrace, then we should be able to get good Gen Zs who want to be in politics to get elected, and also a mixture even of the old to get elected. Even a government ought to represent the nation. Representing the nation means having a mixture. That's my view.
At the same time, Kenya Kwanza has figured out how to silence the Gen Zs.
By killing them, abducting them, bribing them, anything.
Exactly. They're buying them off.
Yes.
You see a couple of the leaders of...
of the Gen Zs, away from the brutal approaches to silencing them, they are equally being sucked into the political class.
Yeah, they are now loving the finer things of life. Yeah.
And you also were spotted with one of the Gen Zs.
We were spotted.
Yeah.
Because I invited all the political leaders to my launch, and Morara was one of those who showed up. And if you look at my party, you look at my Secretary General, you see she's a Gen Z. You look at my deputy, you see he's a millennial. So within the party, we also have Gen Z.
Yeah.
So my invited list reflects the face of Kenya and all the ages.
What do you think is the right approach from your party's point of view? Having Gen Zs as part of your political agenda, or you fronting them for leadership as you guide them as a veteran politician? What do we foresee, especially with the 2027 general election?
I think wherever you
coming?
have young people, for us in the People's Liberation Party, they are part of the party, they are part of the executive, they are decision makers. They are not just there to flower. They are decision makers, and I expect them moving forward to be participants like it's always, even in elections. Those who come forward will be supported. We embrace and support because you're looking. Representation is having the face of the people you represent. And they being the majority, I would expect they would still show up as a majority.
Because we feel like it's a high time that the older politicians took a backseat, be there still actively by way of guiding. Because look, if we talk about Martha Karua, we talk about Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, even Eugene, despite the fact that he's a bit younger, and all these other politicians, even Ruto himself, the president, my DVD, they've been there for decades, over 30 years maybe in politics. The change that they said they'll bring since 1992 is still the change they want to bring in 2027. I mean, is it a high time that we brought a fresh blood, a new crop of leaders, and then you are there as mentors, as people who will guide them?
I say people are never brought. You don't ring a bell and then push people into a paddock to be leaders. People step up. I stepped up as a young person, vied and floored an older politician. I invite the Gen Z. Anybody who wants the same seat I want, step up, come over, floor me. But if I convince the people that my track record, that every space I've occupied, I have done something positive, if I'm able to convince them, I'll floor you, my son or my daughter. But if you convince them and floor me, I'll step back and support your administration. It's competition, never on a silver platter. So you want the seat? Go for it. Floor whoever is on it, even if it's your dear parent. Go for it. Politics is competition, and we cannot have any law that says past this age. We can have a minimum age. You can even have a maximum if you like. But between those poles of minimum and maximum, then you must let everybody front themselves. And we've seen countries of the world being led by people of all ages and being led well. The most remarkable one, New Zealand, Jacinda, and she was below 40. She wasn't exactly a Gen Z, maybe a millennial, but she did so well. We've also had countries in the Scandinavian, mainly, I think, was it Finland or whatever, led by a very young lady in her 34s, actually still youthful. And she led well. We've had older people also leading superbly. We've had people who are not so old and not so young doing so badly, as in William Ruto and other people around the world. So it's not about age. It's about what you represent.
Why do you want to be president?
To make change. That's the reason I'm in politics. And if you check where I've been, in opposition in parliament, milestones, including IPPG. That was the first term. The second term, participation, laws, and eventually being able to bring collectively the change of regime, the first since independence in 2002. As Minister of Water, rolling out water sector reforms, which remain today but have been almost brought down by corruption. I fought the corruption in water. In fact, reduced the cost of boreholes by 75% in my 3 years in water. Governance had improved. Governance has again been eroded. Using that model, I know how to fight corruption, restore sanity, restore rule of law, and also ensure that there is effective enforcement. Because really what we are lacking is discipline. And discipline in a nation is maintained by the rule of law. We have kept the law aside. We do as we please. Our constitution says how we should use public resources. That's not how we are using them. It says how the police, how everybody should relate to the people. It talks about use of excessive force. You shouldn't use excessive force on the people. Respect for the right to life. It commands the administration to look into the basic needs of the people. All that is not done. There's no money for that, but there's money for luxury, on the other hand, of a few. Our nation, our state has been captured by a handful of political elites. Repurposed, they are now using it for self-aggrandizement when many suffer without education, without food, without health, without shelter. Land grabbing has become a cancer as well. You know, you find people's houses being demolished, like in Nairobi. They demolished under the guise of those affected by floods. But they went beyond even the riverine to grab plots of people who have titles. And even for those who are on the riverine and had been affected by the flood, how do you come demolishing the shelters remaining without any alternative accommodation to these people? They are grabbing not to save them from the floods, but in order to grab that land. You never cause a humanitarian crisis as an administration. You actually prevent. And yes, you can move people to better place, but you have to have prepared, not move them and then think about them later. And by the way, I haven't seen any resettlement program for any mass demolition. So this is the worst regime Kenya has ever seen. And when once the late President Moi said that one day we will say better him, I never knew the day would come and I'll tell you better him. It used to happen, and I saw it, that when the country is under threat of disintegration, Moi would always give way. Ruto would rather everybody died and he remains president.
But by the way, many people don't know that you walked away from former President Moi's functions.
I did, just to demonstrate my disagreement, having been denied a chance to rebut the allegations they were making against my party then, the Democratic Party, and its leader, Mwai Kibaki. I walked out of him because there's no law that requires me to listen to a president. But the law may prevent me from creating a nuisance in the meeting. So you deny me talking, then I'll talk by action. So I flashed the DP salute just to show him I'm still in my party.
Guoko.
Yeah.
Were you scared?
And no.
As you were walking away?
I was so focused on what I'm doing that there was no shred of fear in me. That walk doesn't suggest any fear. No. I was just looking ahead.
Are you now saying better the Moi regime than the current regime?
Yes.
Tell us more.
From everything. Look even at foreign policy. Do we have any? If you have someone sitting on the head of state seat who doesn't understand foreign policy, because the foreign policy docket belongs to the head of state, they give it to a minister, then it means you know nothing about the administration. Foreign policy doesn't come from your head. It comes from what you have collectively as a nation put together. And it also comes from looking at your associations with others. You cannot rise up and support Israel against the Palestinians when the policy of the AU, of which we are a member, is a two-state solution. And therefore, in this case, supporting Palestinians for Israel to withdraw its aggression from Palestinian land, you have to have a coherent foreign policy. You cannot meddle in a dispute in Sudan by taking sides, by bringing the RSF here to form government in your soil, forgetting that when he was heading IGAD, he had been asked to mediate and the generals had rejected him, saying that he is partial to the RSF. He was just confirming that. That's a personal decision You are forcing Kenyans into your personal issues. It should be a collective decision. And you know, if it's a policy position, Kenyans can also protest about it, like they have protested the presence of RSF here. I actually suspect, because he knows he's so unpopular, he's having the RSF hoping they can help him when he brews civil war, you know, or maybe to remain in power by force, because I'm not able to see what. And up to now, nobody has told us what was happening. They're just trying to deny, but we look like a joke. In the DRC, when Kenyan forces went there were murmurs also that it is his personal interest in the mining there. So there's something about him and gold in Darfur and other minerals in DRC that is guiding what is the shambolic and, floating foreign policy, which is not firm. One day it's this, the other day it is that.
What about police officers in Haiti?
Look at that also. If America needed Haiti assisted, they are nearer than us and they have the money. Why don't they take their troops there? So we are fighting proxy wars because in Haiti too is a mineral-rich country. And America, through Trump, have come out. So I'm now guessing that we are in Haiti to represent American interests in the minerals. Mm-hmm. We should never fight proxy wars, not even for a friend. I don't think that those countries that stand with Palestine, led by South Africa, and I really personally feel South Africa represented us as Africans and the African position. There's no way they were going to vote for a candidate fronted by Dr. William Ruto. Raila's credentials are good. And he fought to even get 23 votes first round, to get 20. It shows he had the support. Had we had a coherent foreign policy, a respected person fronting him, respected in the continent, that's what I meant, he would have got the votes, the additional votes that were necessary. But there's no way, with the current lack of foreign policy by this administration, we were going to get far.
So you're saying that our reputation around the continent has deteriorated, has been
in the continent
dented?
And in the world has been dented.
And do you think it's because we are putting or giving very important dockets to people who have little or very no clue, like what they started indicated today, clueless health CS and stuff like that? Is it because it's more of rewarding people who are loyal to the administration as opposed to putting technocrats who understand what needs to be done in these dockets?
That's one of the reasons. But even those who appear to have the knowledge, look at how they are performing. It's not only the Lady Deborah who is not performing. Look, the CS Internal Security is a lawyer. So he understands the Constitution and the law. He was actually involved in the Constitution making. Why are we having police shoot to kill? Why are we having abductions? Why isn't the Constitution being followed? And why is there blatant violations of human rights on a daily basis? So if it's about clueless, is a cabinet that opts to act clueless, even when they know. You see, Mudavadi, a seasoned politician, why are we flip-flopping on foreign policy? Or are they afraid to tell him? And I keep on saying, when you hold a public job, it is not compulsory. If you find your position untenable, go home. If you remain, then we know you are part and parcel of the problem. And that is what is happening. It's the entire cabinet. There's collective responsibility.
Yeah.
So let's stop. We find it easier to just talk of women. Yes, the health CS is flip-flopping, but who isn't in that cabinet?
Everyone is.
Yeah. Show me who isn't.
And you once walked away from your ministry.
Yes, I walked out because it's not compulsory. If things are happening and you don't want your name to it, get off. I went back to the back benches. I lost money. I lost power and influence, but I gained my conscience and I was free to represent the people from the back benches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You indicated that it's like giving a farmer, a jembe to
and
go
then
till.
tying their hands.
Yeah.
So how are you going to go on? Yeah. If it becomes untenable, but you remain, there's collective responsibility. What you see, the CS Health unable to explain, she is a delegate of William Ruto. So that's William Ruto unable to explain. Yeah. When you see flip-flop on foreign policy, Mudavadi is a delegate of William Ruto. That is the flip-flop of William Ruto. Is the Ruto administration. So together, they bear the responsibility.
You've been close.
PK, umeona president. You've seen the president. That is a president.
Na mama moja anajitokeza na kwa desturi mama kwa Kiafrika lazima kuheshimu wanaume. Na mimi nauliza akina mama, muko wapi kutudiscipline mmoja wenu ambaye amevuka mpaka? Na mama moja anajitokeza na kwa desturi mama kwa Kiafrika lazima kuheshimu wanaume. Na mimi nauliza akina mama, muko wapi kutudiscipline mmoja wenu?
Yani alionyesha Moi middle finger.
Hapana, ya DP.
Wewe Julia wewe.
Wewe Julia, hawezi hata akiambiwa hawezi.
Ingelikuwa nile angemuonesha middle finger.
No, ni DP fist.
Alafu unaona Moi amini, unaona that is the president. That is the president. That is the kind of a person we want. Na ukimaliza hiyo kitu ungemaliza, it was so interesting to the end.
No, nilikuwa niliwatch kwanza ikiwa live asubuhi. So tutaona tu alikava nini yake kabisa, very proper
kabisa.
Story hebu nitumie kwa WhatsApp kwa group yetu ni watch yote mzima.
Iko kwa group yetu hapo TikTok.
Okay.
Talk and act.
Wewe unaona venye umepatia Julia motisha saizi. Julia
No. It's not, you know, I wanted to comment. Julia I wanted after Julia me comment, meaning I come in. It's not, we are trying to look at where. Unaona hiyo topic yetu tunasema we are in the dark days, lakini huwa tunakataa kujiuliza. Alafu tunasema tuokolewe. We are deep in the SIHIT. Tuko kule chini kwa matapiko na Wakenya bado hatuna formula. Tunazungukana, si Maraga, si Ruto, si Martha, si Stone PK, tunataka nini? Kwanza ningeweza kuimba wimbo moja ya Kikuyu. Inaambiwa umekataa maziwa, umekataa dhakame, umekataa juice, umekataa vitu vingine sitaki kutaja. Unataka nini? Wewe Mkenya, what do you want? And that's why I'm
so niseme kitu moja before Julia kuje,
ngoja nimalize.
Nataka kumpatia kudos of what she's been telling us all the way.
I'll give you time.
Mpaka leo.
Because tulitaka hizi vipindi za mwisho we are giving answers to confused Kenyans. Na we want to admit jana kipindi kilikuwa kimeshika moto because tuliguza the nerves. Zile watu watakagi ziguzwe, and that's my joy. Ukiwa we ni mrogi na kuita we ni mrogi. Ukitaka kujihang unajihang. Ukitaka kuenda kotini unaenda kotini. I come and repeat the same. Kenya tumefika hapo because hatutaki kwenda Kirwanda ati tumeficha hapa tuna pretend kumbe ule umekaa naye ndiye anakudunga kisu. We don't want to see what we saw 2007. Mtu mmeishi naye 45 years akiwa jirani yako 60 years, ujui demba mwingine, unadanganywa, watu unakuja una host watu wanamuua usiku. We don't want that. Tunataka tuane kwa maneno mapema, tuitane hivyo. Unaona Martha, that's why I think mimi na Martha either tulizaliwa pamoja ama anyway, I'm just anyway. Wacha Julia alafu Kenyan with love. Ama ukitaka Kenyan with love.
Let me just say this. I just want to ask the viewers and those who are here, Kwanbak, there's any other person they have seen as articulate, who understands with a strong character, brave, articulate, unshakable, and who understands what Kenya needs. Kama kuna mtu mwingine anajua, aniambia hapa kwa comment section. I just want to say that piki. Wacha wengine waongee.
Alafu hapo wakikuanza, mimi already unajua nimekuanga na jibu ya Wakenya as PK. Ningekuwa na uwezo, nikisikiza Martha, nikisikiza Matiang'i, nikisikiza Maraga, nasikiza jibu moja. So for me, I already have leaders. Hata si leaders, nina Jesus with the small j ya nchi, not capital J. Tuna Yesu small y. Okay, tuna Isa small y wa kuokoa hii nchi, na wako si mmoja, si wawili, si watatu. Upumbavu na ujinga ile tuko nayo ni kwamba huyu hawe president, sijui huyu hawe nini. Hii kiti hapa juu, it doesn't matter who is on top there, so long as you have a team. Na Martha amesema hiyo, uko na team. Na Maraga amesema, Martha amerudia akasema sheria ifuatwe. Ukipata tu ule mtu ataweka, kila mtu afuate sheria, na ni kazi ngumu. So you need an iron fisted man or woman kufanya mtu afuate sheria. Julia na wale wengine, hiyo ndio kizungu mkuti. Na ninaona watu watatu so far ambao, although ninaweza warate number 1, 2 na 3, hiyo nitafanya baadaye, but I already and I've been knowing mimi nina watu a bunch of 3 where I cannot go wrong. Haya, Kenyan with love. Na watu
Thank you. Thank you. Asante sana. People in the comment section, Julia, Stone PK, Comfort, is nice to see you. I want kitu moja nyina Julia. That's why I said I'm going to give Julia kudos. It is that nampatia kudos because of what she's been talking, and maybe keep at some point what they've been talking about Martha Karua, because and is surprised day by day, because hizi vitu zenye nasema is the unspoken word. The unspoken word. Keep nyamaza, najua nimekutaja, don't be too comfortable. But is the unspoken word. Is the things zenye tutakagi kusema, the truth and nothing but the truth. Stone became my big brother. Hizi ndio vitu tunafaga kwa watu wanafaa kusema, the things that are not spoken, because there is nothing she's lied about, anything about that, and those are the things that you cannot speak. Otherwise utaumwa, whatever you call the Subaru boys will be with you. You know, the things that we are afraid of talking about, hizo ndio amesema. Now, likewise also goes back to also Julia. Hata wa Munyoro, the things amekuwa akisema pia ni zile tunataka kusikia. Those are the things that we want to hear. And those are the things that actually people who are not politically affiliated in any political, like any party, who are not affiliated anymore, that just wants a better Kenya. Hizo ndio vitu watu wataki kusema. Because now the ones that are politically affiliated, they're the ones who are actually telling Kenyans the things that you're supposed to say. There's been a very rubbish way of speaking in Kenya that if you're a politician, you can lie anytime. And that is the norm, just because of a politician. So it's like ni kama umepewa a free pass to lying because you're doing politics. What Martha Karua is coming up with right now, right what you're seeing, the video you just played, she's saying, we don't care about politics. We care about integrity. We care about the reality. The reason Ruto is in problems when he goes out there and talks about barabara itapita wapi, ifanye nini, is because according to them, they are allowed to lie. But we are seeing the lie with them. And so Mother Karua is actually falling in tandem. The reason people are mad about Baba is because they thought this is just a politic game. But no one is willing to do politics in Kenya anymore. Be it the Gen Z, be it the millennial, be it whoever, Alpha, what you want to call it, all the gens, we don't want to do politics anymore. We want good governance. We are not going to sit around being called, Trump calling us SHIT countries, while we know we are not. And that's why we are going this way. And I like how Mother Karua is actually doing everything. I know that's Kip's person. I just need, I hope she's real in what she's talking.
She's not my person, she's everybody's person. Ni wa kila mwananchi. Yes.
Okay, but also keep as I support Mother and I support I don't support Wamunyoro to ever be anywhere close to power, because he's already violated the chapter 6 of our constitution. Mother did kitambo lakini maybe yake si mbaya. But what I'm trying to say is that also as we do that, keep, yes, we agree that is the leadership now we need, and that is what is moving with people, because we don't care about Kina Raila, Kina Mother, Kina whatever, but somebody that actually has the conversation that Kenya is actually going through. As we move on to, is there a point that we actually just forget about the old generation? I mean, the old people, the career politicians. Are we not comfortable with the young people, the Kina Stone PKs? Does it mean that we don't trust them, that we have to let Maga come and reiterate what the Gen Zs were talking or what the movement was talking for us to take it serious?
Thank you, Kenyan with love. Good questions and whatever. Is there anybody who wants to come in? Comfort has been waiting, and then we can have Raila. Sorry. We can have keep
Raila Odinga.
Raila Odinga. Comfort, are you ready with something, or you want?
No, I was just listening, but I've also all sorts of thoughts on my mind. Hi, everybody. Keep. Where do I have an echo? Checking. Hold on. Let me turn this off. Okay, yeah. Hi, Keep, Kenyan with Love, Julia and Stone PK, and those who are in the comment section. It's yet another day. We go over the same thing again. We all have that wish to have a new Kenya, a better Kenya. I think all the errors we have made, all the mistakes we've made over the years, just like AI, we compile them together and start preparing to have a better country. We don't need to target just one person. I think we should do something differently and target a whole team. Because cleaning up Kenya cannot be done by just one person. But we look for a team, like I keep saying, a corporation, a team that can work together, because we need somebody strong, we need somebody soft, we need somebody on the economics, we need somebody with the army, somebody who makes sure the army is on our side. It's a whole team. I know we usually have the CSs and all that, but I'm saying we need to look. I think the people who are campaigning to get into government, they should come in as a team. Let them put a team that we can visualize how they can help us. If we look at a team and see they have somebody strong on the law like Maraga, they have somebody strong on bringing back education, we have somebody strong like Martha who will keep us in check. Have a team, even of mixture of young people and so on. But we see a team that can speak to us. I don't think at this time, and the rot and how where our country is, we can just narrow it down to one individual. Kenya is bigger than that, even just for now. We have to have a different mindset for the kind of world we're going into, the new dispensation. We can't still have that person who we feel angry, maybe because it's a Kikuyu. We're angry, a side of the country is angry because it's a Muslim or what it is. It has to be about a team that will be representative right from the campaign, right even from now. They start coming in together as a team. So we say that is the bus would like to join, not a team made up of the older generation, people who don't talk to each other, people who had been enemies before, now they're friends. We want technocrats. We want people who are good in that one area. And then we see the whole vision. That is my point. Thank you.
Comfort, way forward. Give us suggestion. Give a bunch of 5, a set of 3, a set of 2, a set of 10, a set of 30.
On the CAF, I would say we will need somebody who can lead the army side. Maybe we can interview people in the army side, people who have risen up the ranks and can be able to have a pulse on all the arms of that department, not have the president's baby mama as a cabinet secretary. That's what we have right now. But I'm saying we have somebody strong on security with experience and a pulse on the whole country and has an acceptability. Then we go to education. We have somebody like Matiangi. We go to somebody who can propel us into the future in AI and other technologies, an engineer in that direction, a banker, somebody who understands about the country resources. Right now we have IMF is about to clip the money we have in our accounts and banks because of a loan that doesn't serve us. Jimmy and Jiggy has talked about this all the time. We are paying so much to pay for a loan that we did not even feel, we didn't enjoy. You know, if you take a loan to buy a house and you sleep in that house, you feel the loan, when you're paying back, you feel, yes, it's going into something amusing. But as a country, the money we owe, nobody has really enjoyed it. The schools are not working, things are not working. So I was saying we have somebody who understands the economics part of the country, really understands it. So when we come to creation of jobs or agriculture, just get a team like that. I can't think of others in that direction, but it's something
Comfort. The next fish, next fish is on my bill. What you just said. Wacha kunywa madiaba mbili za soda.
Wait, ngoja nimalize kwanza alafu ndio tusimchanganye.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like the way Jesus had the 12 disciples, but we just have like 12, a team, not one person. One person right now is not going to work.
Okay.
If you keep talking about one person, that now we hang it on Raila, we hang it on who and who, it's not going to work. It's not serving. It's like we are we have anxiety on so many levels and things that we want to see somebody that will serve one of these or the other, the education, the hospital. We need experts. We want to see experts who will take us through to the next dispensation. Thank you.
So now with the two clarifications I'm seeking.
Yes.
Bearing in mind, I mean, I'm getting like what you are trying to bring forth is we have a National Transition Council. All right. You may call it whatever. The name doesn't matter. But
wait! Before you ask, let me just say one more thing before you frame your question. It is the model that has been successful in Singapore, and I said also in the UAE. They also have it, and Rwanda took it. It's a corporate model. If you look it up, running a country as a corporation, whereby actually it's run by experts, not people from certain tribes, certain age, certain experience. Who knows who? Really just experts running it like a corporation, so that if they come up with the head of a corporation, the team, the board that's going to save Kenya, and we can see how they can work together for each area, then we can interview and vote them in. Back to you.
Where are they coming from, these experts?
It's from our country. I mean, we, you
So
know,
they are Kenyan.
the people who step up, somebody will step up. If we are working on a model, somebody will step up and say, I've been working with the UN, the World Bank, I know, understand the structures, what goes on with IMF, what goes on with loans, that kind of a thing. Then we interview them. You get the job, just like a corporate. If you want to come into education, then you take that, you talk to us, and then we'll see. You have to speak to us.
And also, Stone, how many people do we graduate in our universities every year?
I did not talk about the people who graduated. We're talking about leaders. We can't all be, you have a leader, you can't all, the ship cannot all go in all direction. I'm talking about the leadership of Kenya. It's not, we don't just see that now people are together, that now we have a Kamba balance, Luo coast balance, we have this balance. No, we run it as a corporation. We are not going to have a chance with the rest of the world if it's that way.
We get you, and actually those models you mentioned are my pet subject. But now okay, I'm not trying to validate or anything, it's just clarity. How do we arrive at that? And okay, you've answered the question, they are Kenyans. How will they shed off a tag that I'm a Kikuyu, I'm Luya, I'm Kamba? Now, number two, how shall we, who will prefect this? Who will maiden it? Who will midwife it? Because it's a good thing to have that, which is definitely a transitional committee or council, whatever we may want to call it. It can be 9 people, 20 people, 30, but it is like the module in Singapore, which is right. But how do we arrive at that?
I can tell you.
Let me finish.
Okay.
How do we arrive at that, which is so beautiful, with the kind of system and structure we have? How do we move towards those steps and establishing that, interviewing, doing what you have said? How do we walk there, given the situation now?
Okay, like I spoke about it on Spice FM. What I'm talking about is, if you are going to go for an interview to Coca-Cola, for example, I'm just talking Kenya as a country, we take it as a corporation. You come for the interview, you're going to tell us what you can.
Who will interview us?
Let me land. It's you to step up.
No,
it's people to step up. You step up and feel, I can fill in that gap, and you're going to
step up to who?
I don't know whether to answer you or to first listen. Okay, let me listen to all your questions, because you're breaking my line of thought.
Yeah, Stone, wachana Comfort kuna kitu anasema, and I agree with it.
Yeah, but we can't talk at the same time. I listen to your question. Let me just finish and then you tell me. I'll forget what I'm saying because I'm multitasking. I'll tell you
where will I go for the interview. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, because I'm trying to explain it and you're talking. Do you have another question so I can combine it with what I'm...
Okay, tell me. Mine most important ni kujua mahali nitaenda interview.
Okay, then keep that. I have that question. I know I'm going to answer it along the way. It is not you are going to decide, like now the way you look for a job, okay? Even if you decide I can be the one. So you're going to ask the people in the country, we are the members of the board, we the people, okay? We're going to just we can use technology. You step up. We describe what we want for somebody who's going to take care of our economic side. There's somebody, we the people, using platforms, we say exactly what we want. Then the parties, as they're making their formations, they make sure they have those experts. If they have those experts, the day comes, you do an interview. Is it our technologies for the economy? Are we getting from Wiper? Are we getting from who or from who? Which party has now aligned themselves? Then we do the interview. That's what you want to do. We interview and see what you can. So each party has their grouping. Instead of grouping in terms of tribes, they should be, even the Gen Z, they should be grouping to get teams that can talk to us as a country. So it is up to if the group is made up of only Kikuyus, and maybe all of them are just Wamatangi, Wamagoro, Wamanyama, Wamawat. That's it. You come for the interview, you can't make it. So you have to then hunt as you're looking. Instead of hunting for tribes, you're hunting for people who can be experts, who are going to be in your team. Then us, the people, will choose the team that can work on our terms. The minute anybody steals, you go to jail, or we shoot you in a square, public square. We have to really tighten things. So somebody will come up, a party will see the whole group is it, or you've got good education plans, you've got this and that. So the parties will look for these experts. Then when they get those, then we, the people, can choose. We can have a panel of everybody. We're not going to be choosing that you can see if it's using technology. You're not going to be choosing them based on their tribe. It's what they're saying, exactly what they're saying. And then we elect them. That's what I'm seeing. Otherwise, if we continue with this, all these funny kind of groups based on tribes because they did this and that, we are going to be in trouble as a country. We're going into another dispensation that is so high tech. We can't be working with all these other kind of groupings. Thank you. So so you will go. If you are an expert in your area, Stony PK, that can be national, you can make a difference, be your experience. It's a job, like for a multicultural, like Coca-Cola. If you cannot just come and say because I'm a Kikuyu, I want to be in charge of exporting, I don't know what, Motura, whatever it is, I'm an expert in that. Is that needed right now? No. We choose the experts that will take us to the next dispensation. So it is up to the parties to look for those experts to complete them, not people because of they bring numbers. What numbers? You're bringing numbers of people who cannot make a decision to understand that you're an expert in this, but they're following you because you're giving them money, or you're very strong as a man. People like you. No, it's not time to have to choose people according to feelings. We need to get experts. Thank you.
All right. Okay. You have it. The viewers have it. You make something out of it. Who was next? Let me congratulate you, because I think there is something you may have done, Chinyamaji. Mother Karua has echoed what most of us were discussing yesterday. Yesterday we had a very hot discussion here, and we had a lot of way forward. We even said, number one, 2 or 3 things I took home yesterday. We went for 10, 11 hours because we went round far and wide. People, losing hope, others having some gleam hope. And people came up with way forward. Like number one, it's about mgomo, massive mgomo ya nyumbani, because tukienda kwa street will be shot. And Mother has repeated that. It's super. So I think that is something that can be done. If people can decide, we don't go anywhere. Tufanye sherehe kwa nyumba zetu. Watu wa mizinga wakae kwa nyumba kwa mizinga. First day, second day. Truly speaking from the experience, day ya tatu, the economy will collapse. And it's okay, because if it collapse, we will resurrect, we will resuscitate it. Yeah. So for me, that came out last night or yesterday, and it was so nice and so overwhelming. And the way people brought it out, because we have seen semblance of that. We saw that during Michuki time, and it made the people who are trying to cheza na mwananchi, they had to cave in. They caved in, because in one accord, people said hatufanyi. So, and then our biggest challenge was nani ata trigger hiyo, because you see Kenyans, just to borrow what Comfort is saying, Kenyans need trigger, wana need, and I think it's human beings, even animals, they need kuna takanga kakitu kanaonekana kama kaongozi. You may not come out at I'm the leader, but in every setup kuna ule anakuaga anasema ala wase sifanya hivi. Ama wase, what do you think about this? Depending on how people present it. So
Stony, it's called a spark after kuni ishamwagiwa mafuta yote, alafu kamendo fulani kana chapa spark kingine tu huko tu.
Sasa hako ka spark ndio watu walikuwa wanasema the way Kenyans are oriented, akawezi toka kwa mtu Stony PK ama Comfort ama Kipril ama Kenyan with love, kanaweza tokana na hawa sasa wanajidai wakijiita ni leaders. Tulikuwa tuna challenge, can any one of them, now even Martha that she has mentioned, in fact we mentioned Martha and discussed about Martha as one of those that can throw that gas back. Tulikuwa tunasema aite conference and it's like she heard about us. Aite na aseme kutoka kesho this is impossible, hatuwezi fanya hivi, imepita kiasi. Wa Kenya, this is what I think we should do. And people are saying watu watakubali. And I think we should go with that one. The other thing people talked yesterday is that since na mother pia ameiweka, since Kasongo amesema mutake musitake na amejiami, and okay, there are some people who are saying oh wanauziwa uoga nini na nini, but truly speaking Kasongo is cornered properly. That is already there. He is cornered properly, but he is cornered and he has what? His machine gun. He is shooting back, so he doesn't want to die alone. So now that he is that cornered, he is bringing in anything including RSF ama zinaitwa RFA. That's why he's bringing kila kitu na ataweka hii boat isink na wala watu wako ndani, and this boat is Kenya. So instead of us waiting for this guy to commit suicide with everybody else, there has to be, we come back to, there has to be something, not 2027. There has to be something happening now. So I took that, and then of course the third one I took is about making people follow the law as key number one. Yani sheria ifuate. Comfort imply kama mtu anavunja sheria anaweza nyongwa kwa square bila huruma, bora tu unjua hii ni sheria na utakiwi kuvunja. Ukivunja no sympathies, mambo ya 90 wa Kristo, thou shall not and all that. Sheria zimewekwa duniani na pia mbinguni zitakuwa ratified. So those three are the takeaway as we even look at other modules like what Comfort you are saying. If you look at the Singapore module, it is a non-nonsense. But you see, modules are implemented by people. So, and it is people who have the guts. People who have the guts, whether it's my sister. Kagame jailed his own brother. Toka na mimi nitoke. He jailed him, and I don't know whether sijui kama alimaliza kifungo, sijui ilikuwa miaka ngapi. Even he was rallied by family, by clan, wengine wanasema watamkas, akasema ni sheria. And I have to make your sheria work. He shocked the whole world. Yeah, what did that tell people in his government? Is that if he can jail his brother, utajaribu kweli? Si wewe atakunyonga, you'll go for firing squad. All right. So I tend to think, yeah, the situation where Kenya is now, it requires the mothers. It doesn't require the Bible people. Wale watu wanatoa Bwana asifiwe musangalere sijui na nini. It requires somebody who says, if you do this, this is the consequence. And as
watu wako wa kanisa kwanza watuambie kwenye 20 million wamepeleka wakipewa another 100.
And as I borrow Comfort pia, for you to have that working, and it is good because you have to fast track it, because kama sasa with the present situation, there has to be somebody to meet the work.
The way we can make it work is have the army take over. We put Kenya on pause. We're under reconstruction. We have the transition. We have the army, and we even have curfews. We tighten things, tighten our borders. Just go so serious on this thing, so serious that we can use the army. If KDF is there to protect us from.
Yeah, but Comfort.
If the KDF are there to protect us from foreign wars, yet we're not safe in our own country. I mean, we are dying, we're being killed, we're being robbed clean. 1.3 trillion removed in 7 months.
Yeah.
And we're about to be taxed. In June, they changed the taxes so that they can still milk us to the bone. We've already reached the bone. So Kenyans, we're dying. We are at war within our borders. So we can have the army step in and help us transition.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
transition to something else.
Comfort, another 1.1 gone to the UAE.
The trillion?
1.4 billion.
Yeah, the amount of money that has left that country is equal to our budget. Our budget. You just take it all. Take it all. You may I used to think it was a joke when people used to say the different cultures steal differently. There are those who give them the corn to go and plant, they plant, and then they steal from what they have planted. There are those who eat that corn, eat the sack, burn the barn where you've kept the things. I mean, this is too much. Just taking everything. So we are in a war that we cannot define, and we need some protection like immediately. We need to stop this bleeding and get that money back, and we try and see what we can do as a country. There's too much going on. Soon we'll have nothing.
Yeah. The most unfortunate thing is that all where you are trying to lay your hand on is circumvented by Ruto. You know, if it's about Jeshi, forget about it. Jeshi, even if you look at in terms of the 8 generals, 7 XYZ, you look at it is gone. It is a gone.
Yeah, so we cannot remove the generals. You're general for 2 people.
I give an example.
Okay,
what
sorry.
I meant by telling you 7 out of 8, it goes down. Yeah, 80%. It's one ethnic group, maybe 75 to 80%, and it is cheap people who have been, wamewekwa huko kukula. That's why you see, like in Somalia, a whole platoon was wiped out. Where does that ever happen? You know, a whole platoon of a country.
Don't forget about Rwanda, the Husis and the
Yeah.
Tutsis.
So what I mean, comfort, is that I think number one is it's mwananchi. We are really on our own. We should now bring the country down.
Yeah, I hear you, but we're not really on our own. You cannot say that the Wananchi, if we ask all the Wananchi, they cannot tell us they've got brothers and cousins and uncles in those positions in the army who are not feeling the pain. You saw Ruto going for their lunches or something, their lunch money.
What
That's
have
a
they
bully.
done?
Going
What
for
have they-
people's lunch money.
What have
So
they
I'm
done?
saying that people, I mean, it's reaching. Those people there are not from another
No,
country.
this is just false hope. I'll just tell you,
Anyway.
we are cowards. Huh?
That
As
one.
Kenyans,
Okay, go ahead.
I think by then mnasikizwangwa, so msione hivyo, and it's just that diaspora is a very important constituency, and there are people in our party that watch Akina Marge a lot of space, and also yourselves. So it's a collection of what do you call it? Suggestions from space and yourselves. Munaangaliongo. But that doesn't mean it's Martha directly. It's Akina, some other guys in the party.
Please clarify. What do you mean that people are watching us?
See, Nini, what do you call
They
it?
listen. They listen to get
Tunalisten
ideas.
kwa sababu hii kitu ya kuwatch mainstream media, they've been bought. I used to be a follower of Spice.
I saw when I was there myself being questioned, and I saw the questioning. These people don't wanna go down.
I mean, you saw him go to.
I could hardly speak.
But you can't. They're just. They used to be tough, but it's just become most of these
That's
places.
why Latif left.
Yeah, it's not. So
I'm saying
I think
myself, I was there being interviewed, and I could tell. I tried to answer. I could tell. Ooh, there's just sweating. Yeah,
But
there's
even
an issue. Something has happened.
has been struggling.
the ground is.
I can't survive there. Yeah.
The ground is actually the new third estate, which is the TikToks, the X, the YouTubes, Akina Ikonini, yeah, people like that, where it's not bias, it's just people's opinion. So you're being listened to. That's what I'm trying to say. You're being listened to. There's even a time Martha came into space. Walimvamia bana, I didn't like that. But she what do you call it? This was before we changed the party.
Why didn't you like it, Nani? Keep. I would
Of
love
course,
to
I'm biased.
know.
I'm just talking from Stone. I'm talking from a biased point of view. See, actually, it was not a bad idea.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just me being biased. But she was asked a lot of tough questions, which was good. She answered them well. And at that point in time, she was coming in not as back then, not Kenya party leader, but as a senior citizen listening to the Gen Zs. There was nothing to do. She didn't want to come as party leader. She didn't want to come as trying to impose our party ideologies to the Gen Zs. It was more to listen to them. And I think that is where a lot of leaders got wrong. You've seen Munyoro do that with his TikTok. You're supposed to go there and listen to what they're asking. See, unakuja to come and lecture us. It's not proper. When you come to those spaces, you're there to give an audience to the people and ask questions. Hata Kalonzo alijaribu, not the route where you're putting in specific people to ask you questions and stuff like that. I'm veering off topic anyway, sorry. But I'm coming to talk about why we are in problems as Kenyans. Yeah? We are afraid of losing our lives. We are afraid of the ultimate sacrifice. I'll say I am one of those. So the things we usually ask for in terms of going to the streets, just have an honest thought to yourself. Ni Wakenya wangapi? We're not talking about the few we've seen do this. In the masses, ni Wakenya wangapi wanaweza enda streets sahi? Right now we are in, yani tuko ICU, we're in dire need, people are starving, healthcare has gone down, watoto wetu waendi shule, lakini hatujitokelezei. We are talking about nonsense like 2027. Look at us now. We were talking about elections in 2027. Yet kuna mtu mwingine anatengeneza software huko ya IEBC that will not, elections. How? I know I have this little bit of hope myself. About without the perception of popularity, you cannot steal an election that easily. But do you know who we're dealing with? We're dealing with a thug, a complete, absolute, 100% thug. Somebody that it is so obvious. Uliambiwa mara mingi usipatiane pesa kwa kanisa, lakini huyu mtu lazima ajiingize kwa hizi vitu, lazima afanye hiyo kitu. So usembuse IEBC. Actually, most politicians were waiting for this idiot to make his final decision, and we all know he's already made it. Wanaenda kukutana kesho huko State House na hiyo story ishe. Then now what we will start what we would like to start seeing. Yeah, this is my vision, Stone, other than the streets. This is my vision, is the MPs that are for the people should start planning on an impeachment of this guy. Waanze kukauntiwa. Wacha hiyo story ya kupatiwa ma brown envelopes ishe kesho, mambo ishe. And now Wamunyoro should start telling us if he has the numbers to go for an impeachment. That's all we need to know. What do you think, Comfort? If you don't have the numbers, tell us you don't have the numbers. Then tell the people.
Yeah, I think what I think, Kip, is that we have a golden moment. I talked about it 3 or 4 days ago, what you're discussing, that these people, while they're just, they're still like in the, you could say, honeymoon period. We have Martha, they're in good terms with Munyoro and all this, the Wiper, everybody's like Lavidavi right now, and Munyoro can go to parliament tomorrow. You have the numbers ready. You do have the numbers. Before now they start arguing, splintering, and all that kind of thing. It's when now you have the stars all lined up to go in and do it. I think you need 290. How much? I don't know. I can't remember the number.
It's 2,000.
They have it. Yeah, the two-thirds, but the two-thirds, how many MPs?
Two-thirds
And what I was suggesting is that each person, because this one, they cannot come with tear gas to stop you from going to your MP's house, tell him, finish your breakfast. Today is the day we're going to vote. Walk with him all the way. Follow him with cars. Keep on reminding him. If you don't vote right, don't come back. This is a time. We actually, each of us, go to a MP and walk them there and wait there. Nobody can, then they have to decide whether they want to vote the right way, because we are telling them. We have donated our, we can't all fit in parliament. That's why we are choosing you to go and vote the way we want. And if something is happening between the house and you voting, tell us, because we've taken you all the way. If you go inside there and change, that is your own vote. Stay there, don't come out. That's all I'm saying. We can make it. That is, we are so weak right now, because we're not taking any weapons up or anything. Our hope is our vote, if we're talking of impeachment. And that vote goes right down to the grassroots, to that MP that we have. He's the one who, he or she's the one to cast that vote. Why can't we just tell them and take them ourselves to parliament? Even take them the night before. Tell them, wait here, we'll stay with you, Kesha. In the morning, you're going in to vote the way we want you to vote. That's what we should be doing. That is, there's no violence there. There's nothing. We're just telling them to represent us the way we want it. That's something Gen Z can organize. Follow that MP wherever they are. They have to vote right that day. And get somebody to, of course, move the motion. I get the steps. Somebody has to move the motion. Then they're going to vote. And insist on voting one by one, not that of, nay, whatever that is. We can't have that for something so important as an impeachment. It's not the voice volume. That is very, I don't even know what to say. We, the people, can do it. Walk those MPs. Wait for them at the gate. Or go to the galleries.
There's a double-edged sword right now that is happening that Ruto does not understand. Even Raila with his ODM gunza, that they don't understand right now. Hii kitu ya kukimbizana na NADCO report na kukimbizana na kufungua IBC is a very, very double-edged sword. Me and we have a campaign going on right now to get WhatsApp groups around the villages, 20, 30 hapa hivi, and those WhatsApp group, it's actually to recall your members of parliament. If a member of parliament does not want to be recalled, do the right thing. If you vote to impeach Ruto, unafikiria utatolewa? And those are a few campaigns. Hii kitu ya kufungua IBC is the biggest double-edged sword. They did not know what is about to happen to them. If an MP disobeys the people, you can start an impeachment motion. Direct. Toa watu. That's why when this thing happens, I want
keep brother. Thank you for bringing that, because we actually touched the presidency.
We want to excite those WhatsApp groups again. Tuanze your campaign side. I'll send you a few videos from the party and you'll see. We are on a campaign mode for that. Kama MP yako ana misbehave, toa kwani nini? Fungua hiyo IBC, mtajua sasa wananchi ni nani. And we can get those signatures.
Okay. Now
I know Stone, your ideology is the streets, but I've explained to you.
Is what? My ideology is what?
We are cowards. Mimi nataka hiyo kitu ya kwenda impeachment direct.
Sasa tell me, impeachment iko hivi nani? ODM, I mean UDA, the last time I checked, they had over 140 something MPs.
How many of them are in one Munyoro?
Yeah, that's what. Now I want you to take a pen, and also those who are on the comment side, because sometimes it's good to have very practical things. Out of 145, toa wa Munyoro, how many are they? Hiyo mtu calculate akituambia. Haya.
Mnisaidia hapo, mimi sijui.
Watatusaidia. I'm just putting in the framework, then people will help us as we discuss. Jubilee And I think
we wacha nichukue kalamu, mimi nitawasaidia mwenyewe nikiwa hapa. Na by the way, as Mama Comfort was talking about, it's actually 349 MPs and seats, and then when you do the two-thirds, it comes back to 290.
Yeah.
Good. We can do this thing.
Okay, so
just have to be hands on.
Let's get realistic. 145 utoe wa Mnyoro, calculate hapo watu wasaidie wa Mnyoro ni wangapi? Then Jubilee ilikuwa na 29 or 28 or 30 hapo. Okay, 28 29 I think. All right, because I was very active. I remember that. Then we had other people like nani wengine walikuwa na mingi. Wiper had what? 20, also almost like Jubilee. 26, 27, 28 there. You can round to keep missing na moja hakuna shida. Now, so if you have, for example, Jubilee MPs coming together with Wiper, assuming that costliness is there, but
Stone. Kwani kuna mchezo hapa. Unajua, we used to do these shows in a long time, and I have some rights that you've given me. I'm just gonna put the calculator in front of you so that you speak your numbers. Wacha ni set up. Hata siku set up, I'm just gonna put it hapo tupigiwe hesabu yako.
Yeah, just to do it. I mean, it's a quick whatever. We just want to be fairly factual. You know, ile rough unafanya rough tuone ama it's workable, you know. And then we have wale wengine wanaitwa nani? Kuna hawa ODM nilisema wako karibu 86. Hao ni watakuwa ni Waruto of course. ODM ni 86, 87, 88 hapo. Uongezee ile ya Ruto 145. I mean ile net after umetoa utoe wa Mnyoro. Then uangalie kuna party nyingine ilikuwa na nini? Which one had more party? Which one? Okay, kuna 12, 13 walikuwa independent. Yeah, I think 12, 14, 15 there. They were independent, assuming they have not changed their mind. And then wengine walikuwa ni mmoja huko mapa matijui
Haya, kuja calculator ndio iko hapa. Twende. Anza.
Amani wana 8. Okay. UDA 145.
Okay, 8 what? 8 MPs?
Yeah, we are talking of MPs.
Okay, plus what? 45,
plus
yeah?
145. Now, 145 were UDA. How many have defected?
How many?
Nini kwa UDA? Unajua UDA kuna hao wamekuwa wa Mnyoro. Anyway, tunaweza deduct hapo nyuma mkishapata answer, all right? Enda okay. Wiper ni 26. Okay? Jubilee 26.
Jubilee pia 26.
26, 28. Unajua kuna hata wengine walidedi by the way.
Yeah. Tuko 205.
Haya, kuna Ford Kenya ndio ilikuwa na watu 7 I think. 7 ama 6.
7? Which one do you want to go with? Tutumie 7.
Take it. Ni rough. We are doing rough. You can do 7. Take any.
Okay. 212.
Haya, kuna hao wanaitwa nani? Hao walikuwa wanaitwa Kanu. Kanu pia ilikuwa na 6, I think 6 guys.
6. You want to go for 6?
Yes.
Okay. 218.
Then kulikuwa watu wengine hao wengine ni 2-1. That the difference. Weka hiyo the difference ya hiyo 33. Ulikuwa umesema 330?
Yes. Yeah.
Hao ni various. Au unaweza andika under various parties.
So that will go to okay, for now we know for a fact that we have 288, right?
Yes.
Hiyo ni yenye tume account for. So which means I think at this point tushapita 2/3.
Hizi ni toto umefanya, si utoe wa Mnyoro hapo.
Okay, natoa Munyoro, natoa
What you are totaling here, it is the composition of members of parliament today.
Don't forget about women's rep. Women's rep have to be included.
No, these in America are elected MPs.
Yeah, but women's rep can vote for impeachment also.
They can vote for impeachment. So what I'm trying to look for is
And nominated also.
Are we able to build that number?
Okay, because I wanted to do the percentage of how many can do, and I think Keep is also bringing a very tough conversation right there, because also the women reps, even though they are not elected, I think that number counts for them.
Women reps are elected. They're elected.
Huh?
There are 47 elected women reps. It's
nominated
them that are not elected.
Okay, so we are 265.
Yes.
And then we have the nominated
Toa Nyanza yote except for Kisi. Toa Nairobi. Toa Nairobi.
Ngoja tujamaliza kwanza, tuko ngapi? Tujamaliza kwanza because kuna nominated. Anybody has an idea of how many nominated we have? Because hizi tumeweka tu nini, and then the women rep.
Nominated. Wanakuwaga, I've forgotten. Someone can Google. Nominated MP slot, what inakuanga a total of was it 20 something or something like that?
You think, okay, do you want us to work with 20 for now?
No, it's 12. It's
12. 12 in total. Oh, good.
Youth
good.
group, disabilities is a veto.
Yeah.
Right, so let's just work with 12. Okay.
Yeah.
So then we end up to 270.
You have to remember math mingi. There's 290 MPs, 290 MPs, 290 constituencies, 47 women's rep, 12 nominated, and 1 speaker.
All right. Assuming that was kuna mtu hapa hivi Francis anasema
Yo math yako
yes. No, to me na tu venye iko, lakini no, but we have to look at it. Najua kuna wengi kuliko hiyo, but nani Stone, I wanted to divide this by 2/3 between this one, right?
Goja, wait. Let's start from the beginning. UDA has 143 seats.
45.
Okay. ANC has 7 seats. Siju kuna Ford Kenya iko na 5. TSP hiyo tu ni ya huku 1 seat. Chama cha Kazi has 2. DP has 1. Pamoja has 3. UDM huko Northeastern ni 6. Chama cha Chap ni 1. Hiyo inaenda na Kalonzo direct, hata msiangalie sana. Then we have 1 from UPA and 1 from MDG. ODM has 89. So your ODM inaenda completely. That's gone. 81. 89. Alafu, all you have to do is from the UDA seats and the UDA plus ANC. Hata ANC are very rebel. Ama MP wako rebel say wapendi what their party leaders.
Wacha kuassume wa Mudavadi wako kwa Mudavadi for now.
Sasa angalia UDA remove all of Rift Valley. Alafu hiyo ndio tunajua sasa. So the total number of constituencies in Rift Valley in Central ni ngapi? Niko nimeweka hapa.
Kwani Central wame defect wote?
We have to assume bana. Unajua wengine wataenda kufanya huko chini ya maji.
Akina wa Munyoro wako bado. I mean anaitwaje? Ndindi Nyoro nani? Those are loyals to if you want to know vizuri, sema wale wanafuata wa Mnyoro. Those who he already has, wale wanaenda, they are hovering all over with. That's how
I think you're missing one thing.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the individual. If that is Ndindi, the people there will tell him this is how you're going to vote. It's not about him anymore.
So Ndindi, like the way that they defied the finance bill, the people told them not to vote and they voted.
But you saw how defiant they were till the end. Mpaka wakaenda kuonesha mavideo.
So a quick question for both, all of you. Is this 277 number at least a viable number that
no, it's not. It's not.
Okay, how much do you think I need to add on that?
First, I have to know exactly how many in Central in UD are defecting. I want to know how many of Amani are shaky. Fort Kenya on a cap. If they leave the speaker seat, those 5 seats are staying there.
They are not leaving.
They're not leaving.
Ruto is so witty.
Well, those are 5 very, very strong seats. You're on a car. ANC, I'll tell you the truth, those guys are not too happy about being dissolved into the UDA. That is the problem. If it stayed as ANC, it would be okay.
But you see, with probability and also numbers, they never lie. You see, even if we did this 277 as we speak right now, and we did 2/3 of it, I think we have the numbers.
There's another thing. There's one more thing you're missing.
Yeah.
Is that in the last elections, 8 million, those are the Gen Z, were not interested in anything. If now they're interested, as you're saying, an Amani MP, he'll not go there and say his own things. You'll have to listen to the people.
So you don't think a 2/3 number can come out of here and actually constitutionally make?
Not yet.
It can't come out of here.
Not yet. Not yet. No.
It should come out of the 333, 300 plus something.
350.
But where's the 350? Because we just counted and
Okay,
can I say again?
290 plus nominated plus women.
Yeah, it's 350 minus the speaker, so that is 349.
Yeah. So fanya 2/3 ya hiyo bro ndio ujue.
Ya hii kwanza, hii ama ni chapeo 230 yenyu.
Si ya hii chapa hiyo 330 45
349. 349 divided by
2/3.
2/3.
$349 divided by 2/3, that will be
just do 2 divided by 3 times 349. No, bro.
Hapana.
239.
2 divided by 3. 2 divided by 3 times 249.
Yeah. Ndio.
Wewe hujui kutumia calculator bro?
Hapana.
Weka CE, press CE.
Dude,
CE.
239.
3.
Ai bana.
Si 239.
Hapana, sikiza
349.
349.
Yes.
349.
Yeah, over 3 times 2.
Divide by.
Mtu asikii. Acha afanye kwanza vitu zake.
Divide by 3 times 2.
No.
Yes.
Let me do it for you.
Times 2.
Yo.
232. Very keep.
Yeah, are we able to get that?
Yeah. 232.
You know why it's tricky? That's why you see hata wakikunywa kahawa na nini, that is not coming. Because even themselves, how are the leader, the owners of these parties, hata hao wenyewe, wako na ego, egos zao. That's why I get so disgusted with them. They have egos, they don't know.
So unasema tuwezi pata hii number at all.
You can't yet. Sioni a number. I can't see it. Sioni.
Hiyo ni ngumu.
That number is hard.
Waliitwa MPs bro. Umesahau finance bill what they did.
What you need to watch. Okay, how you can confirm the number? Just watch tomorrow when they're going for that breakfast thingy.
Yeah, they'll be going there tomorrow for breakfast on there.
Yeah, if you see
but we are talking about if somebody passes an impeachment, the MPs that morning will go with them. They'll tell us what they say, how they're gonna vote. They'll be
wanaenda breakfast ya huyo mjamaa, the so-called president.
And what kind of a company are we running then if we can't even pass such a kitu kama hii yenye we just need a couple of MPs and we can see everybody in the country is speaking that something is not right. Unajua ndio kitu mimi sielewi. Maybe mniambie nyenye wote. I don't get it. Why are we not able to do it? Is it, I mean, nini natusimamisha?
Sijaribu mobilize watu wake. Kama leaders wenyewe wasemi. Iko shida. Anyway,
So basically mnatuambia kama mtu akiingia hapo hivyo akanyagie, kama kipa akiingia kwa hiyo serikali na amue kukanyagia watu, lazima mutii, mungoje mpaka.
We are talking of now, kipa ataingia lini?
Sasa kama mwezi mobilize numbers, mimi sielewi, kwani country ni ya watu, and that's why I think it's a cult. It's a cult then. Call it a cult.
So what we are talking is now, some of the way forwards which we should be looking at. Okay, tumeona hiyo. When you hear people not talking about that impeachment and all this, ujue iko kizungumkuti. You know, there is some complication because you have pigs and hyenas in that house. Wanapeangwa 10,000 mpaka kwa choo. They have been, you have no MPs, by the way.
No, we can't keep doing that. We are saying we're looking for a different solution. Different solution is that MP, even that toilet you can enter with him. He has to go to the bathroom in his own house before he goes there. Or wear a diaper.
Let me finish, then I give you comfort. Time you can give a different version. My version is, I would not even try to tell the MPs to go and impeach, because for me, I've rated them 0. What they did even during the finance bill, it tells you, even when they are talking and the way they are bootlicking and backlicking Ruto, these are not people who cannot do anything there, unless it's something that is directly affecting them. So for me, I was thinking, as even diaspora, the force we are, although I know also diaspora is so divided because we are typical Kenyans. We cannot even move anything despite the might, the force we have. Because if diaspora today decided to descend on one of those leaders and say, dictate, we want you to, number one, call for this, okay? We want you to call for this in your party or whatever, put together. Like now, when they are saying they are sitting together, then we jump in and say, don't tell us you are consulting, because there is nothing to consult about, all right? We want you to move this way. For example, we want strike to be called, massive strike to be called as soon as possible. Na to dictate na tukayapo. Na tukubaliane diaspora yote dunia mzima. And then we also say that after here, because Kasongo has to go today or tomorrow, we want this person. Na tuache hiyo ma debate mingi, huyu mtu hawezi, huyu hawezi. Okay, we take that who is fairing, because right now the system, you have to have one candidate, one person moving. Okay, to send one person with those others, like the way we locked them in Serena that day. Okay, we say you mother now, because they said you are their mother. When ndio utakuwa na organize, tunakuambia wewe ita mkutano na tuseme wewe ndio unaenda. Okay, we want you to do a short interim whatever, a quick run fast, so that we move. We put an interim because it will be a snap election. Yeah, during that period, kama sasa tuseme 2025. By 2027, we want to have now a model that Comfort was talking about. For example, of, I don't want to say eminent people, but technocrats laying a structure that now Kenyans will follow to get their leadership. We have to dictate the way. We have to start somewhere. Use the might force we have. That is the way forward. Saa hii diaspora waseme hatutaki ujinga, sijui wa Munyoro anakaa huko kwa miti ati ana consult, Raila anafanya BS yake huko akituambia vitendawili za panya na sijui na nini, that is nonsense. We are standing garbage. I think we should take over now na tuseme kataenda hivi. Saa ingine inabomokanga as unatengeneza. We should not be like this expert ule alikuwa anakavia king ile sculpture, ikaanguka that siku ile amemaliza when he was brushing the nose and kanose kakavunjika. His helper came and told him, but badala ya kuanza tena uende waambie king huko umekalva, just hii tutaweka kaglu nini, akaweka. He's the only one who knew that nose ilivunjika, but he was so scared. So diaspora, we know we have the power, but it is so frustrating. Karibu Njiro, whoever wants to chip in. Karibuni.
PK, wacha niseme hivi. I think MPs na tukiwa forced under duress kupiga hizi kura. Hata kama ni ile extreme.
Kufanyaje?
Kuwalazimisha under duress wapige hizi kura. Hata kama I hope uko kwa akili yangu unafikiria hiyo extreme ni wapi. Tunaweza tembea hata kwa mtu. I mean, you know, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Kwa sababu watu hawezi piga kura, wako they are greedy, and all of them, hata wenye wanatembea na Gachagua sai, can easily be bought. That is a fact. So watu natikana tu kuletewa shida yenye wajaiona.
They can be bought, but they can. I don't even know why. I'm saying we walk with them up to there. Tell them you vote wrong, don't come back. Period.
It is the same.
They'll have to choose. They'll get the money. Regardless impeachment, it worked within 5 minutes because they were given the
working with them.
But then they got the repercussions up to date. They have the repercussions.
Who's got the kahunas to do that right now in Kenya? Tumeabductiwa mbaya sana. People are afraid.
Who will be working with them up to parliament? Where? Nobody gets close to parliament nowadays.
Can I put something?
Kwenda kwa manyumba zao ni ngumu sana because people are being abducted. Imekuwa hata worse than more times. I'm just trying to show you reality. Kenyans are afraid. These guys have terrorized us.
Wacha niweke point, eh?
Okay, then we all fall down.
Wacha niweke point kidogo.
Yes,
thank you. Naona Kipure ameamua kukua muthenya uguo ugutuka. Anyway, Kipu wewe ni mjanja sana. Umeanzia kuona mambo ya mlima inaenda vizuri, sasa umeanzia kujifanya mti ya mlima ili sasa tukianzia kukata keki hata ukue upande.
Lazima nikue kwa hiyo pande wewe acha zako bwana.
Yaani unaona mtu ya shareholder ameanzia kuvuta, umeanzia kuona you either become a shareholder or you suffer, eh?
Wewe acha uchokozi.
Anyway, wacha nisalimie
what does that mean? What does that mean?
What
I've written there?
Siniona umeandika muthenya ugo sini kama siku imekuwa usiku.
No, we talked, had a plan, and then we went back to the scratch, like we never even met or even talked. It's back to, people are now afraid and now there's nothing that can happen. So game over before it started.
Okay, wacha niweke point sasa. Nimekuta story PK. Nimeona ni kama sasa our shows are now changing to solution driven. And ni kama kuna vitu zingine pia zinatokezea whereby viongozi ni kama wanajifanya wako pande yetu as a survival mechanism. Lakini kuna kitu I want to tell you people here. Now the reason why actually I hate somebody like Raila Odinga, na mseme kwa nini analeta huyu mzee hapa, more than I had hated him before. Because actually, Bwana Stone PK, do you believe that if Raila Odinga decided to lead Ruto impeachment, hata Ruto hatuwezi kuwa na yeye kesho?
True, yeah, we were talking, tulikuwa tunaongea hizo numbers, yes.
100%.
So let's say that yule mtu ambaye ni mbaya sana katika hii dunia ni the serious enabler ya Ruto. Huyu Ruto tunasema hapa, na ndio najiuliza wale watu wanasema tusikilize Raila, ni tunasikiliza nini? This is the person who is enabling. Hebu imagine ni kama sasa Stone PK kuna pweza ama kuna python inameza watu, and you are busy giving that python maziwa, and you are also massaging it iweze kumeza vizuri. So actually our number one enemy is Raila Odinga. He is our number one enemy, because Raila Odinga, just as he was saying, no wonder even the Wamunyoro guy was saying Raila Odinga derive support ya Ruto. It is true. But what is making Raila Odinga to continue enabling somebody who is destroying our economy? Na yeye anasema ati we go through an electoral process. Raila Odinga is coming here telling us that we go through an electoral process, wakati yeye he has power to finish that person. Na sianzie kutuuliza tukimutoa nani tutaweka. Raila hata akitaka kujiweka anaweza jiweka. Let me go away from that, because najua people will start saying that shida yako na Raila.
No, you see, just before Jerry, let me tell you something about Raila. What he's saying is, if you can't have her, no one can. That is his mind. If you can't have her, no one can. So what he's doing is, I'm going to speak like what Marcelina say. Tulikuwa tunatongoza bibi mmoja. Akakuja ukaniibia bibi. You stole the woman from me. But then, because you've got the opportunity to break up my relationship with her, or you have that opportunity and then that woman goes and leaves both of us. Do you understand? Woman, that lady is going to leave me and you, Kosabu Sisi. You know, it's bad news. What Raila is doing is, nitaua huo msichana. Raila is killing that woman. If you can't have her, no one can. That's Raila's. Raila is not running for 2027. I'll tell you the truth. Yoni Gladys Wanga is going to run as deputy leader. So Raila is just coming to eat. Kukula yake ni kukula na kumalizana na kukula. That's it.
And it is very idiotic. It is very idiotic for anyone to believe Mr. William Ruto and already is number 2, is legitimate number 2 ako kwa msitu. So I don't understand how you would believe that Ruto can make you number 2. You can have a deal in number 2. Na mnajua ya kwamba Kindiki ni flower girl. Kindiki anaenda very soon. Kindiki hatakuwa kwa ballot. Ana constituency. There's no in which Ruto can go to the ballot with someone without a constituency. Number 1 na number 2 ni ya watu wako na constituency. Bwana Stone PK unajua hivyo. So kwa hivyo Kindiki anaenda. Then najiuliza, which is that community, which is that group of people which will come to work with Ruto, knowing very much Ruto anaweza ingia kwa uchaguzi, mushinde kura na yeye, alafu awaondoe aweke stooge hapo. So Ruto has that thing which we call trust deficit.
By the way, Kindiki anaenda lini?
Kindiki atatolewa.
I doubt. Ruto now doesn't have the water is so murky. People can still enjoy the powers and everything without being installed.
Yeah. No, but I'm asking, if we have an election today, can Ruto go to the ballot with Kindiki?
But it's not possible. No, he can't, of course. He will not if there is an election.
Yeah, so that's why I'm now talking of a scenario where there is an election. Kindiki aende kwa ballot. He will need somebody with a constituency. And that person with a constituency has to draw notes from Gachagua. Gachagua, who was having constituency, has already been impeached. How sure are you that this deal which you are going to have with Ruto, he will honor it for the next 5 years? So already, people are going to Ruto with a lot of trust deficit.
Zero. You are saying Ruto, we can hold an election, if we were to hold an election today, tomorrow, that Ruto will be a candidate.
Yeah, as a defending champion. Sababu sasa ndio
atakuwa ametolewa aje ndio itolewe tumtoe kesho.
No, you see, we just Bwana Stone PK, We just need to make Ruto very unpopular. And the ballot can still work. As long as he is very unpopular, hakuna mtu anamtaka.
So that's
because
2027.
even the outside world will be witnessing that this guy is very unpopular. See, they don't know.
So that's 2027 then.
Hoping that between now and 2027, kunaweza tokezea jamaa kumpindua. I'm just talking of a ideal situation. The ideal situation ni 2027, where we have a very unpopular person. Na rabu sasa huyo mtu tumungoe, because kitu ya kwanza Ruto hatakuwa na kura. Let me tell you this, Ruto ambaye naona watu wanamuogopa sana, and na watu ambao wanaitwa watu kama kina Francis who reason with the air. Number one, Ruto hana constituency as we speak now. The only constituency which is intact ya Ruto, which I don't know sababu nasikianga all the time kipu akiruka hapa. Ruto is starting with 1.4 million votes. Hiyo constituency yake ya Wakale. Hiyo kura ingine yote ambayo anajaribu kutafuta, he is not aware of it. That is a vote which can actually be splashed by a euphoria, if a euphoria builds up. So we are talking of somebody who got 7.1 million votes, ideally, if that is how the votes were. And then we are talking of somebody who is starting recontesting with 1.4. Tukisema sasa ile kura ambayo yako nayo ni 1.4 ile ya Wakale. Wakikuyu and so many other people washaenda. So why should we even be discussing of somebody ambaye yako na 1.4 million votes? Ruto ashaisha. Ni sisi tujipange, tujue ni nani atakuwa rais na ni nani atakuwa deputy. Tujipange vizuri, lineup yetu ikuwe sawa na ikuwe acceptable to the people. Lakini dialogue ya Ruto being a leader in Kenya, hiyo iliisha kitambo. The day when Ruto lost his constituency, and resident, you need to back me here. How do you go to recontest in an election whereby your constituency, the base, there is something we call your usual base is not.
Njiru, unajua mimi nakubaliana na wewe kitu unasema kabisa, hata Comfort nilikubaliana naye. Unajua imefika mahali sisi, by the way, si story ya watu, we don't even care. Constituency yake alipoteza because Njiru imefika mahali sisi wenyewe ndio tunafikiria sasa hivi. Na hatutaki kusikia mtu mwenye alikuwa MP sijui 1963, 1922, nani sijui alifaitia sijui anasemanga walifaitia nini, this thing walifaitia Kenya. We don't hatutaki kusikia hizo vitu. We are done. Njiru, and that's why I respect
the perception of popularity is that Wanga seat. You're not seeing what we're trying to say here. You started very well. Kindiki is out. Wanga is coming in as DP. We saw that from the time she went to the US with the
wait, keep DP of who?
DP of Ruto. They're going into
and who told you Ruto is going to get a
perception
DP?
of popularity? No, I'll give you an example. Look at Francis right now talking nonsense there. That is how they are talking. I'm sorry. Let's talk reality. The way we looked at
and that's the reality I'm talking. Ngoja kidogo, eh?
Yeah.
Let me finish my point. Alafu sasa I allow another person to speak. You see, I know Kenyans are jittered and they are always rattled by election stealing. And many people believe that Ruto is going to steal the election. But let me tell you, in this life, you don't steal pari hakuna. And you cannot do something we call extrapolation. The reason why Ruto won this election alienda huko Mount Kenya,
they did that in Nigeria.
Ngoja kidogo, kule ya Mount Kenya ilikuwa yake.
And we saw somebody with 19% won an election. Bro,
hiyo hawezi shinda. Hiyo tutademonstrate mpaka kesho bana.
Kiti hapo tukiangalia hapo Nigerian election.
Let me explain to you.
Let's have some order so we can hear everybody through. Let's have some order, please.
Yeah. Let me explain kidogo. Right now it is not possible. Why? Number one, Ruto, there's no in which Mount Kenya, like in Mount Kenya, I'm giving you practical approach. In Mount Kenya region, atakuwa na agent. Na kama atakuwa na agent, majority of the agents ama majority of the people atakuwa pande yake. So there's no in which he can bring staffed ballots like in Mount Kenya region. There's no way in which he can collude there with the POs and the election officers, because our watu wake. Stony PK, one principle of stealing an election, lazima hiyo area ikuwe perceptionally ni yako, ili hao watu wakusaidie kuiba perceptionally. Lazima hiyo ikuwe, yani watu wanakusikia huko. Lakini the moment that you have already lost the perception of that area, be assured your place huwezi iba. So the only place you can go and extrapolate votes, it is in Kalenjin land, and maybe Western and Nyanza akichukua Raila. But again, hata kama anaenda ku-extrapolate huko, it has to be in real and imaginable numbers, which can topple other areas. So that's why I'm trying to say, we are not supposed to be fearing Ruto sahi. Ruto game yake iliisha kitambo sana, and you will come to prove me right after time T. If there is somebody who people should not be fearing, ni Ruto. Why? Somebody who is ready to spend millions and millions of dollars kujaribu kununua watu. 120 million in a church, which is now the golden standard. Very soon najua akienda Embu anapeleka 120 million. Sijui akienda wapi atapeleka 120 million. So sahi ni ile sasa kununua watu Kiurusel. Na atanunua watu Kiurusel na watu hawatamchagua. So mimi ile kitu Stony PK inajaribu kusema hapa, the story or our plan which we should be doing is, who is our president, who is our deputy president, how is our lineup? If our lineup is acceptable by people have no problem in dumping Ruto even today. The problem ya kwamba we are still having those speculations, sijui huyu hawezi, sijui nini, huyu alifanya hivi. But if we can be able to agree na hao watu wote, because watashikana as a matter of necessity, Gachagua, Martha Karua, Natembeya, Matiang'i, we don't need a meeting to bring them together. They know by design, as unless washikane kimeumana. So hao watu, fortunes will bring them together. So we don't need any negotiator to bring those people together, unless they are working for Ruto. If they are working for Ruto, ndio watakuwa wanataka sijui nini tuonge. Even Kalonzo knows he needs to rescue Kenya, and I don't think Kalonzo in his good mind he will want to go and work with Ruto now. So by default, na zile mashida tuko nazo Kenya, we need to know that hiyo group yote itafanya kazi pamoja. Our big question is, who will be the president, who will be the deputy, and the people with little baggage, watu ambao Kenyans will accept them. Tusikue na mtu alafu watu waanzie kusema hakuna difference ya huyo na Ruto. Our problem is now the choice. But formula ya kutoa Ruto hiyo iliisha kitambo. Ruto is a fugitive. Ruto is a dead man walking. Ruto tu anangojea expiry date, lakini alishaisha kitambo. Thank you.
Next. Nani next? Comfort wanted to say something. Ama ni Julia? Keep umeenda wapi? Unaenda ukitoka.
No, I like the conversations and the way they're growing. We're moving more towards solutions. I like that. And yes, again, it's like employing your houseboy or a cook or somebody, and he comes, he presents his paper, you tell him, okay, fine, I'll be leaving the house for you, you take care of this. And then that person now starts bringing other people. He actually throws you out of the house, employs other people who he wants. He goes even to your bank and robs it. That's what is happening. We as Kenyans have forgotten that the president is our employee and the MPs are our representatives. And you can fire your employee, and it's in the constitution, so let's use it. We can do it with non-violence. Just tell the MPs, we'll watch you. Even if you don't go to parliament, they are going to go there. If they're bought, then they can't come back home. I don't know who they're just simple as that. They learned the first bill. Some MPs were unable to go home. Some of their houses were burnt. Regarding impeachment, some have never gone home even now.
Comfort.
And
Comfort.
others. That's
What
in terms. I don't know.
What percentage of MPs who are duly elected?
What do you mean? All the MPs were elected. Oh, you mean, what do you mean, sir?
Duly elected without any rigging. How many MPs were duly elected in
I
Kenya?
can't tell, but I know that without even directly rigging, they had the money. Being on the ground, if as a senator running for Senate, I couldn't afford a billboard. But if your party has got all the money, there are billboards on all the roads in all the areas in Murang'a, for example. There are cars that will be campaigning for you. So the money was there. It was poured. So it was not it wasn't an equal competition. That is a form of rigging. Too much money in the elections.
I wish you were a senator. That is the problem now. The game is rigged against us.
Yes, it's rigged. The campaign is rigged even before they rig the actual voting.
ODM, for example, 90% of those MPs and senators are not picked by the people. They've bought those seats.
Yes.
And it's same with UDA. 90%. Just a few like Akina Toto. Very few. I even think 95% in UDA. So sorry for cutting your point there. I just wanted to make sure you understood that the game is rigged against us.
It's
the
rigged
people we have here are
it is rigged in terms of content, process, and the results. So, and all that is oiled and fueled by money. And before we were talking in billions in terms of the billions were being poured into elections. Now we've jumped to trillions. You can't beat that. Trillions. We're talking of tea.
Can I say something? Or
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah. The good news is that that has ended. That is gone. And it was ended by the Gen Z. That seed that was sown in June, I don't think anybody will be able to cut it out. Right now on the ground, for some of us who are really keen because of various reasons, people are saying, in fact, people are discarding parties. This, when I say people, I'm saying voters. They don't give a shit about parties. And hata hawataki kujua, especially majority of the people. Because number one, it has down to people that a party does not assist mwananchi wa kawaida in any way. So to a mwananchi wa kawaida, party or no party, is garbage. And I want people to go back and research on the grassroots, or call those people who are at grassroots level. Party, hiyo ndio kitu moja imekuja kuchukiwa. If there are things that are hated today in Kenya, Raila, Ruto, and party, ukienda kuongea juu ya party. That's why Wamnyoro will goof when he keeps on telling people that he's coming with a party. Oh, tulikuwa na hiyo. Watu wamebullshit hiyo. Which is very good for Kenyans. All right? So people now are driving and looking, focusing on characters and individuals. So for anybody who has interest in politics, Kenya moving forward today, you're supposed to go and identify, or let people identify you with who you are and what you are. When we have some good laid down electoral system, you will be shocked what you will have in those houses and assemblies, county assemblies. It is individuals, which for me, I love it. I love it. And I would want to have 80% of independent candidates. All right? And then we go, people meet there, they all congregate towards ideas. If an idea is good, your idea is good, we follow you, we vote for it. That would be the best parliament you'll ever have. Other than an idiot saying, my party, my loyalty to the party and all that. That's garbage. And I'm happy that politics is ended and it will be buried with Akina Raila, with Akina anybody bringing in so strongly maneno ya party. That is out of my own research, and it is. Imagine people telling you, tunakutaka, you come with independent. Those are electorates telling you. Wanakwambia chana na hiyo upuzi ya nini? Come wewe, kiwewe. Wanasema hivyo, kuja kiwewe. I mean, who? So when people tell you come kiwewe, you only need the basic and minimal amount of money to run around. Okay? To run around, because people are yearning wamekunyota, wewe ndio wanaona you will need their cue. And I'm happy. That culture, we should promote it even on platforms like this and others. We should not promote, like I hear in national TVs, oh, fulani ana pesa, fulani ana pesa. We have even the ones who have been funding this is stealing and all that. Ati atachota. Stone PK anataka kusimama, anado. So Stone PK will go looking for money, heads over tail, mpaka apate, ndio akuje ujue ako na do. You go cheering ati aya mazee alikuja na heli, aliland na heli. That is cheering for the evil. Okay, so that dynamic has changed. I mean, it's very good that people are now looking at, and they will be going to look for characters instead of which V8 have you landed with. Wewe una motokedi ngapi, hiyo inaitwaje, hiyo mogithi yako ina magari mangapi, what kind of system you have. I'm so happy about that. My prayer is, how can we have a system that will guarantee the weak and the strong going on the same platform based on the counting of votes? That is my fight. That is what I'm looking for. And that's why I would count on people like Akina Maraga, people like Akina Martha, how to install them, for them to be able to maintain that system is what is my challenge. That is what is giving me sleepless nights, because hiyo formula ndio natafuta personally. I'm waiting for ule ataleta ako ka formula. Yes, watu wamechukia Ruto. Yes, Ruto will go. Yes, but ataenda aje? By voting, queuing asubuhi to vote, jioni to announce. All right. Now remember, as much as Central imeenda ama Mulima imeenda, Coast is there. Coast is there because it's Raila. So Ruto, Raila, Western is there. Those are areas to still vote from. So he's still not weakened. Had Raila not joined him, then I would buy Jiro's explanation that he will not be able to staff votes in Central. But he has ODM zones, which are spread all over the country, including Yuko, Northeastern and all that. For me, I'm telling people, let's be careful. Let's not put our cards at, tunangoja election. Because Ruto will do anything. Ata suppress this Kimskit. Umesikia? I'm telling you, I wish you guys were here yesterday. People talked. This guy is comfortable because kama ni technically atafanya mambo ya ajabu. Then what shall we do? We will cry. Say that was shambolic. We will go to the streets and then tutaambua tuende kwa kotini. Is that what we want? Next person. Next person. Ala, umenyamaza bana?
Tujanyamaza, wewe relax bana.
Yes.
Unafikiria you know that Katasha, your speech just cuts in the middle like that. Pop! Like, you don't even know what.
Mbona anajishuku na sisi tuko poa tunamsikia.
So we are here, we are listening, alafu all of a sudden pop, tuacha tu hivyo.
Anajishuku comfort. Tumwambie ache kujishuku.
PK, when you're coming to an end, start now slowing down, volume lower, and then you. Oh.
Yeah, I'm done.
Is that the way you handle everything you do?
No, you want to be a leader. You want to be a leader. That is one of the things you do. You slow down your pitch, and you say that now I'm about to finish what I'm about to say. You leave at a high banner. Leave us hanging.
He's a pilot. Stony PK, you can be a pilot. Woo. Tumefika pap.
Kopo tumeamua kuchoma leo wewe. Umeamua kuchoma leo. Sisi tumenyamaza tupewe tuambiwe vitu bwana. Wewe ndio unakuja kuchoma na jamaa anajiongelelea. Sisi wenyewe tumenyamaza huko tu tunasikiza.
We're waiting for more directions, but then we're like, but we want more.
It's called injecting.
No, seriously, point hii ya diaspora na kupush for me, I want us to push for mother, because mother ni iron fist. Atu transit to
Martha is a great choice.
Yes, atu transit tafadhali, juu anatusikiza, atasikiza. And I have no relationship with mother. Let me
She was my father's student. She was my father's
Stone.
Mm.
Are you okay with good it's good. Huyu ako sawa? Ako sawa?
Nani huyo?
It's good.
It's good.
It's good ni Alex.
Ni Alex.
Oh, ni Alex.
Oh,
sikuwa najua, pole. So ni karibu nimuongeze. So sikuwa nataka kuongeza bila kujua. But mimi historia ya mother mimi bado niko nishafika 90% being convinced, na keep amenicheza sana kuni convince story ya mother. Bado niko 20% because of 2017.
Bro,
bado niko 20%.
Bro, kama 100% haraka. Tuvuke, alafu tutapatia watu. Umesikia vile ameanza vizuri maneno ya kubuild nini pamoja na Gen Z. What other answer do you really want?
No. PK, Mato hawezi come hiyo 100%. Bado anaangalia ni Mkikuyu. Hiyo ndio shida ya Mato.
No, I think
ukabila tuliacha bwana. Julia wewe.
She's a woman, Mato.
Mpaka uncle yake Kalonzo akubali, Mato cannot do anything. Unajua ni kama wale watu wa Raila.
Wacheni wewe wacheni. Mimi nimesema nimekubali mother, lakini mimi bado niko na shida ya watu wenye bado wamekuwa kwa politics tangu nizaliwe ama tangu sijui lini. Mimi niko na shida.
Okay, Mato,
politics.
Wait a minute. There's a
I
question that PK asked Comfort, and according to me, she didn't respond to the question. So I want to ask you that same question. Give us your lineup according to you right now. Usituambie ati tuko wengi 51 million. Ukuwe specific na ukuwe categorical.
Wewe tu mwambie tu Ngilo
I gave you the structure. It is now 8 p.m. here.
I want to give you that lineup.
You ran away from the answer, Comfort. You did not give.
I'm not running away. I mean, I've never seen such question. You ask a question, someone.
You want me to give you a lineup? I can give you a lineup.
I'll wait.
Yes, I'll give you my lineup. Madu tupatie lineup.
No. You ask
me a question. Comfort and ladies first. Where? Ladies
okay, wait.
I'm a gentleman.
Wait a minute. Answer. Mato, now that you're running away from that question, let me give you my lineup.
You're making a wrong conclusion. In what way did I run away? I began answering, and then you said you're running away from that. You asked a question.
Okay, according to me, this is what PK maybe Nilipata differently from you. According to me, PK was asking us to give him a lineup.
Yes.
Now, Mimi, I'm giving him. I'm very specific right now.
But you asked me. You said, "Comfort, let me ask you a question." I unmuted.
No. I didn't ask you. Okay,
it was a rhetorical question.
I said that PK had asked you a question.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
That you give her in my lineup, like in Ukumpatia. Now you said that we should.
But before I began with the idea that this is what we need to do. Then he asked me to be specific. I gave the structure that now you want to fill in. So it's something that requires time and seeing people and who can do it. You did off the cuff. It's just a waste of time. We cannot verify. But go ahead.
Okay, I don't think it's rocket science for me to know right now who is outstanding, who has been outstanding in Kenya, and who can help Kenya. Sitaki kukaa nikisema ati bado natafutia tu 51 million. We don't have that time to do that.
Okay, start with the list. Go ahead.
So Mimi, at the top of the lineup, I have Fred Matiang'i, I have Mother Karua, I have Okia Omtata, in that order, okay? And then I expect that those three people will work with like-minded people who now we are calling professionals who are qualified to serve in certain departments. That is my take. So I don't want to keep bahatishani nikisema ati Wakenya ni wengi, Wakenya wako wapi, Wakenya wangapi wako wengi. You know, we are all many here and we are not vying for presidency. I'm one of them. I'm not vying for presidency. I personally feel I'm qualified, but I'm not vying for presidency. You see, I personally feel that I'm qualified for anything, but I'm not vying for anything. So what I
Hapo Julie umekuja ukiwa mkali, lakini
but
maliza. No, endelea.
let me
Umekuja ukiwa
nimalize.
mkali hapo,
Mosquito is
umeguza
qualified to run
really.
for president in
You,
Kenya.
all of you, please wait. I finish. You have been talking alone here. Wait, I finish. Now I'm the one talking. Can everybody mute? Now, I will be very specific personally. I will say I have a lineup of men and women that I feel will not let down Kenya. Nimeanza na Fred Matiang'i, niko na Mother, the two, Fred Matiang'i, Mother Karua are at the top of my list. They can either be president or deputy president, any one of them. Then I have Okia Omtata. I can also bring Maraga in. Okay, he proved a point when he nullified the election, and I think we hold him like somebody who can work at the top. Okay, so if I have those four characters, and they are able to bring characters that agree with them, they'll not let us down. So let me say this now: we're not going for an election right now. Okay, what's first, we need a change of government. We need something to happen, like chochote tu kifanyike tuondolee Ruto ndio tuanze kusema kwa tunataka watu kama hao, lakini meanwhile we have people in mind that we feel are qualified to the at the top. According to me, those are my people, so I'm very specific. So nyinyi wetu endeleni.
Okay, let me go next. You're specific, but you took from my list. I talked of Matiang'i, I talked of Karua. Now, moving on from there, if you ask me technocrats, if I was to look for somebody, I said we need somebody who is in the army, some army background. Maybe we can, of course, I'd have chosen someone like Ugola, but now he's late. But somebody from with some army background. If I go to education, I said Matiang'i. If I think of somebody in terms of economics, there was one governor, bank governor, the Catholic guy, what is his name? The Catholic guy who was the governor of the treasury, CBK. He's can't remember his name. Was he Patrick Njoroge or something? Patrick Njoroge, the CBK governor. I think he was able to handle the finances very well, and he'd be very good to be on such a team. Okay. Then if we were to look for people like in the academics, I said finance, in the academics, we can look for people who have led maybe in the university or understand the university structures or the education structures. Maybe I don't have a name out of the cuff. Again, I said I only gave the structure of having probably 12 people. And then if you go to agriculture, for health, that is what I was saying. There were 4 or 5 people who I had touched on, but I gave the structure that we need somebody good on defense, good on economics, good on education, good on health, and of course infrastructure. If we can have that network, that structure that the parties need to produce their lot. We say, you're this party, you're a coalition of parties, give us your 12 for these key areas. This party or these individuals, give us your 12. Then we'll be able to see whether they'll inspire us. We'll interview them, we'll do background checks on them, see what they can, and then we all watch the interview. Then we choose our leaders. We choose the team that comes with the best. That way, these people will be looking for experts to join their party, because we're still a party system. They'll be looking for experts, and that way, Kenya will win. But if we are going around looking who has got the most followers, who has got behind them in terms of tribes, we're going to lose the future battle that we're now heading into in the next dispensation of the world. That's what I said. The structure should be there for every party to look for those experts. And Sonny PK said, but then that can still end up being tribal. No, the tribe is not there. We're not asking what tribe you are. Check. No, it's what you can do. Thanks.
Okay, I get you. So, but I guess the tribe will still play. However, it may not supersede what
the tribe. We're dropping the tribe. That's what I'm saying. It's what you can. Okay, if you come with a party that you're all experts and you're all from one tribe, then we'll see. We're gonna see how that works out. It's just people are gonna look for experts in areas, not for who has got what tribe behind them. We have to stop that. It's killing us.
I don't think anybody will do that.
That's what they've been doing throughout. We've been we're tribal. Even when we have discussions, it always ends up being tribal. I'm saying we need to move away from tribe to experts.
I don't know. Somehow, we have to cross one bridge at a time. So
that's the problem. We have to this time. We need to jump. Actually, we need to jump a bridge or two if we're going to rescue Kenya. If we start saying that, we're going to end up going with our old school way of thinking, and we'll end up in the same hole. We have to think something completely different.
Honestly, without disturbing what you guys are talking about, I feel like comfort is right. We need to jump we need to jump to boards, Julia.
Mato, may I finish? May I finish?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm saying this: we have to have somebody who will give us the way forward. Who is interviewing who right now? We have just right now. If you listen even to the Gen Z, we have already identified their people. They know the kind of people. They have a few people, not more than 4, that they have identified that they believe they can trust for Kenya. So So that person, those few people, are the ones they will definitely be looking also for tribal backing. We cannot run away from that. So, but however, the good thing right now, the way I'm seeing the feelings of Kenyans, is the fact that there are people who have been mentioned. One of them is Fred Matiang'i. Even that's why we were asking the other day, has Fred Matiang'i really said he wants to be president? But his name has been floating all over, which means there's a general kind of an agreement that people can trust their country in his hands. Then Mother is coming out very good, very outstanding. Okay, Omtata is also one of the guys that has pleased Kenyans so much. Maraga, so there are a few people who are coming out outstanding. So without even talking about parties, whichever party they come from, there are individuals in Kenya who are outstanding right now. That is my take. So then now the parties.
Really, all these people that you've just mentioned to me, all of them, at least they have a 10-year prior spotlight. So at least 20 or 10 years we've known them. Is it that Kenya doesn't?
Okay, I will come there, Matu. In fact, I'm coming back to you now.
Yes,
personally, I've given my people, and you have a problem with them. Mato, can you categorically give me 5 names of Kenyans that you think are outstanding and Kenyans can trust them? And don't tell me 51 million Kenyans. Be very categorical. You don't want to beat around the bush here. Endelea, karibu.
I know nimekuweka kwa limelight na pia unataka
we are not beating around the bush.
I'm coming. Nakuja.
5 people.
Nakuja. Okay.
Yes, karibu.
Okay, thank you. I feel Murara is something that needs to be given a chance. I feel kuna aka kasichana kengine kale kaliambia baba ka nyumbani. I feel she also needs to be given a chance. I feel like someone like Julia should be given a chance. I feel like Comfort also should be given a chance. I feel like Keep should be given a chance. I feel like Njiru should be given a chance. And I also feel like just the people that are coming up. I just feel the old gods or says wanajiita oligarchs, the ones that come and tell us kijana unanyongelesha kama nani. I feel they need to step out. There's a big senator na sijui kwa nini wanapendanga whenever they go to the Senate or to our parliament buildings, they say that even United States does this and whatever. And I'm going to go again and say that what they do, I'm going to use them against them. There's a senator that said there's a young generation that is coming and it doesn't care. What we need to do, the best thing that we can do is get the hell out of their way. It has come a time that wacha waende kabisa wote, even the kina babu winos, if they're coming with us, wakae na sisi. I think Babu is good. He's a good man. Shida yake ni venye hiyo story yake going to school for 7 years. I didn't even get it. 7 times na vitu kama hizo. So I think he's also kinda. Kina Gladys Wanga, they've done their job. Uhuru, they've done their job. Ruto, they've done their job. Wamonyoro pia yeye mpatieni Mike. Me, I think he's a good man, mpatieni tu Mike, lakini haizingia kwa governorship anymore. Raila, I mean, he made his bed. Let it just work it like that. Because it comes to a point that Singapore ikuzaliwa na watu kucheza about the last things. Mimi saizi siwezi kaa hapa hivi nianze kusema ati Mkikuyu ni mbaya, sijui nini niko hivi, sijui Mkamba, sijui nini Kalonzo, sijui nini. Mimi hata sitaki kusikia story ya mtu mwenye nimekuwa nikijua tangu nizaliwe, even where I am. I am just saying kuna kakitu kingine tunaweza fanya. Ukiona vitu kama material, mimi nikiangalia material yenye venye nyumba zinajengwa, I want to bring new technology. Kuna watu wengi wako out there na saizi tumeanza kuchapwa in as much that hata Trump mwenyewe kuna watu wengi, mimi one being of them, mwenye tunakubali Trump, we say, you know what, we needed him so that atushtue pia sisi tujue what to do. But the fact that mnashtuliwa na Trump hivi alafu kila mtu anakimbia, kila mtu ajui nini ya kufanya, yet we have everything that we can do. Tena saizi mnaambiwa sijui housing, sijui nini, ni kama kuna mtu hayuko kwao. All I'm trying to say is that it has come to a point, kama itakuwa story ya media, construction, or whatever makes a country, it has to be country. The country that we have. We have to listen to Julia. Even politics, we have to listen to Comfort. We have to listen to Kip. We have to listen to Njiru. But we cannot, and especially as I close, mimi kwanza sitaki kusikia kwa I want to say Congress, but kwa parliament yetu mtu akisema ati America does this. Who's America to us? Do we even care? So I hope nimekujibu Madam Julie. Bado niko hapa hivi nasikiza, but I think that's why I agree with Madam Comfort so much, because I think most of us think that there's nothing that we can do unless the people who have been there can do it. And that is my biggest problem.
Okay. If I may jump in, again, we'll end up going back to the one person, identifying one person who can lead. When I began this conversation, I began with corporate model. That is like having the board of governors, a team that will inspire the country by showing that they can cover several areas. Because even if you choose Matiang'i, like I chose him for, I think, education or like that, he doesn't have the other parts, that the other pieces, maybe about economics or maybe justice or issues of defense or health. We can't find it in one person. And given that one person, maybe, maybe that could be the mistake we have in our country, given the kind of tribes we have and the cultures we have. So I was suggesting we use a corporate model that has worked in the leading countries, Dubai, UAE, and Singapore, Rwanda. If we take that model, then we choose a team that will occur Kenya. And this team will be based on what they can do, what they can prove to us, based on their experiences, and we do their background check. We also do their lifestyle check, everything, and they convince us. If we, the people, because we are employing them, we are donating our voice for them to represent us. So we put let's call it a rubric of what we're looking for, a team. So any party that wants to run for these positions, they need to have a team of experts that can inspire us. So us, as the employers, will choose the party that inspires us most in all departments, which cannot be found in one person. You can't be an expert of infrastructure, health, education, defense, justice, and all that. But we can then recognize a team that is serious to come up with a board of governors that can be hired by Kenyans. And when they're doing so, they'll reach a blockage if they cannot find people in their tribe. Okay? So they'll have to actually look for experts. And then we'll choose a team that can help us. They'll answer the questions that we need. If we keep on identifying one person that, oh, that person is on who I need, why? Maybe you liked his education. You like the way he handles this or that or the other thing. I know he also, Matengi also handled defense. But we need to have a team the way the country is, and for us to be able to move ahead. Otherwise, we'll have somebody, maybe he was a pastoralist, maybe he was good in agriculture and planting maize, running the country, and that's it. So each department will be run like a farm. Kuvuna. Maybe that's what's happening. But that was my point. And so when I get that structure, when I was put on the spot to come up with, just hold on. When I was given that structure, I was told to come up with the names. I couldn't come with them that time. So as we go on, I'm just giving the structure. If we can move in that direction. Otherwise, again, the commission has gone back to that person, down to 3. It's not going to work. We need to have a team. Thank you.
Can I put something?
Okay. Yes, I'm coming to Njiru. Mato, you didn't answer me because I already told you not to mention me and other people that you know are not vying for anything. So you just ran away from my question. You did not answer me. I'm sorry. And I don't know, maybe I'm not.
I gave you 8, not even 5.
Not like, either I'm not communicating to you or I don't, it's so hard to communicate. Because I just said right now, it is not 51 million Kenyans who are vying for presidency. It will only be at most maybe 10 people. So out of these 10 people, we have to decide who we think we can trust our country with. And Kenya is a presidential system. So even before we decide that which team we need, we have to, let me finish, please, let me finish. We have to identify who is the kind of a person we want to identify with. So however much we want to run away from this thing of a person, we must just identify with a few people, not more than 5. Okay, we must just identify with a few people. We cannot have a group of 20 people telling us what to do. That one will be chaos. All these parties, wherever in Nyanza or in Western or in Mount Kenya, Kisii or wherever, or Nairobi, have to have their flag bearers. And you know, the bulk stops at the flag bearer. Hata kwa nyumba yako, if you have a family, we'll not start looking at you, your children, your cousin, your what. We look at the wife and the husband first, and then tunaenda kwa watoto. Si ati tuanze kukagua watoto. So all these parties, we have their flag bearers and their leaders. So we'll be looking at those people first. Then those are the people that we'll be asking ourselves, wanatupatia timu inakaa namna gani? Now, Madu, when I ask you that, I asked you to be categorical. You did not give me any categorical. You told me about Murara. I agree with you about Murara. Murara will be somewhere. Someone mute, please. Murara will be somewhere. Definitely will be somewhere. I think the young man is really pronouncing himself. I love that. He'll be somewhere in that government. I believe that he'll be somewhere. He'll get somewhere. But then you told me ati yule msichana mwenye alisema baba baka huyu watoto sijui wameenda wapi. There are a lot of them that I feel should come out and vie for video parent. I think the Gen Z should really come out na watetee viti mingi. I hope they're gonna do that. But then, as we talk now, whom are we seeing? If the elections were called tomorrow, mtakuja kuita Judy hapa US ati akuja akasimame. I've not said I'm gonna be a politician. I don't want to be a politician. So why beating around the bush? We only have a few people that we know. Those are the people we are trying to analyze and really look at who are these people. So
honestly, Juliet, I agree with what you're saying.
We are critically looking at those people. Okay, Matu, let me marry, then you'll have your time. We are critically looking at these people. Who are they? What do they stand for? You cannot be here saying, beating around the bush, you'll have a group of people, we'll have a Kina Julia. It is just like running away from our responsibility. And either you're running away from your responsibility or you don't want to admit that there are people who stand out, or both of them. I'll come back to you, Mato. Njiru was trying to say something, then you come back and rebut to that. Njiru?
Sawa, Judy, I wanted to add something in respect to what happened today because it is important. There are two things. Today we were able to see a woman who is being used by Ruto as a proxy. I don't know in what. Kuna msichana anaitwa Nyarari. And I think we need to take some good time to discuss about that woman. Wengine wanasema ati pia wakati wa Uhuru walikuweko. But who are these people? Who they wanatokezango ile wakati maybe sometimes the president is very unpopular. This Nyarari I tend to think is one of the bigger gameplay ile ambayo inataka kutumika Mount Kenya region to try and convince people that there is something which the government is doing. Munaona hata sisi tuko hapa tumepewa ma projects na nini. It's just like the same thing which is being done in Jesus Winner Church. Jesus Winner Church is the bigger attempt trying to lure Kikuyus back. How much percentage they will get of the Kikuyus, I don't know. But it's that attempt of Ruto desperately wanting to bring Kikuyus. Number 3, I wanted to say that we also have new people in town. Maraga alijitokeza leo. Na venye Maraga amejitokeza leo, yeah, thank you Andy. Venye Maraga amejitokeza leo, kumesemekana Maraga anaweza kuwa rais. Now, and I saw him with some few people. Why are we not seeing the movement of the people? Why are we not seeing the movement of the people trying to identify with Maraga now or whoever? Because I think Maraga can be a good candidate. Maraga is 100 times better than Matiang'i, yule ambaye hajajitokeza. We are waiting for Matiang'i. Unajua, as long as mtu amejitokeza and we see that huyo mtu akona kitu, why is it that the people's movement, sisi, we are not now talking about like that candidature which looks good na imejitokeza and we surround it? I think Matiang'i ako nje, and I think sio Matiang'i nani, Maraga, and I think Maraga we can actually encourage him. Maybe pengine anaweza tokezea alafu sasa na then tukua tuko serious na yeye, we lose a very probable candidate because of not waiting. Wale wamejitokeza, let's run with them. Maraga is here. He has said that he can be a president. We need to encourage him. I think people need to start writing letters to him. There was a time sijui kama Gen Zs walikuwa wameidentify na yeye, but I think now candidates are coming. Watu kama akina Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua, even if awasimami, we have other generals who are good and can do this thing. So Julia, my question is, what are we doing with Maraga to encourage? Because we know Maraga has political experience. I think itabidi watu wajitolee to help him on political strategy. People's movement has to look onto how to enter into that. If we agree that Maraga is a good person, nasema tu. But for me, I am convinced that Maraga can do 100 times better than Ruto. He could not be the best, but he can do better. Good candidates wameanzia kujitokeza. How are we going to encourage them ili hao watu wasiishe mvuke? Because remember, Maraga hana experience and he needs us. We need to encourage him. That's what I wanted to add.
That's why I'm saying, Jiru, we are going to narrow down on those good candidates when yanajitokeza. We're not going to deal from the blues. Ati from the blues we are trying to imagine. Ati kujeni mujitangaze mwenye anataka kusimama. I mean, no, we are not gonna do that. We're gonna just look at those who are coming out. Now we have their names. You said we have Matiang'i, we have Karua, we have Maraga, we have Okiya Omtata, we have Murara. Even those that kasichana Kenya kanaitangwa Wanjira. I mean, those nasikia kamesema katasimama sijui Mathare ama katasimama wapi. You know, there are people who have now proved to be outstanding. So we'll not operate from the dark. We'll operate from the people we know. So, Matthew, you want to reply?
Yes, I want to reply something, please. And you know, it's been biting me. The thing is that, my dear sister, and we've been here for a very long time. Nikuulize, as you're talking about Maraga, and I'm gonna be legit because I think yes, hawa watu tunafaa kuangalia vizuri. Na nikikuja chini niseme tuangalie Julia, tuangalie Njiru, tuangalie kina nani. Yes, I'm playing my game to look at it. Ama tuangalie mtu kama Madam Comfort, to look at these other people that we've never tested. Sasa now you're talking about Maraga and you're selling a very rotten case in me, because Maraga, first of all, ajimaliza makesi zake za that ile kesi yake ya land. Who else are we talking about? We can talk about Ruto Ajimali za ICC. We can talk about this who Kalonzo. Kalonzo, I think there's something in inaitwa nini huko.
Kalonzo is a diplomat.
Iko nini inaitwa
We've
nini?
not talked about Rutomato. Tell us.
Yes, I'm coming.
Kesi gani Maraga konawa ya nini? Ni kesi gani Maraga konawa ya shamba?
Alikuwa na ile ya tao ile nini, alikuwa na kesi fulani hapo hivyo ya land kubwa sana pale hivyo town ile siku.
Anybody who knows what Mato is saying?
They will tell you on that. I mean, it's public nini, it's public, it's there, they know. Nani hapo hivyo Nairobi or something. Huyo ako na kesi, Kalonzo ako na kesi. Martha Karua yeye kesi sijui ya Martha Karua, lakini naweza sema Martha Karua time ya nini aliingia story ya 2007, but kesi real kesi yake real yenye inaweza pelekwa kwa court of law hiyo sina, lakini tunajua time ya Kibaki endo.
Okay, Mato, can you name 5 people who beat those people?
I have already did that.
You have named Julia. Are you serious, or you are just playing around?
I'm not playing around, Julia.
No,
you know
you're
me.
playing around. Atuna name Julia, atuna name Julia naweza simama. Mimi nimekwambia sasa
hivi. Julia huwezi simama Kenya?
I already told you I can't. I don't want. Nimekwambia name 5 people. 5 people that Kenyans know. Don't beat around the bush.
Kwa nini una feel lazima mtu mwenye anajulikana kwa
No, you're not answering me. Let me go the next person. Next person, Ellie. Na who sijui ni nani Kevin? Who is Kevin? Anybody who knows Kevin? Matuna Stone mnajua yule mwenye kwa background.
Wacha niangalie haraka. Kevin, mwambie tuweke kwanza video ndio niweze.
Kevin, please show your video.
Alafu atazima after that if he doesn't want to be seen. Alafu nitazima after that. Nitamuongeza but siwezi muongeza kama simuoni.
Okay. Kuna watoto masoma comment section, kuna watu wamekuingilia huko. Kevin, please show your video early.
Nishazoea siku hizi hata siogopaji. Anyway, since you continue, lakini Kevin akionyesha nitamuingiza.
Thank you, Julia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think Martin, I'm supporting you 100% because number one, elections in Kenya will be stolen. Number two, we are putting the names of people who have fleeced the economy. And we're not looking at the chances that we have some very, unique people who are not even known. And that day will come, we'll be there somewhere where we'll have people who not many Kenyans know them, but they'll make a huge difference. So I think for me, it's just early days, because we just came out of that political nightmare in 2022. Alafu, saizi tumeanza campaign. To tell Mato that he has to name 5 politicians who he thinks that they're the best option, I think it's an impossible job because we know that majority of those are in, political, gang. The most of them, they know each other. They do things together. It's a musical chairs. So for me, I wouldn't even encourage people to vote because I believe that we still have a big problem in terms of elections. Thank you.
This person called Kevin anasema ni rafiki ya Eli lakini we are not sure. Eli, unaona comment section ya private chat. Tell that person to show his video so that we tumweke kwa show. Kama atuoneshi video, we cannot add them because we don't know what they are planning to show us. PK, Amamato, whoever wants to speak.
No, I agree with what you said. I really would want, because we always advocate for people to come in here and have a conversation with us. So, Kevin, please just we'll see you. Nobody will see you. You're okay. Unless Julia, you wanna vote.
Watu kuna mtu anakuuliza, Alex is asking which case of land you've not told us ati Maraga alikuwa na kesi gani?
Ilikuwa
I think
ya
that's an allegation because
okay.
sijaisikia Maraga na kesi.
No, alikuwa nayo ya nini inaitwaje na iko Nairobi. Guy ni nani atanichapia kitu. Alikuwa nayo. People in the comment section watu wenye wanatusikiza, please help me out because I can pull up the case.
Pull up the case, you tell us, because I don't remember that. Otherwise, for me, we look at the people we have. This,
okay, the case is the case for Maraga is that he was a former member, the president of the Supreme Court, and anyone in the Supreme Court of Kenya since 2013, they are corrupt. So, case closed.
now, Ellie, what do you mean they are corrupt? Do you have any evidence?
Yes, and they met in a parking lot somewhere.
No, you people, has Maraga been sued for corruption? I mean, you are just haters.
Okay, nani ananiambia it's Matiangi, not Maraga, but I understand. Calvin's, I understand. Yes, kuna hiyo ya Matiangi, and I think because of the names, nini. But there was also a Maraga one where it was actually a land thing and the money exchange and briefcases. Nani anaweza kuja hapa hivi?
You people, me, I think you people, you are talking out of hearsay. Elisa amesema anyone who was in the Supreme Court was just corrupt. He is not given us any evidence, no allegations even in court. Hakuna hata mashtaka imepelekwa against Maraga. Can we just stop this? Because now I think we are lying to the viewers. We are talking to haters.
Julia,
yes.
Justin Muturi, who was a former speaker in Uhuru Kenyatta's, I think, term. Justin Muturi was one of the most well-known corrupt magistrates. Even there was a case against him. Alafu wakaenda wakamwosha as a clean person. In the Kenyan judiciary, you will be
Nani alimwosha? Ni Maraga alimwosha.
No, okay. What I'm trying to say is that in the Kenyan judiciary, it's very difficult to find a pure, clean member of the bench. It doesn't matter what tribe. That bench stinks.
Thank you, brother. I don't know where you came from, but thank you so much for saying that. Asante. Thank you so much for saying that. Watu wajui hizi vitu na wataki kusema.
Now, Mato, what are you thanking him for? For not making any clear allegations about Maraga? I mean, I'm sorry, we have to be clear here and specific, and we have even to provide information that has been a court of law. You know, you people, you know, we are talking to Kenyans, and we cannot come here to make allegations that we cannot provide evidence about. I'm sorry, it is not fair. It is not fair. Eli nikisikia mtu alisema kitu kuhusu chako, alafu nikuja hapa kusemama na sina uhakika. It is not fair. It is very unfair, actually. Like Eli is making a blanket condemnation saying that Maraga was corrupt because the judges were corrupt. Even though we have corrupt judges, just as the corrupt government officials. I mean, okay, nimeona Alex. I'll give you a chance, Eli and Matu, to rebuttal that. Let me hear.
Do you remember Justice Ringera?
Yes.
When Kibaki took over in 2002.
Yes.
And that thing they called the radical surgery. Even you know, in international landscape of any politics, judiciary, waliona Kenya kama an example of something good happening. So Justice Ringera threw out judges and magistrates, over 100. Hata kila wale kisiji ule Quach, Justice Quach, those famous judges, they were thrown out. But still the judiciary found more problems after that radical surgery of judiciary. So even when we think or we suspect that the Kenyan bench of judges is a stinking lot, it is right for Kenyans to think like that because they know. So wewe unatuambia tukupatie evidence ya nini? So kuna evidence that they are not corrupt.
I don't have evidence to accuse them, so I don't have a right to accuse them. Just even if you don't have a right to accuse them, if you don't have any evidence, I think it'd be unfair to do that, to make that blanket condemnation. Just like you do not want us to do that to you. You'd not like us to do that to you. If you are in their shoes, out of allegations, at in riskier area, they said my even riskier. How would you feel, Alex? Ama si Alex nimeadmit mtu mwingine. It is good. And somebody called Kevin, please show your face. We can't admit you. I will call Njiro Mwaura nitawashtaki. Njiro, tell your friend to show us uso wake. Hey, nyinyi watu mmeenda kulala, basi nitafunga show.
Julian, let me say
Usikunje tuko hapa.
wacha niseme hivi quickly. My disclaimer first of all, I think I was disappointed with Maraga how he even pronounced his presidential ambition. I mean, it was below the belt, and he seemed to be so inarticulate and looking for words. And I mean, it was just murmuring and bumblings for me, but that's not the reason I've come up here to lie that Maraga had a land case, in specific. I don't care what Eli says on saying the judiciary is corrupt. That's true, that's a fact. But we have seen people come out of the judiciary and seek elective seats. So that should not be a reason why Maraga cannot be accepted. But I'm coming up here specifically to say that you don't lie and get away with it. Which land case is this you're talking about Maraga? There is no land case about Maraga. It's a man who, when he was being vetted, and he has said it openly, and Stone PK gives us his clip here all the time. I say, if I took any bribe or I gave any bribe, come here. He was very straight to the country. Nobody ever came up. And you can imagine the media was listening to that. So I want Ndeto to tell us clearly, where did he get that from? And then when he's being asked, he say, you people don't know this land case, you people, you didn't. And now Eli comes and gives a blanket statement. Then he say, thank you, without specifically saying, okay, this is the land case. The person who has been named with the land issue has always been Matiang'i, and it's the Ruaraka land, and we know that it is open. And the other land that he has is also belonging almost in Kisii Secondary School in Kisii and Simbauti. We know those three cases. Adversely named is Matiang'i. In the media, back at home, we know that. But Maraga, that would be a lie. I've never heard about it. And you have to prove it here. Not because I support him or is my tribe mate. No, because I know him to be a person who was my church elder and who has always been non-corrupt. I will defend him on that. Thank you.
Now, this person called himself Njiru. Can you talk to your friend? Anasema atatushtaki kwako, mwambie tuonyeshe uso. Penny ni wewe? I hope huyo ni Penny ama Pen? Brother Pen. Okay, wacha niwasome Dani Daila sana niambia. Julia.
Court of Appeal Judge David Maraga Kenani was the second member of the bench after Lady Justice Martha Koome to opt for public grilling by the board vetting judges and magistrates as part of the process to clean up the judiciary. The judge, who joined the bench in 2003, faced 12 complaints, mainly from the Rift Valley branch of the Law Society of Kenya. LSK Secretary Apollo Mboya submitted on behalf of his learned friends. Corruption allegations against the judge ranked top on the list of complaints received by the board.
A political aspirant in Nakuru town as having gone round saying that he brokered a deal with the judge on a favorable ruling. The information went further to say that they cannot disclose the name of the agent, who is well known to the judge.
And the judge fought off the bribery allegations the best way he knew how to.
Get me that Bible. In the name of God, the creator of the entire universe, I have never taken a bribe, and I will never take a bribe.
Justice Maraga was also on the spot for alleged ethnic bias in his rulings. The Rift Valley lawyers cited a judgment he made in 2009 in a criminal case involving Andrew Moeche Omwenga, who was facing charges of murdering the then newly elected Aina Moi Member of Parliament, David Kimutai To, and a woman, Eunice Chepkwony, in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County. Justice Maraga reduced the charge from murder to manslaughter. Moeche is from the Gusii community, just like Justice Maraga.
The judge is swayed by his ethnicity in some of the decisions he has made. I didn't look at this man as a Kisii and then craft a judgment to suit the decision I reached. No.
Reading the judgment and looking at that judgment, what concerns me is you don't start out by analyzing the evidence. You don't start out by looking at what was before you.
The accusation here is this poor fellow happened to be a Kisii. You know, that's unfair. Board members, let me ask you, if I'm to get it that I'm not supposed to hear cases of my tribesmen, let me be told.
Other witnesses who appeared before the vetting board to testify against Justice Maraga included city lawyer Peter Ngoge and a former Postal Corporation of Kenya employee Festus Kimutai Langat, who faulted some of his judgments. The process of vetting Court of Appeal judges continues. It will be followed.
Anyway, Julie ukiendelea. Thank you. Umecheza hiyo.
So,
Anyway,
which all were not proven. All those allegations were not proven, and he was still given the job. That tells you that those were false allegations.
Julia, was Ruto and Uhuru's thing to ICC false allegation because it was not proven?
Ruto's case has never been dismissed, by the way. Do you know that?
True, yes. 100%.
The witnesses
Right.
disappeared.
Yes.
So it means that those are two different things. Maraga was not even taken to court. That was a recruitment thing that was being asked, that there were allegations about you and about you. Hizo kesi hazikupelekwa kotini.
Okay, have you ever seen Gachagua being nini akiwekwa kwa koti akiwa kama amevaa nini pingu?
Gachagua was taken to court na pesa yake ikachukuliwa na serikali ya Uhuru.
was arrested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex, for
That
saying
is the difference.
Yes.
Maraga was not arrested, was not taken to court. That was an interview panel, and there were allegations that came up. That's the difference between Ruto being taken to jail.
I'm gonna keep quiet on this because I think
yes, we must provide information here yenye imepelekwa kotini na imekuwa mtu mpaka mtu akaproviwa alifanya makosa kama Ruto. See, we can't come here saying that mtu say this about this person. So this is
okay. Julie, do you want me to bring in Kevin? Amekuwa hapa for a long time.
Anasema atujui ni nani huyo.
No. Don't.
Bring him.
Wacha atoe picha.
Kenyaga kanaweza mleta.
Hapana, atoe picha. Aiona.
Nilikuwa nimeweka peni. Kwa nini mmetoa pen? Pen nilikuwa nimemweka.
Peni hajatolewa.
Ameenda.
Ni amejitoa.
Okay. So
huyu Kevin
Julian na Stony, huyu Kevin ni nani? Mulisema hapo ati ananijua.
Anaandika hapo kwa comment section. Atuwe ni best yake.
No, I don't know anyone in this panel. Apart from people I know from way back in Mutembei, like Julia, Tony, Mato, Kip, you know.
Hakusema Eli, alisema Njiro.
Hapo juu amesema oh my friend Eli.
Alex, I know Alex. So,
Hebu soma comment section. Soma private chat.
Just put him on, let's see who he is.
Hapana, ameingiaje private? Nani amemuingiza? Mato ni wewe?
No,
Yeah.
Stone, you know how we run the channels. No, with the missing izangi mtu mwenye, especially wewe Julia and one of those, I mean when you are on hizo rights,
There's no way anaweza
kujiingiza.
Yeah,
So mimi nilikuwa nasema kama at least akionyesha picha huko nyuma, I know wewe ama Julia mkimuingiza, you know, or something like that. Lakini anaonyesha picha sio story.
Akiwa hapo chini, he can access the private section once I'm a jump in. Even if hata kama we have not added him to the show, he can still type an information in the private sector. Ndio alikuwa anasema ati Eli shte wake, lakini I think he's lying. So tuendelee na discussion. Who next?
Me next.
Okay.
Wakenya, Julia, and everybody else, thank you so much for standing with some facts about what reality is. Tuache fishing expeditions. Kenyans, na unajua hiyo katabia unaona hapa kwa TV ndio iko tabia the entire country. Stone PK akideclare sahi, haki ya Mungu mtasikia vitu 101. Oh, Stone PK unajua alikuwa anasemanga ni Mumbere, kumbe si Mumbere. Oh, tulijua Stone PK kwanza kuna watoto wawili alizaa akiwa mwalimu pande ile. Oh, Stone PK alikuwa. Come on guys. Where shall we get watu angels kuja kufanya? Na unajua Kenya ni nchi moja, haiwezi kuwa na nchi nyingine, hatuwezi kuwa na Waganda ama wa Tanzania ama wazungu kuja kuvini. Where do you want? Alafu tunasema kwanza tunatoa Kenyan with love ati ataki wale watu wa zamani. Sijui where. Na Martha ameanza hiyo question. Ni nchi gani? Ni nchi gani unaenda unakuta watu wapya wote? Enda Senegal ambayo actually Botswana. Go and look at that cabinet. Ni watu wa siasa, hata even if they are young. Ni watu walikuwa siasa. Unasikia huyu alikuwa kwa party fulani for the last 15 years. You know, unajua watu wameanza ile we are lost. We think to reduce young na youth as if it is unaweza kuwa in politics at the age of 12. Come on guys. And there is no way unaweza jump kama Murada vile amejump hivyo, alafu kuja tuende umeenda kwa helm. Sasa ile path ameingia saa hii ndio hiyo. Although one thing ambaye nilikuwa na wish and I had also, nilikuwa the time I used to chat with him a lot, nilikuwa nimemwambia avoid maneno ya party, but akakuwa overwhelmed na hawa nini, hawa watu wanajidai ati ni political advisors, wanamwambia asiingie party yoyote ya wazee, aanzishe yake, aweke tu vijana tupu. You know, but the thing is it's not about the party. It is you. What's your character? What is it you stand for? You know, usiweke party kwanza, put self first. What am I offering? Napatia ni nini nataka kupatia wananchi? Ni nini nataka kupatia wananchi na nitawapatia vipi? Martha ameanza hizo maswali zote. Zote in fact kama mmesikiza Martha hiyo ni clip tumecheza, hii maswali ingine mingi, hiyo Kenya mnatafuta you will not get it. Forget it. Hiyo Kenya mnataka president awe 18 years old na cabinet iwe 18 kwanza the constitution done and allow. Na Martha amesema watokelezee basi. Mato lete hao watu unaita young, waambie waingie kuanzia MCA all the way mpaka presidency. They will be elected. Martha amejibu vizuri kwanza ile si balloon utapiga pum watokeleze. They have to present themselves. Guys, and I think diaspora is the one that really misses the boat. We are so disoriented with politics Tukishaingia hizi nchi za wazungu, we become illiterate in terms of our political political zinaitwaje shapings in the country, because some of the things we propagate here, unasikia tu huyu mtu alikuwa Kenya 1942, you know. Hata na kwanza today with even hii masimu na nini unakuta huyu ni wale watu wa diaspora hawaongeleshangi watu washago kwao. because you ushaingia ma US, wewe ni mungoso sasa utaki kuongelesha mtu wako kevereshwe jua unaogopa asikuombe do, so you will never get stories zile zinatakikana. Ukiona simu ya Kenya utaki kuchukua, tambua tumeka kitu, na hapo unatuma kitu ndio mtu upewa story. Okay, unaambiwa mazee kunaenda hivi. So basically, if we were to rely on some of us wale wako diaspora ku advise Kenyans, Kenya will never go anywhere. Itaenda anywhere because everybody, kila mtu ni corrupt. Unasahau hata nyinyi mko diaspora mlitoka Kenya, na lazima kwanza kama ulifanya kazi na civil servants uliiba. That I can guarantee. Whoever worked as a civil servant uliiba, ulikuwa corrupt mahali. Kalamu watoto wa shule watoto wako walisoma na kalamu za gaba. Ma stationery walikuwa na stationery za gaba. Ofisi uliiba, masaa unaweka jacket saa, unafika job saa 3 unaweka jacket hapo, unatoka unaenda huko River Road, unarudi saa 5 unakunywa chai unaweka tena unaenda. So when I hear people talking, naona not to give our way forward. Okay, we have a way forward, Julia, and you put it very well. Right now, if we can get somebody to midwife an election properly, we have fantastic candidates that will salvage this country and play it and waiweke vizuri for the so-called Gen Zs in a millennium to take over. They can't just take over a country that is in shambles. Let me ask you guys, what do you think Morara can do if today he's even made a member of parliament? He might even mess like Akina Jalango, Akina Babu Wino. You go shooting people, you umevuta mbangi, umekunywa mashisha nini. What sort of a leader are you? Guys, man, what are we talking about? Being a leader that is of integrity, bwana, yani unasimama na msimamo fulani kutoka kwa familia, hata kama wewe ukunywa pombe kwa paa, hata kama unaendanga nini, you have to know how to hold yourself and carry yourself with the dignity, bro. Na wale wengine, it's not easy. Kama uwezi vumilia hiyo anga yako, kwanza ni anga you are shooting, that is one of the worst mistakes he made, although he became remorseful. He became remorseful because he was under influence. So as a leader, you have to be careful. In fact, afadhali ikiwa unaenda kupiga hizo masherehe nini, acha bunduki kwa gari if you know you are short tempered.
It's not because you've self-incriminated yourself. Hata mwingine hapa hivi Douglas amesema ni ukweli aliibia mtu akiwa presiding officer. You're self-incriminating yourself, bwana. That is what we're trying to run away from.
What are you running away from? Wewe ni Mkenya halisi, hata wewe ni gondi, usha bribe, usha traffic, usha overspeed, acheni bana, tuache kupretend. Mkenya ni yule. Unapiga simu hapa passport, unataka relative wako apewe na 3 days. Wale wengine wanachukua miezi 3. Unaambiwa chota 20k. Jua uko majuu, unatuma. Alafu unasema, mazee unajua, mimi ninajua mtu huku, kwa birth certificate. Unaenda unapewa within an hour. Wale wengine unaambiwa nenda rudi. What are we talking about? Tuseme hii kitu tutafix pole and to fix it is to begin with the likes of Martha, the likes of Maraga, the like who are saying mimi nikiingia. Even Morara, I always say one statement I like about Morara is alisema, na I repeat consistently. That is when you know somebody has and believe in what he says, and he doesn't say it akiwa anashai. He says it in front of the cameras that akipata chance kuingia hivi atanyonga wezi. What does that mean? It doesn't mean necessarily ati kuwachukua ukiwakata shingo nini na nini. It means you will be so tight that kama we umezidi na unaiba na umeiba utaenda jela. That is na nani amerudia hiyo. Maraga amerudia. Martha mumejua amesema hivyo, the rule of law. Wewe Mato unasemanga constitution. How will constitution be followed kama watu hawafuati sheria?
Mimi Stone, with all the viewers and everybody that is listening to us, not the panelists here. Mimi bado Stone, hata unigongo uniangusha ufanye nini, you're my big brother. I will tell you the constitution. If you don't follow the constitution, let's kick it out. We don't need a constitution because your constitution inatuambia venye tunafaa kukaa, na kama watu wafuati your constitution, I am not for Kenya. Sorry.
So why would why then would you not support somebody who says that is what will be followed? Because that's the law. That's the law.
If somebody has already broken the constitution in the past, you see, like
which one? Where?
Why can't we come with people who have never even broken the constitution? People like Mr. It's good here. We don't know anything of you breaking the constitution. Why? I mean, are we so? I mean, is there like a clique or a clan that actually belongs?
Matoni time yangu. Wewe unafanya wild goose chase. Na hatuwezi kufuata because hatutaenda anywhere, right? So sisi tunataka kuchagua hao ambao tunaambiwa aliiba land and nobody has proved aliiba. Okay? Aingia aende aibe ndio tuone. Okay? So Kenyans, we have candidates. Those who are listening to us, we have candidates. But if you are waiting for an angel from heaven, bas wewe tafuta inchi yako. Okay? We have candidates. They have been enlisted here. And that's why I called upon those who want to see changes happening in Kenya. You begin a journey with the first step. Lazima tuanze na first step. Tuko na fantastic candidates on the table. Okay? Now, talking about watu wa kusaidia, ati sijui nani ana ati experience ya gava. What experience do you need to ensure that mtu anafuata law? I'm asking all of you na mmeenda shule. Today, what experience do you need? Umeambiwa usimamie wewe ni tuseme umewekwa president. Ni experience gani unahitaji kufanya watu wafuate sheria? Unless you are telling me on to experience ya kuiba na kuficha. I'd rather be appointed kwa government office without experience. Uone performance vile itatamba. It is so simple, basic. Number one, come to work. Number two, I need to see what you have done every day. Okay? I want to see results, period. Do I need to have worked in Gava to know that people are supposed to deliver by the end of the day? Number four, I don't want to see queues lasting this long. These are some of the things I would put to implement, which is some of the things Matiang'i aliweka. Akauliza Jogoo House hapa, wazazi wanapanga line mchana mzima wakingojea nini? Those simple things ndio ati so and so has no administrative whatever. What do you mean he has no administrative experience? Alikuwa ametoka college. Hata kama ulitoka college, at least you interacted with the people, and whatever course you are studying, there must have been some sort of management. Sijawahi sikia course, any degree course that doesn't have some level of management in it. Sijui ni gani. I don't know. Na sijasikia ile haina some bit of law in it. Sijui. I don't know. For me, the more I know almost every other course has law related to the specific discipline you're taking. Okay? Management, because it's all about managing people in whatever you do, whether it's scientist, whether you are going to be a teacher or whatever you're going to be. So what is this nonsense people tell us? Oh, so and so is a seasoned admin. Those seasoned guys are the ones that are terrible. Those who tell you, and Matiang'i alituambia hapa when we played the clip, they were saying, no, this is how we've been doing things. And the how is the stupid things that they've been doing. So, I'm so happy that we have candidates, but very sad that we don't have a system that can help Kenyans put this good candidates in the position. Hatuna system ya kuinstall hawa watu wazuri, unfortunately. That's why for me, I don't place the cat in front of the horse. I want IBC fixed. How? I don't know. Okay, or we dismantle. We have a caretaker committee that will now put that. Hiyo formula, that is what we will end up having. Whether people like it, I don't know. But that is how it's gonna be. Yeah. Unless that's everybody amebuy into Ruto, they don't want an IBC. Yeah. Because nimeona Raila hiyo maneno sasa imepoa, because yeye amekula analamba lolo. So for him, whether there is election or no election, he doesn't give a damn. Yeah. So I'm putting my hopes in Mother Karua, for example. Yeah. And it's so nice that Mother Karua amekuwa elevated as the convener of the Nini. So she should take that and run away with it. And she doesn't have to call them that she wants to hold a press conference. Anawapatia tu anawa text, tukutane saa 4. And this is what I want to go and issue. Wale wataogopa kabisa. In fact, tunataka wajichuje. Tunataka kama Kalonzo anaogopa akae aseme ana run peke yake. Yes. Wamunyoro na yeye akuje na hiyo pati yake, na sijui itaitwa kama itaitwa Wamunyoro party ama itaitwa nini. So let's not retrogress. In fact, you should take the challenge nilitupa hapa. Diaspora, can you pick a candidate? Wacheni kuogopa mkiambiwa ati msipick one candidate. You have to pick one candidate because that's the system we have right now. Saa hiyo ndio system. We cannot run away from it. Ati tuchukue huyo mmoja na tumwambie what we would want him or her to do. Yeah? Tukishampatia hiyo kazi. Yes, for me that I think that's what we should do. Na diaspora tunaweza simamisha mtu, tukisupport mtu atakuwa. Tuache kukaa hapa na tunaambiwa si ndio tuna pesa mingi. Can you imagine tukichangia kila mtu atoe $100 ama $50 ama hata 40 ama 50. That president atakuwa anaenda he will traverse all the country very well. Ona Morara vile alifanya vizuri with the Kenyans goodwill. So it is doable. It is doable. And we pick the candidate tumwambie aanze saa hii. Look at it this way. Ruto is campaigning. Wamunyoro is sitting under the tree. Akina Kalonzo, they are taking tea in hotels. Na wanasema wako kwa race. Why? Wanaogopa, hawana do. Ama kama wana do, wanaogopa kutumia do. Press conferences zitasaidia na nini? My good God. So I think we already have candidates. Shida sasa ni kusupport candidate. Tununulie candidate wetu 4-wheel drive. A presidential candidate tunamnunulia 4-wheel drive 3 ama 3. Juu moja inaweza haribika, okay? Alafu na gari moja nzuri, big van ama big truck ambayo itakuwa ni outside broadcasting whatever. It's doable. Na tunamwambia how many trips atakuwa ana make, per month, pole, then ana escalate as we move on. And we will have tutanini kwanza, if we empower Martha, we can say Martha, Maraga and kama Matiang'i atakuja ni sawa, but I have my reservation with somebody who has not declared. So until he declared, that's when tutamuleta kwa his question. But for now, tuachane na yeye. Okay? Because he's not in the equation. Ni hiasi. Sahi to deal na nani wale tulisema, Omtata, wale washasema, Martha, okay, Morara. Na nani mwingine tunaona, hao wazuri, tuambie sasa, tunataka waanze kuzunguka. Na tuambie out of you guys, ni tunawarate hivi, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Basi, mjue sasa, that is how it's supposed to go. Kwisha. If you have number 1 and 2, the president na nini, and then immediately tunawaambia in the first 100 days
Stone, for the longest time, for the longest time, as long as we keep on talking of Mother Karua, we keep on talking of Maragas and defending these people, we're never gonna move on. And that's my take, my big brother. And you know, really, you're my big brother. As long as we keep on just talking about these same names that we've known forever, we're never gonna move on. We have to start talking about new names. That's my code. Hapo ndo niko bro, pole.
Okay, unajua Kenyan with love, we nimekuweka kategori ya diasporians. Diasporians wale they are mushroom diasporians, yani wanaitwa uyoga. Hawaezi enda huku, hawawezi enda huku, hawawezi enda huko, hawawezi kuja huku. Waswahili wanasema huku hayuko, kule hayuko, utam. Yani hapa hayuko, kule hayuko. You are neither here nor there, because unasema the more we talk about these people, we will not go anywhere. Alafu when we ask you where, that anywhere, can you designate it and mark it and ipin tujue where you want us to go? Umeshindwa hiyo, umepewa 2 hours, umeshindwa kusema where you want us to go. So let us go with those who have earmarked a place, because sahi tukiambiwa let 10 candidates, si tuna candidates, wewe una hauna bro, si mimi niko naye Julia ako naye.
Ni ukweli, by the way uko serious, by the way ni ukweli kitu yenye unasema, mimi ni ukweli, mimi sina candidate. Sasa watu wanasema Kalonzo siko.
Sasa utatupisha mbao.
No, mimi niko kwa vijana bwana.
Sasa uko kwa vijana unawadanganya, hakuna kijana umesema hata. Ulikuwaga kwa Samuel, ukakuja kwa Kaucho.
Sijai kwa Samuel, please usinitusi, please. Morara sawa, lakini Samuel lako nilijua ako ni Kabasudi. So, Morara sawa. Please. Bro, I love you bro, lakini wacha please, usiache watu kwa channel wadhani mimi nilikuwa mtu wa Samuel. Mimi sijai support Samuel. Anyway.
Okay, Stone. Thank you.
Mi kwanza huyu mwenye anaongea Alex huyo anaweza taka asimame saizi atuambie anasimama wapi. I know there's a time that he wanted to stand for a certain seat tulikuwa tumeongea. I will vote and I will activate everything for mtu kama Alex, because I can see he has a different kind of an ideology of what we are still trying to do. Alex, I'm sorry to say that, but I had to say it.
Anyway, thanks. So, today I was watching the body language of my people. You know, Raila came to Kisii and Yamira, and he had the delegates meeting, and the people who went to those delegate meetings, according to the percentage, are less than 50%. As usual, there was no excitement. I mean, after the delegate meetings, you know, he was to make the pronouncement between the seat of the opposition, either the opposition or go to the government full blown. But I guess he realized he will not announce it in Kisii. I mean, he got a very cold shoulder. If you saw the last press conference they had, before he said he's going now to Narok, you could see Simba not being the Simba we know. I mean, you could see his body language, you could see the people surrounding him, my MP Ngoko Varongo, and conspicuously missing was my friend Kibagendi hapo mbele. I don't know kama alikuwa nyuma ama something of the sort. That tells you that it was a sad day for them, because this is the day again Maraga was pronouncing himself to be giving himself as a presidential candidate, which again I expected a nationwide excitement, because this is the only person that I think the GLC are pushing, and he's around and is accepting that between him and Matiang'i. But then I asked myself, if it was Matiang'i who was pronouncing and giving himself to the seat of the presidency, would we have had more excitement and the Baba thing and everything that we saw today or yesterday in Kenya? The political space would have been like his pronouncement could have been more projected and people could be excited. I don't know, but my gut feelings tells me that yes, Maraga is an option, and I think Kenyans believe in him. But if it was Matiang'i's day to do that, what Maraga did, I guess there will be more excitement than what I saw today. That's my personal feeling. I don't know. You will help me about that. And then I asked, why was no much excitement? I was in the X. I've seen analysis, some of these political analysis in YouTube and other areas. I was watching the news actually. I mean, he was not given that platform that I expected, which tells you either he's a weak candidate or either the media fears him or we are underrating him. So I hope as days come by, he will be more structured now that he has finally thrown the towel in. He will be more structured and more serious, because as you said, we cannot work with what is not there. For instance, Matiang'i, we don't know his stand and his position. And I asked somebody, a good friend of mine who we share politics, I asked him, why do you think so? He said, Maraga is not a candidate that is able to come and fight Ruto. Ruto wants a bully like Wamunyor, and the only bully we have rhetorically who can dismantle him and deconstruct Ruto every speech and knows the government in and out is Matiang'i. So let us not rally around a weak candidate that eventually we will exhaust and ask ourselves, why did we make this mistake? It was like, let us be very clear from the beginning. We need a bully. And that bully.
Let me, bro, as you continue, Alex, with your nini, before I forget, what is this that people are seeing in Wamnyoro? Bullying what? Ruto is being bullied how? Because that is another area Kenyans are getting lost. That when I'm silent and assertive, you think I'm weak. That is it's one of the biggest weaknesses with Kenyans, especially. Ask yourself, why don't people jubilate so much about Mother Karua? They will not. They don't want serious people. Kenyans are thieves, bro. Wanaona shida, and part of the thieves are the media people. It's media who ndio wanawekanga mbwembwe. Kenyans don't want a tough leader. Kenyans don't want somebody who says the law shall be followed, because 98 point something % of our DNA sisi ni wezi. Continue, bro.
Good point. Actually, good point. I didn't see it from that, but I think that's very valid. But I think I'm coming from a position of how Ruto campaigns and how unstructured and unscripted the guy is. If you look at his whole campaign prior to like the last 10 years before he finally stole the election, how he operates like an narcissist, and he's a mendacious character. He lies. And therefore, the problem with lies and lies and lies, they always become the truth, to a point that Ruto was the Mutapeli, but he kept on saying, Watapeli, until we thought we were the Watapeli. So I think I'm looking at how this guy goes full blown and how he campaigns and his energy. And that is where, for me, I believe that, yes, there's a media creation, but also there's that energy too, that because our core base now and what we are banking on is for the young population to make a more informed decision than last time, because these are the same people who voted for Ruto. And you remember in our days in Tembe, we made noise, but they totally believed in him, which I cannot blame them. I mean, sometimes you need to make a mistake. Failure feeds success. Sometimes you need to make terrible mistakes for you to pay. So, but I'm still saying that even if he seems to be not the candidate that, there should have been more excitement, and we should have overshadowed Raila and Ruto and every political activity of the day, so that we can show allegiance to what we are, we are fighting for. Now, the question still lies to me that if you look at the votes, and I don't know, it's not a feeling, the more we are going to project Wamunyoro as an alternative or a deal maker, what people do not understand, it destabilizes the excitement of a third force. And it has its effects. And those effects is there is no option that people are looking for, and therefore they are left without alternative. So I hope in the coming days we will talk more about Maraga, project him as the candidate, give him the free airtime in every way we can, so that this partnership that we just saw today, that finally, and I told you guys, hii maneno ya kusema ati baba atatoka AU ati akuja kutoka kwa serikali ya Ruto, that was hogwash. The guy already has been managing us, Finally he said, the NADCO report ndiye anataka kwenda nayo, which was not a surprise. It was given from the purges that you are seeing in parliament and everywhere, from the appointments, so on and so forth. So it has never been a secret. It's just been a way to manage people to eventually accept that this is what is going to happen. Now, the other thing I disagree with Stone Piquet is this. Sometimes it is not that we are criticizing for no reason. I watched 4 times the interview of Morara and Obina, and that was a lengthy interview, 4 good hours, 3 hours times 4, that is 12 hours. Because I felt I was biased against the man, but I learned a lot, that this is where we go wrong. When given a platform and somebody reveals who they are to us, we refuse to acknowledge totally who this person is. Like, we want to overshadow it just because we want to take Ruto out, and there is another guy there who we are excited about, then we want to ignore who this person is for the sake of that. And that is what Wanjigi warned us and said, okay, we can take Ruto out, put another person, but if we don't do the right thing, then we will go back to the street na tuende maandamano. I said, this is what we should be doing. In as much as we are agitating for change, which will happen, at the same time, we should never bring crooks.
Oh my God, I forgot.
To our platform. If you watch, I don't know if people watched that. It was lengthy. I mean, you get tired, but you don't feel like it is 3 hours. I think this is where I saw like Morara has serious problems. I think Morara should be given an opportunity to just grow from an MP first. Not that we dislike him. No, I think he needs to mature in many ways. The same way we cried when we were in Mtembeya and said, Simba is not capable. Let Simba mature. Simba will make mistakes. And, you know, today Kisii County is dead more than when Ongwae was there. Dead, dead, dead. Totally dead. Corruption at the highest form. Nothing is going on. So, I'll conclude this way. What we saw in Kisii today or last night and yesterday was, I think the people have already moved out of ODM. There was no excitement from the delegates, from the people who are surrounding, who usually come to say hi to Baba. So I think Baba is walking alone. Whatever he said that he came to consult in Kisii, he came for he was a tourist in Kisii. We did not give him a head to go to this government. We did not. I want to make it as a fact. That was it. Because when you saw what Ole Kina has finally said, Ole Kina aliuliza watu wao, Baba ikie serikali ama asiingie serikali? Aingie serikali. That did not happen in Kisii. And I was so surprised that Ole Kina could stooge law to that law. And, you know, but I came to understand during the revenue allocation contagious debate that was there a couple of years ago, we had Team Malala, Team Sakaja, Team Mutula Kilonzo, and Team Ole Kina. This is when that group was sold out. This is when Ruto bought them. And we need to be very careful about the team that was with Malala, Cheriot, and so on and so forth. Why am I saying so? Because it looks like there's something they ate and an oath that that group will come out like it's pro-Kenya. But behind, all of them have always supported Ruto in one way or the other. As long as they have positions, they have no problem. So Baba is in the serikali. I'm glad with it. I'm contented with it because from the day he said he wanted negotiations and the state NADCO report, that's when he killed Kalonzo. Kalonzo went there, negotiated for everything. There is no way Kalonzo is going to go back and say, oh, that NADCO report was wrong. He was the chair. So put Kalonzo count, Kalonzo ameingia serikali, put Raila count, Raila ameingia serikali, and let us chart our path forward knowing that, you know what, if we have to build, we have to build from here. The problem is, if you want to build Matiang'i, and then Matiang'i makes a mistake, and his platform is Jubilee, I think that is going to be a great mistake again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alex, thank you for saying that because you spoke the whole thing that people.
Endelea Kenyan Club, if you have something to say.
Hapana, nilikuwa tu nataka kuambia Alex asante kwa sababu wamesema vitu zingine watu wataki kusema. Endelea Stone PK, the show is still yours. Mimi nilikuwa tu nataka kupatia Alex kongole.
Alex, we have to really, you know, we have to really, you know, like what we call removing our boots and, you know, walk in the mud. And that's what we are doing here, and what you've just done is what is called walking in the mud. And sometimes when I hold shows here, I can tell some of the shows that have gravity, you know. And what I mean by gravity is that, you know, shows that really, if people went to listen, like for example, when we were before elections, because we were so active with our political sides, we would, you know, kind of give these clips, you know, like we had a section of people that we really compelled them to listen to what we were saying those days of Mtembeya. So the same thing, like for me, that's what I've done with my show since we started. I've been asking some of the candidates that I can be able to to text, either directly or through proxy. I've been telling them to listen, because when you listen to such a podcast, you kind of get a raw, raw discussions. You may want to say they are not highly professional if you want, because it's not KTN or Al Jazeera or whatever it is. Because Don Piquet is not presented by, or Eva Alex is not presented at Al Jazeera, all that. You may want to do that, but if you are a wise person and you spend your 30 minutes or 1 hour listening to such a podcast, you are able to get kitu mzuri. Yeah, but I have to finish this. I have to finish this. I have.
Oh, Alex, Nicolas, I wanted to add on what you are saying. First, when I saw Magara did not impress me. I mean, he's not articulate, and he doesn't seem to figure out what we need, what Kenyans need. It's like he was second guessing. So personally, I would not vote for him. I would not vote for him through the head of state. Maybe something else. So then, but also I'm asking myself, tumeongelea Matiang'i sana, kwani huyo Matiang'i atakuja lini? Hiyo nayo ni confusion iko hapo. So that's what I wanted. I wanted to add on what you said earlier when you just first came in, that when you listened to Magara, you're not impressed. I was not impressed either. I mean, he doesn't seem really to figure out what Kenyans need. He doesn't, or he's not coming out. That character I talk, unajua kuna vile tu, kuna lazima pia upate your character and a strong personality yenye we are looking for. I mean, like you said, Alex, if you are here earlier when we were talking with Kip, when PK was here, we were just saying that right now we need a bully. You said the exact words, that we need a bully to survive. We need a bully right now. Somebody who is commanding, who is authoritative. And Magara did not come out, did not give us that. So I guess we have to sit and wait.
Wait, Julia, unasema Magara ama Maraga?
Sorry, Maraga. I don't know why I'm calling him Magara. Maraga. Tongue twist. It's becoming a tongue twister. Maraga. So he didn't come out. So maybe guess we have to wait and see. Okay. We have to wait and see who comes out. We have to really wait and see. Then, where I also watched Raila Odinga in Kisii. The guy is okay, maybe also at the age pia and she don't know, sometimes now when age catches up with you, you may not be so expressive, pia unakuwa umechoka. Lakini kwangu mimi alika kama amechoka ama alikuwa na stress na hakuwa na confidence ya Raila Odinga. When he was talking with those people, he didn't have the confidence. Hata Simba Arati, when I looked at Simba Arati, I thought he was trying to play Raila Odinga. Even the statement Simba Arati was making is like, wacha tu hakuna haja ya kudharau mzee mbele ya watu. It was like that is the attitude Simba Arati had in that meeting. So Raila Odinga knew that things, body language, when you talk to people and they're unhappy, you just know. Even people so well, if you call them on phone, you don't have even to see their faces to know that they are not doing so good. Even by their sound and their voices, you just know things are not so good. So it was clear that Raila Odinga knew he had made a mistake and that he just knows. But I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, Raila Odinga dug this hole and he went to AU. I mean, maybe we would have understood the thing of AU. Supposedly, he would have come back and just retired. Asichukue msimamo kuonekana na kina Ruto na kind of like he's trying to convince Kenyans that now he can work with Ruto. Supposedly he had done that. I think he would have been more peaceful in his old age. But right now, I think he's up to working with really Ruto. And the two of them thinking they can go all the way to 2027 and win an election, which they can if they rig. Okay, that is why the rest, the other side must be. I believe they are aware of that. So when I watched Maraga, I wasn't so impressed. I mean,
Julie, at the risk of being kicked out, you're very right in my own opinion, and I believe you. Kenyans are not stupid anymore. These guys, if they want to, wakitaka venye tu umejiuliza hiyo swali, we are not going to buy their BS. Hatutanunua. Julie, mimi najua utanunua, mimi sitanunua.
Okay, me, I appreciate for the effort they are making. I really want to appreciate because they are the only ones making that effort anyway. Okay, so everybody else is talking and they are doing nothing. So I appreciate the effort they are making. But then I think we need to engage another gear if we really want Kasongo to go. Okay, like PK was saying here, Wamunyoro talking is not enough. Okay, Wamunyoro has put scathing attacks on Kasongo, and we are like celebrating him because anyway, nobody is doing that either. But then, like earlier, we were deliberating here, we are even trying to interrogate whether people could storm in parliament, people could force parliamentarians to move a vote of no confidence. Ikasemekana hiyo haiwezekani. Then you people counted numbers. I think Matthew, you're one of those, and people who are doing the numbers here. You're trying to see how many members of parliament you could galvanize. Mkaona hizo numbers hazingi. Then I don't know, you resorted to what now? Mkasema maneno ya KDF. Mkasema watu wa Kasongo ndio wako kwa KDF. I mean, something just has to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. But really, we cannot sit and say we are waiting for 2027 election. Here, I mean, I don't know how that will be. But if there was a genuine election, Ruto would lose like sijui anaweza kuwa number 5. Hata kina Murara wanaweza mshinda. That's my take. I see Rasvik is here. Wacha tumkaribishe. Karibu Rasvik.
Asante sana Julia. Varia PK, Kenyan with love. It's good. Na njiro habari zenu na comment section. First, I would like to agree with Alex that there was no excitement in this ODM consultation. As I said yesterday, these things are kind of predetermined. He's just going around preparing his delegates on the decisions that they've decided which way the party is going. So, but they're not listening to the ground. The ground, watu wataki hiyo mambo ya kuwork na Kasongo. That is the most unpopular thing on the ground. But Raila has decided, so it will be, it is whatever it is, because at the end of the day, hiyo ni party yake. Kama mtu anataka aende from party yake, that's the mentality that they have in ODM. If you don't like it, you go form your own party, which is not a good thing. Pele wanatudanganya tio democracy, but behind the scene they just push the agenda. Then on the Maraga thing, Alex, I know you mentioned that there was no excitement. When I listened to Maraga, I think he stated that he's reconsidering. He didn't say that he's running for president. And Julie, I also tend to disagree with you that Maraga doesn't understand Kenyan issue. Maraga understood Kenyan issues. Ali Sema, she does Kenya, about healthcare, education, and corruption. Na akutubragia ati sijui manifesto. What Maraga stated clearly was enforcing the rule of law. That is the first thing that he's going to do. And also he said that he's going to make sure that all the systems work. And that's exactly what we need in Kenya. We need a president that, can enforce the rule of law, which Maraga demonstrated under duress. He told IEBC to do a new election. as a Chief Justice of an African country, trying to overturn an election was like a big deal. He had to be brave enough, and he ensured that he followed the law and he enforced the law at that time, which was like something unheard of in an African country. And for anybody saying that Maraga doesn't have any political experience, I don't think as a president you need any political experience. As a Chief Justice, he was like third in command. Kama president ameanguka ni VP, kama VP hayuko ni Chief Justice ana take over. So I think that exposed him to being an administrator that can be ready to lead a nation. And with his knowledge and experience, he's a learned man. I'm very sure that he can put people in place that can help him manage a country. And I think even though Mato is claiming that Maraga has some land issues which atuelezi, Maraga, I think, is one of the people that ni mweupe kama pamba in Kenya. If you compare him to most of the politicians we have, the situation we are dealing with, with Yakura, Baba hata hajatusaidia nayo. He is part of the reason why we are here. We don't want to have a honest conversation on that. Hizi vitu zake za sijui BBI, Okoa Kenya, handshake, ndio inafanya hii mambo ya wizi wa kura iwezi isha. Kama sahi anaenda kufanya there is possibility anaenda kuwork na Kasongo. He's not resolving anything. Kasongo ni conman, atamdanganya tu ati sijui anaenda kuimplement NADCO haita implementiwa. Hii tu ni historia kuzimisha tu watu wapoepoe, alafu italipuka tena kama 2027. Hakuna kitu Kasongo ata resolve. And I think it's high time that we need to be sober enough tutoe emotion mingi about excitement za
Razvik, nipatie dakika mbili ni kuongezee juice kwa hiyo kitu yako ukiendelea.
Yeah.
You'll have more time. Wacha nicheze yaka juu nataka kubadilisha internet.
Okay.
Please. Okay. Kidogo tu. It is in flow of what you are saying.
Okay.
With Maraga, it contemplates running for president in 2027. Maraga has decried corruption, which he says has bedeviled the country, promising to ensure that the rule of law is followed if he is elected president. And TV's David Modoka now reports on Maraga's first ever announcement regarding the 2027 presidential contest, and escaping attack on the current head of state over the state of the country's governance.
In recent months, there has been a push on social media for retired Chief Justice David Kenani Maraga to run for the presidency, with those rooting for his leadership describing him as a man of integrity. Maraga himself has kept his cards close to his chest until today, when he broke his silence over whether he will be on the ballot in an exclusive interview with NTV on the sidelines of the ongoing People Dialogue Festival. Maraga revealed that the idea to join the 2027 presidential race has indeed crossed his mind.
I'm thinking about it, and I'm asking you, what type of leader do you want? What type of leaders do the people of Kenya want? What are the issues that the people of Kenya should address going forward? And as I said, this is a political conversation. We are all involved in this conversation to see what can be done for the good of our country.
With Maraga leaving Kenyans and his supporters still guessing, the Chief Justice Emeritus, however, appeared to reveal what will push him to run, and in the process, directly slamming President William Ruto.
You are given the resources that you are, to use for the welfare of the people. You take it all to yourself. Now you begin speaking a language, and some people think that some of us didn't go to school. We can't even understand the English they are talking about. I mean, they are using.
Maraga added that Ruto had other reasons for vying for the presidency than those he told Kenyans.
We are even reading about elongation of presidential terms. People don't want to leave power. They want to stay to be in power forever. And as a result, they trample upon other people's welfare.
The retired Chief Justice stating that if he were in Ruto's shoes, a lot will be different and Kenyans will not be complaining of bad governance.
If I were to be given the privilege to govern this country, I will get everybody to obey the law. The moment you have everybody obeying the law, everything will fall into place. And that's the only problem we have. The moment you get everybody obeying the law, the question of money not going through the consolidated fund will end. The moment of diverting funds from a given project to another will end.
Maraga, who is 74 years old, was the country's Chief Justice between 2016 and 2021 and will be remembered for nullifying a presidential election in 2017. Will he also historically become the country's first former Chief Justice to vie for the presidency? Although the retired Chief Justice has yet again failed to come out clearly on whether he plans to throw his hat in the ring, his political movements seem to suggest that the retired Chief Justice could be planning to give
Endelea.
Kabisa Rasvik. Sawa.
Yeah, so unaona Maraga ametupatia hiyo kazi, anataka tumwambie tunataka Kenya ina gani, so it's upon us to he's offering himself, but anataka Wakenya wakuwe serious. Kenyans, we normally anatupatia hiyo kibarua ni Kenya ina gani tunataka, so we need to have sober mind, we need to think rationally so that tuambie Maraga hii ndio Kenya tunataka. Na Maraga amekuwa clear enough, amesema rule of law, kila mtu atafuata sheria. Ukiangalia a country like America right now, we have a knucklehead leading the country, but there is a rule of law. Amekuwa kisign some executive orders, but guess what? Hizo executive orders zinagonga ukuta kwa sababu when you go to court you challenge the executive orders, anaambiwa anko, hii hauwezi fanya, hii hauwezi fanya. Kama saa hii unaona hata Republicans huku wameambia Elon Musk ati maze wewe hizi vitu unafanya dodge before ufanye some cuts, lazima ukuje kwetu utulize kwanza, kwa sababu walijua hizi executive orders huyo anko anawapatia ni sio kisheria. So we want somebody who can implement a system that works for us. And I think Maraga, to me, will be the perfect person for this job. Hii situation ya Kenya hatutasaidiwa na wale watu wametuingiza kwa hii shida. Tunataka wale watu hawakutuingiza kwa hii shida. Mtu yoyote amehusika kutuingiza pali tuko sahi, we shouldn't even be mentioning their names. They will never help us. We'll be talking about the same problem. Tuacheni kukua emotional, let's think about shida zetu. Shida zetu ni gani? Hizo shida zetu ndio tuambieni Maraga, hii ndio Kenya tunataka. Watu wa diaspora tunawaambia sisi tuko na shida zetu hivi na hivi na hivi, so tunataka Kenya ile inaweza tufanyia hivi na hivi na hivi. Wakenya pia wale wako kwa ground wanajua shida zao. Hizo shida zenu ndio Maraga anataka kusikiza. Alafu Maraga naomba tukimpatia nafasi. But watu wasipompatia nafasi, he's enjoying his retirement. Most likely he has a very good pension, whether he runs for president or not, yuko sawa. But anasikia uchungu. This is a judge that when he was a judge,
alikuwa na utu. He used to go to prison to make sure that those prisoners wanashughulikiwa vizuri. He used to review cases za wafungwa to make sure that wale wafungwa walifungwa na kesi bandia, kesi zao zimekuwa evaluated na they are set free. You know, this is somebody that akona utu. We need a president that akona utu na he puts the nation first. He puts Kenyans first. And I think Maraga is this kind of a person that, I can never ask God for a better leader than Maraga. He can make a very good president. He can be like a Magufuli of Kenya. Over to you, Stone.
Thank you. You've nailed it properly. Unajua nilisema we have to really reason and give way. You know, unajua Rasbi kumeka vizuri sana. Unajua saa ingine mbwembwe si lazima. You know when you talk of Magufuli, unakumbuka vile Magufuli alikuwa easy. Anakuwa mkali, which means anakuwa assertive. Na hata anakupeleka tu, anakunyonga tu wewe mwenyewe ukijua. Ndio anakuja anakuuliza mkuu wa mkoa, wewe ndio boss hapa haya. Hao wananchi wanasema hii market haina choo. Na naona hapa pesa zilitengwa. Unajua hii lugha ya kutengwa, nafikiria ni Afrika. Ati mamilioni ya Kenya, bilioni huko zilikuwa ni mabilioni. Zimetengwa. Hizo choo za kina mama za ziko wapi? Ati unajua tulikuwa katika ile hali ya
niaje pole bro Ras, pole kukukata. Nilikuwa tunataka kusema najitoa.
Sasa anakuuliza mkandarasi yani unajibu hiyo maswali basi, alafu anakuangushia bomu mara moja. Boom. That is management.
Stone PK.
Yes.
And that's the kind of a person Maraga is.
Yes.
Exactly, hiyo ndio nilikuwa nikisema, lakini Stone PK nataka kujitoa just for a few minutes, alafu nitarudi kama utakuwa umefunga. Please. Nilikuwa tunataka nisitoke bila kosea watu heshima. Is it okay?
Sawa, ni sawa tu, bado tuko.
So, okay.
Yeah, thanks. So tunataka kwani sasa Rasvik, hata ni vizuri niulize. What do Kenyans want? Na Maraga ameuliza tu hiyo swali mzuri. Unajua najua vile wa Kenya wanathink. Anasema nataka mniambie. Yeah, because sasa ukiwa mkali wanalia. Unakumbuka ile wimbo ilikuwa inaimbwa na nani? Ile iliimbwa na huyu demo alikuwa anaitwaje? Huyu demo wa South B. Ile mrasta. Ukiwa ndani unapiga kelele, ukiwa nje unapiga kelele. Unatakaje? Wakenya mnatakaje? Prezo ule nani akisema atakuwa mkali, watu wanaanza kusema she's too tough, ama he's too tough. What do you need for a country like Kenya that is in a lot of mess? Surely you need a Kalonzo, with all due respect. Surely unahitaji mtu atakuja kuitwa hapa na akina Uhuru sijui anaambiwa sijui nini na nini na nini. Oh bro, lazima kama sasa hii meetings zilikuwa Malindi, Kilifi. Hiyo meeting ilikuwa inaongelea nini? Sini na wamemeet Raila na nini na nini. Ni sinister meeting. Ya kuconclude na kucanvas against mwananchi wa kawaida. So we need somebody huyo atakuja aachilie sheria, aseme sheria ifuate mkondo. That's why nilisema I already a candidate. Na hiyo story imenitoka. Nina candidates actually. Niko Maraga, tuna mtu wa kumpatia deputy, ama hata Maraga hata akiwa deputy, whichever wawe ndio kusema basi they will set the system kutoka juu mpaka chini, because samaki huoza kichwa, inaanzanga kuozea kwa kichwa, na sasa we fix the head like then chini itaenda. And then I want to correct one thing we were saying on this podcast. Ni vizuri correct. Singapore system ni a Westminster system. Okay? What they get right is that the parties elect. They do normal election too kama Kenya. okay, na wanafanya election ile wanachagua watu wale credible, simple as that. Alafu sasa system inachunga. Nafikiria tulikuwa Comfort alikuwa ameleta hiyo discussion around Singapore sana, kwamba wana system yao, it is working and all that. It is working because of the people. All right, discipline in the parties, discipline in the three arms of the law, I mean of the government. Okay, hii arm inachunga hii, working independently, implementing the problem, and that's why it's perfect. And Kenya can be fixed very easily, indeed, very.
Yeah, so Stone, with that, I think it's high time we should stop worrying about the Railas, the Wamunyoros. They have no solution for us. They're just thinking about how they're cutting deals for themselves. You know, if we can start a conversation and tell Maraga, hey, hii ndio Kenya tunataka, and give Maraga airtime, whereby we spread we spread Maraga all over Kenya to all Kenyans that, hey, we have a solution. We have somebody who will take us to the real Canaan. Wachana na ile Canaan ingine, ile hatujaifika. Who will take us to the real Canaan? Then, you know, I think he's the right person. We can never have a better person than Maraga as at this time. Huyu ni mtu ako na akili soba, ana emotion mingi, akili soba, anaongea pole pole, but, you know, very authoritative, you know. So that's the kind of a person tuko nayo. See the same old politicians wale wametufikisha kwa hizi shida tuko nazo, alafu tunafikiria ati watatusaidia. Hawatatusaidia, you know. Kuna wale watu wamekuwa wakinini support wizi ya kura when it's to their advantage. When it's not to their advantage, saa hizo ndio wana change corners, wana rebrand, ni kama, you know, wako na way forward. Wako na way forward, nao ndio walituingiza kwa hii shimo. You know, Maraga alijaribu kututoa kwa hii shimo, akatupatia way forward how elections were supposed to be held. But sisi tena tulirudi tukacheza, you know. Yeye hakukuwa anaweza endelea kutusaidia, na tuko na mchezo mingi, hatuwezi fuatilia hizi vitu. So we need somebody who can put every department to work, can make every Kenyan follow the law. And if we follow the basic laws, kila department itakuwa inafanya kazi. Kenya itakuwa kama Ulaya, you know. It will be a country whereby ukikuja ukitaka kufanya biashara, sio ati Kanjo baada anakuhara, sio sijui public health anakuhara, somebody comes from anywhere anakuja kukuhara. So we don't want a country like that. We want a country whereby unaweza amka, unaenda una register biashara yako, you get the right licenses that you need and you operate, you know. And that is how we'll start creating jobs. Atukui kama human traffickers, wakina Mutua wanapeleka, you know, mandugu zetu na madada zetu Ulaya kukuwa maslaves. You know, we need to start creating jobs and opportunities in our own nation so that turudi nyumbani. Tumechoka kukaa nje. Njiru.
Okay, kwani watu wamenyamaza. Njiru mko na Alex. Alex. Rasvik, unataka kuendelea?
Yeah, mi daimba hii wimbo ya Maraga mpaka asubuhi. I was so excited just to listen to him that is reconsidering, but you know, he needs our support. Without our support, he won't waste his energy. And this is a person that, you know, we need to tell our mothers, our brothers, our sisters, our uncles about, because this will be like the real change. If Kenyans from all over the country can support him, atashinda asubuhi na mapema, you know. And on top of that, we have to make sure that we elect the right MPs that will work with them. Kwa sababu
chagua au vinyangarika watakuwa na mkula tu kichwa day and night, kwa sababu atakuwa anapigana na ufisadi, na ukipigana na ufisadi, your public enemy number one to the MPs. So yeah, I can't, I'm so excited. I hope he makes up his mind and be on the ballot in 2027. It will be like a brand new Kenya if he becomes the next president, because he's a president that is running with a vision to make changes and help the nation.
Njiru, asante, thank you Rasvik. Watu ni kama wamelala. Alex, I don't know whether PK, wherever you are, do you want us to end the show? Ni kama naona watu kama wamelala. Rasvik, naona watu kama wameenda. Sijui kwa nini PK ameenda. Pengine masaa yetu ya kufunga imefika. Let us give our closing remarks. Rasvik.
Yeah, tunaweza urge Kenyans, this political conversation, sometimes they get so tensed. I'm just urging all of us to have sober minds so that, we listen to each other. Everybody's opinion is great. The more different opinions we have, the more good ideas and the better solutions we get. So don't shy off giving us your opinion. Just anytime pop up, join the show. Even in the comment section, give us your ideas in the comment section. We'll deliberate on it. We'll give each other's perspective and pave our way forward. But we need to encourage and keep pushing these good leaders in our community. Maybe in your local jurisdiction, there's that kamwalimu, there's that kapastor, there's that kafama, ule ujitolea and go above and beyond to do things for your community without pay. Let's push this good people to vie for MCA, to vie for MP, push them to vie for governor. And that is the only way we'll change our nation. If we depend on those who've stolen money from parastatal or have stolen money from the government to come be our MPs or our governors, then we'll end up in this same situation. Hakuna change watamake, kwa sababu hiyo pesa wameiba wataiweka into circulation ya wizi tu. Wakiweka kwa siasa tena wataendelea kuiba hizo pesa, wanafaa kufanya nazo miradi. So we need to think rationally, feelings mingi, tupa mbali. Let's stay focused to our goals. Kila mtu anajua shida za Kenya. Shida za Kenya sio shida za mlima, sio shida za lakeside, sio shida za coast ama eastern ama northeastern. Shida za Wakenya ni same kila pahali. You are either rich or you're poor. So let's stay focused. Also, yesterday I asked a question about Kenyan workers. And I think Kenyan workers bado wanalala. For years, Atuli has been the Secretary General for KOTU. I wanted to ask the Kenyan workers that huyu Atuli hizi miaka zote amekuwa Secretary General, tajie zile vitu Atuli amewapigania. That was like my humble question. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Kenyan workers because I haven't worked in Kenya for many years. The last time I worked in Kenya was like in 1998. And, since I relocated, I've never seen or I've never heard of any thing positive that truly has impacted on Kenyan workers. Juzi, in the recent few years, Ruto ameongeza taxes kwa pay stubs za wafanyikazi. and Atwoli has been quiet about it. Sijasikia aki-defend those taxes, sijasikia come up with good ideas about how to improve the quality of life of a Kenyan worker. So that was a question I wanted to ask. Maybe, I don't know if over the weekend will be the appropriate time when most Kenyan workers are on the show, so that they can give me the answer, because I'll be so interested to hear from them, because Secretary General of KOTU is a very important position, and it can even change our political landscape if we choose the right person. The right person will keep the government on check, but if it's somebody that dines with the rogue regimes, then the Kenyan worker will keep on suffering. Asanteni.
Thank you.
Nani anataka kuongea? Niongee.
Ongea pike, we were contemplating closing vile ulitoka.
Oh, nilikuwa natoka. Sasa last week hiyo kitu nimeweka hata kwa nini ya leo, discussion ya leo ni vile watu wamekuwa overwhelmed na hii ingine ya ya kutafuta leader. If you'll see hapo nimesema Kenya is in the dark days, imeenda into the dungeons, and then also we still have the workers, the politicians wamegang up. What is happening to the Kenyan workforce? KOTU, we have KOTU, we have other bodies, we have other bodies that fight for the right of workers. When we have all these shish things, are they not? Is it not affecting the workers? When we have people talking about payslip voters, what happened to Kenyan workforce? Ama wako poa? Unajua hiyo kitu rasmi kulinikumbusha juzi, nikashindwa. Na kweli wale watu naona tu ni madoctors, kidogo wanatoka nurses, but the Kenyan workforce ati imelazwa na mtu anaitwa huyu jamaa wa Manyaroro, ati hakuna kitu watu wanaweza bonga, hakuna chairman wanaweza, ukibonga unakuwa threatened.
Exactly.
About here. Yeah. What is KOTU supposed to do? I thought most movements are led by the workers movement. I mean, workers union. So, I as much as yes, we would want to hear from the workers, mimi nataka to challenge these leaders who are presenting themselves already. Okay, they should activate. That is one of the nerves that should be activated by the mothers, the Maragas, and others. They should activate it in the sense that wawaulize nyinyi watu, with the rest of the people wanakuja wakiongea hivi na hivi na hivi, nyinyi ma union, mbona mmenyamaza? Is it only that Kenya ni nurses na doctors peke yao? Okay, what's happening to teachers? No?
Exactly.
Yeah, all the workforce. I know civil servants wao ni wanakuaga neither here nor there, but it tells me that the workers looks like they are okay. Inaonekana ni kama wako fiti. Hata saa hii watu wanasema payslip iko affected, iko nini. Sijasikia kelele Razvik na kina Julia na wale wengine. Mimi sijasikia nduru ya hao watu wanaambiwa payslip ziko affected. Nimesikia nduru tu za kina mama mboga kule chini. Sijasikia nduru ya middle class. Nimesikia nduru ya Gen Z ndio wanasema hawana job, na nani na hawa akina mama mboga huko Karatina na the rest of the places. Watu wa Matai na utu tugari tudogo, sijasikia wakibonga. What's happening? Although people wanasema there is big population itakuja kutoa Ruto and all that, hatuoni dalili bana. We need to see, we need the what Njiro was saying. We need to see the euphoria building, proper euphoria with everyone on board, so that ikuje kama tsunami. Yeah. So I think now we need to really activate all this. And then I know some people are saying wengine wanasema ati bado ni mbali. Mbali ni mna gani na candidate mmoja ako full gear, ako full throttle campaigning. When are we waiting for? And that's why I've challenged diaspora. Can we pick on a candidate and start tuanze kuchanga pia? Unajua hii mchango pia inataka period of time. Like now if we know we are changaing for Maraga, ama Martha, whoever it is, ama Martha, Maraga Martha ticket, Maratha, all that team. Tuanze campaign, kuchanga pole pole. By the time tunamaliza mwaka moja na nusu tutakuwa tumechanga pesa mpaka hata ya kusaidia wale watu wanataka kusimama from MCA all the way to MP to governor. Vile umesema, we should focus on having good candidates entire country, kila position. Na Martha alisema hivyo, hata huku diaspora, those who are capable, those who command some respect from wherever place you come from. Kama mimi nitaenda huko kwetu, definitely, because you can't change the government ukiwa huku nini. You have to change from the lowest unit of devolution, yeah, because that is what nini. Ukiwa you are a good MP, you are the one who will tell and take care of president policies na kumwambia this is not working, yeah. So for me, I think the appeal should be wale watu ambao wako wazuri and they know themselves, na unajua uko na jina mzuri from whatever area, please let's do it. Let's start practically. Tuanze hiyo kiti ya diaspora, like a diaspora foundation that will support weaker candidates. Weak in terms of you may have good candidates, you need logistics, you need this and that. Yeah, we can even call it a diaspora foundation and raise funds for that purpose. Otherwise, kuongea yetu itakuwa sasa bana, haina nini, haina tija, to use msimamo language. Itakuwa sasa sisi semi zetu hazina tija bana. Yeah, that is my little take as for this minute.
Sasa nimetumia Dani Dairas link, anataka link ya blessing ya kufungasha. Pika, do you want us to close? Mimi nataka kwenda kulala.
Unataka kulala? Julia?
Yes, I want to go to sleep. Sai, hapa ni usiku bwana. Unajua sisi tuko East Coast.
Nilikuwa in the next 10 minutes nilikuwa nitasimama 5 minutes.
Hata mimi naingia jog.
Uko na link ya kufunga? PK. Are you on your laptop?
Niko na laptop, ni vile na drive.
Oh, so you need like 10 minutes?
Give me dakika 5 tu.
Sasa. Okay, wacha Father Dani Dairas atuelezee. Sasa Father Dani Dairas.
Na Father Dani Darius ameniambia niende my son Manyata.
Yeah, atuuliza mtoto huko Katupa. Sasa Dani Dairas, wewe unajua mimi ni mtu wa Matiang'i. Sasa mimi sitaki confusion na Maraga. Hiyo confusion sitaki. Karibu Father Dani Dairas.
Thank you. Kwanza ningependa kuzungumzia Maraga is a good man, but from my perspective, he does not have the political enthusiasm that we expected. That's why he was not celebrated as much. And they said he's considering to run. He can run, that's fine, but we have to think on how is he going to win? Is he going to have a good following, or is he going to have just a few and the others will be just indifferent about him? That's something we have to consider. Does he have a majority who are enthusiastic about him? I did not see even those who are around him exhibiting any enthusiasm for his thinking of trying to find out whether to run or not. They were not so enthusiastic. So some people are indifferent about him. Some people have issues about his being indifferent to the government until now. He has been very indifferent with the government for a longest time until the youth went to him and started provoking him, trying to push him to say something. It has taken long, but he was very indifferent about the government for a longest time. It's as if he was never in the country. It's as if he does not know what is going on in the country. When he asks, what country do you want? But he said everybody should follow the law. Then he could have even enumerated or said something that people have been going through that has affected them. But it has been a long journey for him to reach that place. That's something I can consider and say, okay, at least you are trying to think about it. But I have an issue with his indifference for the longest time until the youth started going to him. What was going on in his mind? And at some point, he enjoyed an appointment for review of prison warders and the police and all that. And it was being said that when they started the process of removing the justices of the Supreme Court, he was to chair the tribunal to remove them. So that one I cannot verify, but it was said, and so there are some things he has to fine tune, and then it comes out strong. Number two, about Mr. Nimerudi. Mr. Nimerudi has no future to live. He's 80 and it's almost the end of his life. And that's where natural selection comes in. Some we go when we are young, some go when they are old. But indeed, we shall go. But for him, it is in last quarter of life. So there's nothing much we can expect from him. And as you see, as he walks, as he talks, it's not the person we knew before. Life has taken toll on him. So just let him be. Let him go wherever he wants. And let us not push him so much because we have seen who he is. For me, I have discovered he duped me for the last 4 cycles of elections. He duped me before. He went to Kanu with a manner of cooperation. So he shared power with Moi. He became even the Secretary General of Kanu. He enjoyed power without responsibility, without accountability. Then forward, during Kibaki time, he brought some issues and then he went in. He got Mkatenusu. He enjoyed power without responsibility or accountability. So long as you go to him and say, you are supposed to be responsible for this, you say, I'm not the president. Why is this happening? Why is things going on? He does not take any accountability because he will say, I am not the president. That's what he did with Kibaki. Then he duped us again. Of course, we believed him. He duped us the third time, and he went for the handshake. He enjoyed power in the handshake, soft power, without responsibility and without accountability. And he's duping us right now. Actually, he has already done it. He will be enjoying power without responsibility and accountability with the broad or the blood-based government, which he went around pacifying those voices which were against him. He wanted them to come to his side. He reined them in. Some are disoriented with him, Some are walking away from him, but he wanted to tell them what he thinks. He was not consulting, he was informing them and just having them as a backdrop of whatever he wants to do. So he's a man we have known up to now. Now it's late, but we have known. That's a good thing. For the issue of of Matiang'i, Matiang'i is a good candidate. I wrote in the chat, I said, he's not a bully. It's only that he's bold. He does not hide what he thinks, and he does not tell you what he does not mean. He will tell you what he thinks, he will tell you what he means, and softly, like he did when he went to those schools visiting them. He was asking them, what's your priority? Your children sleeping like this or having a good bath? If you are a family man, what the first priority as a father of the house? Is it to put food on the table or to have a good car to drive? What comes first? So as a man who comes to you, he tells you what he thinks and he means what he says. When he went to the office, he found the examinations were done right, left, and center. And then they asked, why do you do this way? He said, we have been doing it all the years. He said, well, that's not a reason to continue doing it. Why don't we do it differently? So he's a man who does not fear to step outside the bureaucratical way of doing things. When he went to ICT, they were saying, we are not ready to move. He said, no, whether you like it or not, we shall move. If we don't want to move, we shall be left behind. And all of a sudden, those who are saying we cannot move, we are not able, we have no capability, in a week they were all up. And if we would have not pushed it, they would have not accepted it. They would have taken him round and round and round. And I hear people accuse him of Ruaraka land. He has not been taken to court or accused about it. He was named because he was part of the ministry and things happened in the ministry. So let him take responsibility and clear that allegation. If there is anything alleged, like I alleged against Stone PK akujia mtoto wake, that's just for fun of it. But if there is anything, I have a piece of land in Imbere. If I've committed something somewhere, somebody can say, oh, father, you left a child here. I will take responsibility and say, yes, I misbehaved with some girl in some village. I will just proudly take my son back. And there's no sin about it. But we have to be truthful and factual to who we are. If you tell me, Father Danny, this is wrong, I will accept and go on, because there's no way we can be the finest we can be unless we accept our mistakes and wrongdoing and remorsefully ask for forgiveness and vow not to go back to those mistakes. So that's about Matiang'i. Matiang'i is a good candidate for me. Maraga will not have my vote. I will have to tell you that point blank. He will not have my vote, not even for my mother. I will convince my mother otherwise. But I have my own reasons. Reasons being, I don't see the enthusiasm. And at his age, at 76, we age differently. There are those who age even when they are 90, they have the brain still working. So we don't know how, but for me, I have my reservations. Until those reservations are cleared, Maraga can do something else for us, but not the presidency. The same thing with Maraga Kibaso. Maraga Kibaso can be an MP in Nairobi. We want him to make noise, to make sure those people who get into office, they do the work they are supposed to do. I listened to him in Obina show also, and I got convinced that it's not cut for the high office. And that's when I left the ship of Morada for the high office and said he can do anything else. But the high office, no. Mother Karua, I have a soft spot for Mother Karua. I have that soft heart for her. She's motherly and she has been consistent and she can work. But we have to be realistic, my dear friends. No matter how good Mother Karua is, remember, some men have not left the forest of dominance. The majority of men in our country have not left the forest of dominance. So therefore, if Mother Karua was on the top and is taking the top seat, Many men who are still in the forest of dominancy, they are not going to accept that. They would rather not vote than vote for a lady. So that fact we have also to put it into question. It's not good to run away from reality. We have to speak the truth as it is and the biases we have. I don't want to hide my bias. I have my bias for Matiangi, and I have negative bias against Maraga. I just want to be forthright, not going round in circles. And I will have to tell you the truth as the priest. I've encountered men where I worked. Sometimes I worked in Wakaidi parish. I worked in Kianjokoma and other places in the mountain area, and I know men who are still in the forest of dominance, and they would rather not vote if a woman is on the top ticket. So we have to face such kind of factors also. We have to face reality as it comes. So as we go on, if I were to give a list of my top 5 that I can trust, I will start with, first and foremost, I will start with Matiangi. The other person I will trust is Okia Umtata. The other person I may try to trust, not for the top seat, but to be a noisemaker somewhere, is Onyonga Richard from Kisii, just for noise making, to make sure nobody goes wrong somewhere, to be in that group. The other person I will trust, even if I have not gotten there so much, is the Senator of Nairobi. I just want him to make noise and not to be given huge responsibility, but to be reined in for the future. We need also some leaders for the future. The other fellow I never liked and I never loved before is the Kiharo MP, Ndindi Nyoro. Ndindi Nyoro, I have not figured him out so well, but I would love him to be somewhere, a managerial place where he can offer the skills of managing something to work. Because I've seen what he has done in Kiaru, and he can do work of managing something, bring out some ideas so that we can work on something. If it's given, for example, and then Nyoro will give you the Ministry of Education, and we want you to transform the schools in the rural areas, be in the standard of the schools we see in big towns. Whatever you want us to do for you, help us to have that project. We want our students to study in good classes, inspiring classrooms, something that he can manage and bring results. That one, I can put him somewhere there. Then Rasvig talked about the workers in Kenya. One thing I will tell you, the workers' unions, we have teachers, we have nurses, we have other workers, they have their own unions, but all of them subscribe to COTU. That's the umbrella trade union for Kenya. One thing you have to know that if one union goes on strike and the COTU says we are not in support of that union may not get any traction to move forward and to fight for whatever they want, because this man can go and undercut them in a negotiation with the government. And why he's in that place for ages is because he has eliminated competitors in COTU for a long time. You try to compete with him in one way or another, you disappear from the scene, or your influence will be diluted to a point that you have no traction to anybody. Moshai tried, because he was in parliament, tried to unseat him. What happened? He disappeared, and this man was associated with his disappearance. Number 2 or 3, remember this man is a dealer. He has been doing business all over the world. He is there to safeguard his business investment. He's a deep-pocketed man, and he knows where to go, how to speak, and how to put those people in the pocket. Remember, towards 2022, he was in Azimio because he had put those people in the pocket. They were to sing his song. While on the other side, he was pushing his own fellows there to keep tabs with what is going on. So when this man came to power, he quickly jumped and fitted in to safeguard his businesses, his monies, and his vast empire. Because these people are the same monkeys. It's only that they change the forest. That guy will sit there until he's ready to live by himself. And they are contemplating even changing their constitution, that he will continue even when his term comes to an end in 2026. So he's a man who maneuvers, who manages things because he's a dealer, he's not a leader. Even when he came to court, remember there was a fight. And that time I was asking, who is this crooked fellow who is fighting to be the general secretary? He came in through bulldozing. And then when he got in, he made sure everybody else is diminished in importance and his visibility. And he was the only one. Even he met all the people whenever he tried to dance, all those around him have to dance with him. Because if you don't, next time the privileges will be taken away from you. So they all of them are subservient to his demands and a narcissistic tendency. He's a self-loving fellow. He wants good things. I understand somebody called him Muyumtu Amachain. That's who he is. Soft good things. And he cannot let go. And he's a man who can buy you. He has bought so many politicians. And he's just a dealer. That's why he stays there. So when workers in Kenya are quiet, it's because on the top they have been muted by this man. They tried, for example, the doctors went on strike, court goes and negotiates and undercuts their demands. Later we discover whatever they demanded was never given to them. Why? Because he undercuts, because he's in the payroll and his companies and businesses are protected by the government. So that's who he is. He can sing all day long. And when people are complaining about share, he will be mute, he will not talk because his stomach, najua wanasema huko on that side, kishiba haipigi kelele. Sasa yeye ameshiba, atapiga kelele ya nini? Akipatiwa whatever he needs, he'll be quiet. So that's why he'll stay there until he's gone. Unless we have a revolution in the worker union, and I don't see it coming because he has made sure those who have taken those positions are those who are in his corner. Remember one time ODM made a mistake and took the NAT Secretary General to Parliament to represent the workers. What kind of work did he do there? He went there, he was bored. He started singing the song of the monkeys. He forgot the teachers. That's what happens. Most of them, if they have no integrity, they are bought quickly and they can never speak. So for that case, that guy is the most undoing for workers in Kenya. They keep complaining all over the place, but in as much as he's there and wherever the president goes, he sings his praises, the workers are left to wonder, where do we go? And this is where we are supposed to go as workers union. So I'm sorry, that's where we are. And the last part I would like to talk about is I think we are on our own in terms of pushing for the candidate that we want. Uhuru Kenyatta, Mr. Nimerudi, Mr. Kasongo, and the ilk, those fellows, they are in the same basket. It's only that they are playing in different fields. They are of the same team, but they are playing in different fields. I cannot dismiss the fact that there is a possibility when an article report is rushed through and people from Azimio are invited to take some positions, you may wonder some characters whom we think are with us, they may move in and get those positions. And they will say, it is in the law, it is the article report, and we all agreed with it. So if the positions have come, we take the positions. You will wonder. There are some who will take those positions and they will leave us out to dry. So therefore, we need, exactly, Mwamba said it. I will not call him like that. We need a bold and bullish not a bully. A bold and bullish. Of course, you call that fellow benevolent dictator. But I guess that's what we need. We need a man who is bold in what he says and sure of what he says and follows what he says. That his word is his bond. When he says you have to make sure examinations are not stolen, and he makes sure it does not. When he says you have to move from analog to digital, and whether you like it or not, you move. And that's what I like about Magufuli. And they killed him, unfortunately. That's a story for another day. God bless you. Thank you very much. If we have Matiang in our place, make sure he does not get killed. Thank you. God bless you.
Hey, Father, thank you for such a perspective. It becomes difficult to be honest to the core, or sometimes it like making a decision or giving a perspective of what you see in regard to the future. Like you extrapolate it from what you see today and you start looking at the future and where we are headed as a country. I like how you analyze Maraga thing. I don't want to be excited. I don't want this election to be an emotional election for me. I want to just like put the emotions on the side and say, look, what candidate do we need? What candidate do we need? And you see, the thing is, sometimes we can be led into not being honest about this candidate because we feel like he has done a lot to the country. But then there's a difference between the presidency and other duties somebody may have done in a country. And I concur with you when it comes to the seat of the presidency. If we have to move ahead from where we have been stuck for way too long, I have reservation for Maraga, serious reservations. Is he a person who has tried to live morally well? You know, if it's in philosophy wanasema categorical imperative. Obviously, yes, he has tried his best. Is he somebody that we have seen results from before? Yes, obviously. But then I totally feel and believe that he can serve in another capacity. And in that capacity, he will be better off and he will be able to have actualized what we as Kenyans have been looking to. But then if we come to a point whereby those we envisage to take the country are so silent and the conversation within the political circle is going on, then what do we do? Do we throw what we only have, or do we now change? Like the guy who wrote the book, The Meaning of Life, he said we have to change ourselves when we face circumstances that are beyond us. But I don't think we are beyond that, selection of who should lead our country. I think it is in the beginning, and we have to give everybody an opportunity to present himself or herself. But then again, we have to keep on having the conversation that if we want to control the narrative, if we want the media never to control our narrative, because yes, they say that, for me, was Maraga really giving himself as just a pronunciation, or he threw his, towel to the field? People may see it different, but I think Maraga is serious in saying he wants to contest for the presidency. He was not thinking about it. From what I analyzed, his whole statement is like he has agreed to it, which is a good thing. So think it's a political democratic process whereby we are going still to have conversations, and if the majority will agree on him, I will not go to Danny Daria's conclusion and position that my vote will not be for him, and my mother's too. I think if I will be given a ballot whereby there is a person that honestly is so indifferent to the moods or to the emotions or to the suffering of Kenyans, and Maraga is there, I think I can vouch for that. But I think it's too early, and not too early though again. I mean, that statement shouldn't be such, we should not be reckless with that statement that it's too early. I think this is the time we must have this conversation. The other thing that you've said that is really good and touching is, let's protect this person so that he cannot be killed. Is it that the reason why even he's not coming out? Most obviously, yes. He knows how the state operates. Me and you do not know so much. We can see it, we can feel it, but we've never been part of the state to understand its operationalization. This is a man who was a minister for security, and he did not even understand what happened in Bomas. That alone can make a man think about his security and the future and how he operates from one move to another. Now, the Morara issue, I think people are going to disagree with us sometimes. But if somebody represents himself in 3 hours and shows himself and his character, I will urge people to go and watch that 3-hour interview. Doing an interview for 3 hours is not an easy thing. And I give it to the man. Okay, maybe that's why he made a mistake. But what I came to understand about him is, I think he has the resources which people have been giving him. So he has the luxury of resources, of being bankrolled by whoever we contributed. Maybe some people are continuing to contribute. He has even said that the office he holds was given to him. But however, behind the interview, there are so many questions that were left, politically. Though it was not a political conversation, it was a financial conversation. It was a topical, and I think Obina was very clear that it's not about politics. We want to look at you at 29, what you have achieved and what you have done. There was a lot of lies there. For instance, he said that he had a 2-bedroom house at the age of 16, and I wanted to know where, in case somebody can just give a 16-year-old boy who has just been expelled from school a 2-bedroom house to stay. But then later on, he says, I went to that school and the headmaster agreed that I should be free. If I give him an A, I will study for free. There was a lot of disconnect when it came to trust and somebody sticking to what he said. There was no consistency within him. But he is part and parcel of the Kenyan. I think he excites, the youths, which is one good thing. So I think he should start from the bootstrap and be able to climb the ladders, so that I think that experience will humble him, will totally humble him. And I'm not saying that all people should do that. But I guess for him, I think this political space seems to be a little bit murky for him, and his finance have, I came to understand that his financial issues is something to look at, I think, and it's something that I don't want to judge him, but from what he totally said, I think let's not consider him to the high office. There's something again you said, I've forgotten. There was something very, very important that you said, but I've forgotten. But overall, I think you won. Oh, Martha Karua. We should not be excited and just say that let Mama go, knowing very well that we are deeply embedded in a patriarchal society, deeply. okay, deeply, including the people who lied that the serikali yao inaenda kukua 50%. You know, I saw Millie Adhiambo. I don't know if you saw that clip. If there was any clip whereby anybody hit a man in their lives so bad that I felt bad to be a man. I don't know if Father Darius, you saw this. He said it was in Parliament yesterday. That was the greatest rebuke of men, which was really good. He said, you men needs to know that everything that is against, that brings problem to a woman starts with men. Menopause, and menstruation. And she went on. I was like, wow, that was an attack on men. Okay. And I was just laughing. But you could see within Parliament itself or within the legislative, yes, they agree. Martha Karua agree, not Martha Karua, our sister Millie Adhiambo, who is very articulate and very smart, who sometimes can leave party politics and be able to articulate his heart to the community or to the country. This is what she said. Everyone who ever made it to where they are, who are women, it was because of what? What do we call it? A recipient of when seats are there's a name, why? Affirmative action. Okay? She said, we women have been recipients to affirmative actions, and that is why maybe today Gladys Wanga is there. Nani Mbarire is there, and everything. So she was she was exfoliating a political quagmire that they face once they reach a position whereby they must carve their way going forward, that unless a law is made to protect and to push them further, they have a limit. Until and unless something of legislative happens, that politically a woman will be stuck at a certain level. I listened to that speech. If you have it, Stone Picker, you can put it. It was a contribution in Parliament. And we can't keep on lying that Kenya is ready for Martha Karua. I think we are far from there in this, if we were to go in the next 2 years. Do miracles happen? They may happen. Kenyans may change their minds. But as we talk of it today, I think Martha Karua qualified to be a governor a long time ago, and she ran as an individual without affirmative action. But you saw what the Kirinyaga people always wanted. The other wanted Miji Minji, or the other lady who she was so loaded. But when you look at the three ladies, that the three iron ladies that came from both Minji Minji and the other lady were recipient of state affirmative action. When a woman stands up for herself, I think we have not given them the opportunity to carve their political journey without the mercy of men. So I'm not disputing, I'm not belittling Martha Karua. I think she's done an exceptional job to Kenya, and I don't have to defend her because her work defends herself. But I think she's out of, whether she rebrands, she changes the name, she changes the, I think it's still difficult for her. And the question is then, why will not Wamunyoro now join that party then and say, this is the party that we are moving forward? We are going to have a scenario of Mudavadi and Wetangula in Western talking about unity, 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 but they will never form one party. So I think moving forward, I think Martha Karua can also act as a minister for constitutional affairs or something better than that, while we wait for our society to embrace matriarchal leadership. But as of now, I guess for me, I will not waste my time agitating for Martha Karua. Thank you.
Wow, that we call it male chauvinism, Ellen.
Very true.
Male chauvinism. And unfortunately, we make 20 steps forward and make 50 backward. And unfortunately, I'm trying to dwell on a new page that I saw in June.
Stone, I think Musimamo is downstairs. Has Musimamo joined? He's asking you to add him.
Okay, let me bring him there. Yeah. I hope I'm clear. I'm using some. I hope you can hear me. Musimamo karibu tena. Personally, I turned a new page. As I keep telling people, I'm a father to
You are
Gen
not
Z.
very clear.
Sorry? I'm not clear? Hello?
Uko sawa PK, nakupata
Niko sawa, unanipata eh?
kabisa.
Wamkaji msimamo mwenzangu.
Nashukuru jamaa wangu. Jana nilisema acha nipumzike kiasi, ningoje simu moja kwa moja nikachukuliwa jamaa wangu. Ama kweli mwanadamu si lolote.
Hamna shida. Tuko poa sana, tumepiga hatua nyingi mno. Sasa umenipata nikizungumza Alex. Yeah, for me, and I hope most people may have done that. Personally, I like giving my personal experience. I always pick when I see a page that looks like, it's lucrative or it's, kind of syncing with my aspirations. I'm quick to pick. Like the drama, the new scene, the new page, the new dispensation that was put very keenly and very assertively by the Gen Z. I never took that for granted. But the jealousy people are the ones that have really been trying and very, very, very keenly beating it down. They've been beating it down. Why? Because human nature is, one, we are so many of us. In fact, bigger part of us we have ego. We are jealous, and even you realize something you may not be able to do, you don't cheer your other person that is capable of doing it. And that's why you realize that the Gen Z movement, when it came, the first thing is people are shocked. Then the second question they asked, after they were shocked, walirudi wakajiuliza, hala, na hii kitu imetoka wapi? Then they realized, watu walirealize, wameshangaa, wamepatwa unawares, wakaanza kusema, hii ati manene ya radarless, sijui nini. Sasa tukaleta science nyingi, tukaleta kizungu mingi sasa. Watu walifungua chapter za kuanalyze kitendo cha Gen Z. Na mimi nilikuwa nacheka na kupiga makofi, kufurahia. Mimi sikutaka kujua walipangia wapi, mimi nilifurahia kitendo. Na mpaka wa leo sherehe yangu inakuanga kitendo. If I had money like Atuoli, I would hold a party for anybody who is Gen Z in Nairobi for 1 week. Yaani nifunge streets za Nairobi kusherehekea Gen Z Day. Tupige ndombolo, tukikula nyama, tukifanya, yaani tukimake sherehe tu, because this was unique. It was a new chapter. Why am I saying this? Kizuri, kisemo ni kizuri. Where it has come from, it's none of our business. How they planned it, we should not bother about it, because ukijua vile waliplan itakusaidia na nini? Wewe sema this thing is beautiful, period. Hii gari ni nzuri, period. Usianze kuanza manufacture sijui ilitoka Japan. Hiyo utaumwa kichwa, utakuwa na headache. Kama hivi Wakenya sasa wana headache bado, maana wanasema hakuna kitu kinaweza faulu bila kiongozi. Sasa hiyo ilifaulu kwa nini? Why am I bringing in this? These guys brought the chapter of whereby saa hii nikitaka kusimama kura wameleta ile watu hawatauliza huyo jamaa ni male or female. Wameleta ile watu hawatauliza hiyo majina ya huyo jamaa anaitwa nani? Stone PK. Stone PK ni kutoka wapi? This guy is closed that chapter. And the reason why majority of people have not embraced that, it's because it is the truth, it is the way to go. And come the elections with a proper system, you can present yourself to the people, and who the majority will be the Gen Z, you are good to go. You are good to go. Because Gen Z, hata ukiangalia analysis zile walikuwa nazo, na tunaongea Gen Z, tunaongea millennial, na tunaongea generation mingi ya. Sasa wale watu watakuwa na hii maneno ya fulani ni mwanamke, fulani ni Mkikuyu, fulani ni Mjaluo, fulani ni nini. Au ni wale watu percentage yao iko ndogo sana. Labda we could say there may be up to 5 to 10%. Ndio wana hiyo mentality. Because to say the truth, if you find a man that is 55 years and he is questioning Stone PK where he comes from, because Stone PK amesema anasimama kura, then that should be a written off person. When I say 55 years, it's because that is a guy that was born long after independence. So amekuja ameenjoy na lazima awe ameinteract na watu wengi na ako na capacity ya kujua ukabila hausaidii. What I'm saying is that if this election now, after what is happening in this country, after the mess we are having, if, for example, Mother Karua articulates what she can fix, and we acknowledge, and then we fall back to look at, oh man, she's a Kikuyu, oh man, she's a woman, then this country will never be salvaged. It will go to yachwe tu ikufe. Let's have rooters, let's have the usual donkeys, the usual useless people. If we can fall in this year or coming year, when looking at our candidates, we fall to look at tribe, we fall to look at gender, we are finished and we shall never be helped. Kabisa? Kabisa? And you begin by sampling small areas. Unaenda space, unasikia watu wakiongea. People, watu wanaongeanga wakificha these two things. Tribalism, yani ukabila ile, huyu ni mkabila yangu, na hiyo ya gender. Ya gender watu wananyamazanga, lakini utasikia tu watu wanajaribu kuweka vitu mingi. People will not be as candid as kama vile Alex amesema openly, the way, yeah, ama vile Father Dani amesema we still have men, you know, mtu anauliza lakini unajua ni mwanamke. That is one of the very, very, very detrimental aspects of looking at leadership. In my own opinion, the issue of who or which people are supposed to deliver Kenya based on the issues that we have. And that's why, for example, personally, the approach ya Maraga, the questions he put there, they are very intelligent questions, superior. They were not cheap. I did the same. For those who don't know, I've been going for this electoral or whatever. I always ask, even when I'm going for interviews, this is a kazi. When I'm asked questions of blah, 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 if it was not explained very well what kind of a person they are looking for, and even if they have explained there on the paper, I always ask, other than what I'm seeing on this paper, you three gentlemen who are in this panel, from your heart, what kind of manager are you looking for? Or what kind of a person are you looking for? From your heart. not what was pre-written on the papers. When I walked into this interview room, before you even started, did I, by any chance, fit into the framework you are envisaging? This I'm giving you for free. It's a tough question. When you ask any panelist like this, they look at you, wengine wanaanza kuogopa. Yeah? Because it emits a lot of things. When I walked into this room, what did you think of me? Did I fit into all these questions mumeweka? But you now, you as a person, what came into your mind? Unaona wanaanza kukula ulimi wakijaribu kutafuta answer. Now, Maraga through that, and I would do the same. But for me now, because I've been on TVs, on this thing, I know the cries of the people, and you know, I would want them to confess. And that's why I'm saying I have a very big problem with Matiang'i, who I like so much. The silence, the fact that you don't want to, you better even say, I'm thinking about it. That is good enough. Daddy, tunataka kufanya hii, tunataka utununulie hii na hii. You know you don't have the money, but uweze tu kuambia watoto, I've heard you, na utoke uende. That's not an answer. Even the stones have heard me when I'm talking, even the birds. But when you tell me, aya, nitaenda kufikiria. Aha, you give me hope. So unaenda kufikiria, which means umeisikiza and unaiconsider. So Matiang'i has not done that. Then the day he took off, the day he was so scared by Ruto. I mean, the way that whole scenario he handled it as a state minister of security. Ilikuja nikashindwa, my ego, I mean, this guy who I love so much, hapo nilikuwa na maswali mingi, lakini nikajijibu nikasema, it's better to run away so that you fight another day. That is how I consoled myself. But I had a million questions that the man I know who is so brave, yani they were all cornered by Ruto mpaka ikakuwa wakakaa kama tohe. That really put me so low. It's like the way you trust your dad, and you know when we are growing up, you know the strongest man on earth that you know is always your dad. Lakini sasa akikuja apigwe mangumi mbele yako hapo na jirani na neighbor, uone amepigwa moja aende chini, you get traumatized and you'll be depressed until you die. That one day you saw your dad being hit so hard and he fell down and almost akapiga nduru. Okay, so that's how I felt after I saw how Kasongo alifungasha hawa watu akawakunja kunja, yeah, wakaweka mikia kwa nini wote na akina Kibicho and all that. I felt very, very sad. Now the second saddest thing is that people are crying for Matiang'i. People want Matiang'i to say one word, amekataa kusema. What kind of strategy is that? That is something that I would not do that in politics. If it's not even what you would call good suspense. It's a misnomer. It's a when people are, it's like when you are passing and people are shouting your name in good faith. Watu wanasema Stone PK, Stone PK. Wewe umekaa tu, hata you are not waving, you are not acknowledging, unapita tu silently unaenda. It is bad. Somebody should tell him that you don't do that. You don't do that. It is the same as those politicians who, when they are coming close into their constituents, wakiona watu wengi, wanaambia dereva pandisha kioo mpaka juu na uvute curtain za gari nisionwe na watu. Those are the kind of leaders that behave that way. So for me, I would want all those guys we are looking for, watoke, wapige campaign, wakuje tuongee, tuwaeleze. Waongee pia tusikie public speeches zao. Waongee tuone vile wana react watu wakiwaambia hiyo uongo, ama watu wakiwaambia wakitukanwa na crowd. We want to see how they react when they are being mobbed. We want to see how the body language when they are addressing multitudes of people. We want to see how they behave when you have more than 5 rallies. You are moving from one town to another, talking the whole day. We want to see how you manage that kind of stress. We want to see your endurance. We want to see you intermingling with all those other people. Watu wa chini, watu wa katikati, watu wa juu. So for me, nafikiria ni vizuri watu wajitokeze, na Wakenya tusikue tusifanye too much kizungu mingi, too much list kubwa sana. We don't need, tunataka list ya vitu viwili tu, two things peke yake. Hiyo ingine achana nayo. One, asserting the rule of law, period, irrespective. Tuna mabwenyenye wengi, lakini we want somebody who will truly make sure the law is followed. Number two, we want somebody that is, of course, has a face of a human. Mtu ambaye anaweza enda akute accident mbaya barabarani, akiwa anapita tuone machozi yake. Yes, I would want to have such a president. Umekuta, unfortunately, a very bad accident. Maybe you are among the first people to arrive. Depending on how it looks, you shed a tear. I want to see you get your handkerchief and wipe your tear. That will tell me you are a human being and you are somebody who has the feeling of people. Msimamo, Father Dani, nimekuona umepotea. Msimamo uko wapi? Peni Nyagaka, Naki. Peni Nyagaka mukoyone mbiore. Aya, Peni
Mbiyande nyakole byane jimbiyande.
ngai matiang yare.
Matiang tigasi budasiri.
Mulete ateve, mulete aseme mambo bwana.
Story vile umesema ninakubaliana na wewe kabisa. Huyu alikuwa anasema ati kile Kenyatta anasema ndio anafanya. Yeye alikuwa anapewa kazi na he's just a follower. He's not a leader, he's a follower. Hivyo vile umesema yote, Ruto alikuja huyu Kaongo akamtetesa akakimbia akaenda kwa nyumba na akatoka nje akaenda kabisa. Wacha atembee vile anatembea. Wetu ni huyu Maraga ndio anakaa kama Kibaki, asemi maneno mingi na ile anasema tu ni sheria. Fuata sheria and you will get everything. So we have a very new constitution in Kenya 2010. It is very clear. If we follow it, we can go wherever we want to go. So sasa wengine kutoka huko Kisii, we are very proud of somebody like Maraga ambaye if we can really join him or support him, we will go very far. Na huyu nani Matiang'i, I was skeptical of him from the beginning. Na kwanza mimi ni mzee sana, lakini wale niliona nikiwa mdogo hawakuwa, they were not kissing ass like yeye anafanya. Yeye alikuwa anasema ati kile Kenyatta anasema ndio anafanya. Huyu sio leader, that's a follower. So wacha tuendelee tuone huyo anatikatolele huyu nani Maraga ila anatuambia ila anasema tuone hiyo tutaendelea kutoka hapo. But we have a second league ya hiyo Matiang'i kama Maraga atakataa ama ataajishwa hiyo kitu. Being a leader in a country is not a very easy thing. It's very hard. It's a headache. It's a lot of stress taking. Kama Maraga is not willing, then Matiang'i will come along. Lakini wale watu ambao wako Kenya wanajifanya ati watatusaidia, Huyu Kaongo alitudanganya mazee, wengine tukamfuata. Ona huyu Raila vile amefanya, and I was very proud of Makisi people today. Walimwacha kwa mataa, hawakuenda mahali alikuwa anataka waende. It's useless. He's asking for their opinion. He's not asking for anybody's opinion. He's only satisfying himself. Huyu ni Raila, alafu afanye ile anataka kufanya. That's the end of the story. Hiyo tu yangu ni kwamba hii show yenu ni mzuri, wacha tuendelee nayo, tuone mahali tutafika hapo mbele. Na hiyo analysis mnapea ni mzuri sana, Story BK, na tuendelee mbele. Asante sana, thank you.
Thank you Mokoyone. Sasa mimi furaha yangu ni kwamba kikapu yetu tukiitishwa viongozi, we cannot take it empty. Kama Mungu akija saa hii atuambie, hey, haraka haraka in 3 minutes give me 5 people you think can help you as leaders. Yani tuna watu saa hii, that is the joy. Yeah, that is the joy. Yani, you know the way you are given very short time to pick. We can pick 1 2 3 4. Hiyo madoadoa kidogo kidogo ya Matiangi ya nani but tunajua tuna watu ambao tunaweza ama wataenda kuwa panel beaten. It's a wonderful thing, and that's what I call way forward, because if we can get them to go and set now what we want, you know, people have forgotten that we need somebody to midwife so that we can put a system, so that we can even do a referendum if we want to have to maybe concrete a system that we want. But we need somebody to oversee that, or some team to oversee that. So let's make the first step. We have a bunch of those fairly good leaders, all right? Then we are there now as the people, because they will accept what we say. We don't want the kind of Kasongo who comes and says he's the one fixing Kenya, the end of Alpha and Omega. We don't want that. We want somebody who says, munatakaje? Then we tell him, now tunataka haraka haraka, tubadilishe hii phrase na hii, tunataka huu mvumo, tukue hivi na hivi na hivi. That's what you think, is it? Yeah, bas, tufanye inaitwa nini? A vote. Tufanye hivi. We want, that's how countries are built. If you get a leader that will facilitate us to build and mold the country we want, I believe that hiyo sasa ndio tutaenda as many steps as possible. Had we gotten such leaders, for example, since when we got independence, you know, after Kenyatta one, you know, kama ilikuwa tunapata successive like that, this country would be where Singapore and those other countries would, I mean, they are. Yeah. But now we have this where a leader comes, Stone PK, this is me. Things will happen my way. Yeah. It is either my way or highway. You know? That's why we are toiling where we are. Mwizi anaingia, anasema ni his way. It will work. Hii itafanya. Yani musipende. Kenyans, let's go for this very, very flexible but assertive leaders. Madoadoa tutaangalia baadaye. Kama tunaona kuna shida hapa na hapa, we are going to do that, because we will not get 100% perfect person. Father Danny, you wanted to say something. Msimamo, you wanted to say something. Comfort, whoever. Msimamo kuja kwanza, alafu
okay. Asante.
Yes, I wanted to say something because I want to retire tomorrow. I have a busy day. It's good.
Oh, you want to say
reality as
before
it is,
Msimamo, or you want
and I
after
like
Msimamo?
when we face facts as they are. Sometimes we like hiding behind what is existing. There is a change coming in our country, whereby people are moving away from their tribal alignments. Because like in my family, tribal alignments may not fit in, because in our family, we have a Meru, we have a Nembu, we have a Maasai. So all these are in one family. So if you say this is a Meru, Do we kick away our sister-in-law? She's a Meru. She's part of the family. We talk about Embu. They are part of our family. Semasa is part of our family. Kisses are part of the family. So we have to educate people, but however, we have to accept that gradually we will get there. What you mentioned about the Gen Zs, what I like about them, because I have several of them, at least four, who do not belong to one community or to one tribe. When we speak about you are from Kisi, and this one asks, my mother is a Meru, my father is a Kisi, or my father is a Maasai, and what do you tell them? So sometimes we have to face the reality, but there are those who still have not moved an inch. When we do some visits in the village, you feel the raw sense of where people are. In the local villages, speaking their languages, sometimes just listening over a conversation. For example, if I've gone to a place down the hills of Wakaede in Imbere, and I'm sitting there after Mass in the morning, and they are giving me what they call Oshorua Mokib, and I'm taking that uchi with them, and they are having a conversation. You hear what men say about women, and the young men also there are listening to what they are saying. You go to Kisi in Nyabisabo down there in the village, you are listening to what these
Student
people are
BK.
saying in their local language and what they stand for. And you can feel the undertones on how they view either communities or people of a different gender. Even sometimes when I'm on phone with other people, you can hear the undertone. They don't want to speak about it, but you can feel it. You can flout a name and you can get a clear response, and you can see where this person is aligned to or is aligning himself or herself. You may have
Student
just an open
BK.
argument and say these are the two candidates, and then you sit back and listen. You find majority, even those who say they are not tribal or they are not aligned in terms of tribe. You may give two candidates, and one happens to be from that community. It is easy to discern and see where these persons lie. You can easily sense a person finding faults for a candidate who is not from their tribe, and the candidate from their tribe almost gets a pass instead of facing, say, this one or this one, this one or this one, who is the best for us? But you can feel that sense. I've participated in many conversations, some even on X, and you can feel when they are talking, you just sit and listen and just take a pen and just note down and hear what they are saying and what they are not saying. Sometimes what we say is not what we mean. Majority of the persons, they deeply mean what they don't say. And it's not easy to listen to what people are not saying. We are easily swept to listen to what people are saying, and we forget to listen to what they are not saying. So in our society today, we have to be firm, to be truthful, and face the reality as it is. As that now, the big fellows are ganging against the citizens, and unless we push a candidate whom we believe in, of course, we have no angels, but for me, I believe we must have a large number of trusted or people we can trust with power. Not
Student
only one.
BK.
One can be manipulated.
Yes, yes, Benny.
You
Una,
can gun against this one that we have chosen and to manipulate the person. But if we have a group, a number of persons we trust and propel them to positions of power, they will help the one that we shall put to the seat of power. So we have to start identifying them and letting them know what we want and how we want it done. So unless they
Uh,
speak out, we just give them a blank check and they write anything. So we have to push our agenda. We have to push some of those people we have identified. And if we can reach out to them and ask them, either via proxies or through email or friends, and find out where they stand. We may have a belief about persons, but we do not know exactly where they stand, and we do not know whether they have understood what we are telling them. Because there is a difference between them and hearing what we are saying. They can hear everything, but the
Stone
question is,
BK, this guy is repeating
do they
himself too much.
understand what we are saying? So
Just be
that's something
patient
we
a
have
little
to
bit.
think about. We can say, we can talk, they can hear, but are they understanding? And have they taken in what we are saying?
But you have said the
So
same thing
I would
over
say,
3 times. What for?
I would like to retire. May God bless you. And in case there's something I want to ask you before I go, I'll be here for the next 5
Stone
minutes.
BK,
I'll disappear. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Stone
Pagadani.
BK,
Okay, when Nyagake
this,
come in,
this guy is talking a lot of mumbo jumbo. He's repeating himself over and over. And that's not
tell us,
exactly what you gave
tell
us
us,
to
tell us.
tell us. Wacha niseme ya
No,
kwamba
no, tell,
Stone
sema
BK
yako.
vile ulisema, generally we have to accept that we are going in the wrong direction. Sio ya kwamba nikisema mi ni Mkisii, hiyo mina I'm bringing everybody backwards. I have Kikuyus who are my nephews and they know that I'm Kisii. I have Luos who are my nephews wanajua mimi ni Mkisii. If they know where you are coming from, does not mean that you are bringing anybody back. Na huyu Danidelis anasema ati ukisema wewe ni kabila gani unarudisha watu nyuma. Hiyo sio kurudisha watu nyuma. That is the height of a hypocrisy of considering wrong things and directing ourselves to the wrong issues of the day. Where Kibaki left the country, where Mzee Kenyatta left the country, if we had concentrated in seeing the things in the right direction, we will go very far. We are not going to go to the back to the days of where Moi would criticize the tribal leanings, and then he aligns every ministry with these people from the Kalenjin tribe. Hiyo ni uchanja I mean, I could not even use the words I want to use. So let us not assume that kusema wewe ni kabila fulani ni fulani, hiyo ni kuleta kitu nyuma. No, let us have the consideration. Let us have the conscience of building a future of Kenya where everybody get a job, where everybody gets kama ni hiyo SHA anaenda kwa hospitali anatibiwa, where everybody gets everything that is there in that society. Let us focus on that. Lakini kufocus ati ulizaliwa wapi na wewe ni mtu gani ni nini na nini, that is there. You cannot take it back. It is completely there. It is focusing on the wrong things. I will never, ever focus on anything ya kwamba mi ni Mkisii, therefore I am going to bring watu wa Mbere down. I am going to bring watu ya Masai down. Ndio kusema mi ni Mkisii. That's the height of hypocrisy. Hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana. So if you are focusing on that, so be it. That's your own thinking. That's your own way of looking at issues. Lakini ya kwamba umetoka wapi na unaenda wapi, you have to know. You have to be proud of where you are coming from and where you are going. Sio ya kwamba those are the guys, the only people that can do whatever job, that those are the only people that you can share the money with. No. So let us not focus on wrong things. Let us focus on the right things. Na vile Stone BK vilisema, if we had focused on the right positions from day one, Kenya will be better than Singapore, Malaysia, and the other ones. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you, Penny. Pagadani, anything you want to clarify?
I think, Penny, you did not understand me. I did not say people should not say where they come from. I said the experience I have had. I did not mention you or tell people not to say where they come from. That's the wrong thing. I never said that. And I never said people should focus on where people come from. I said I've listened to arguments before, and I've listened to people in the villages, and I was just saying what I have heard. I've not said people should focus where people come from. I'm proud to come from where I'm coming from, and I'm not afraid to say that I'm a proud Kisii. That does not mean that I should defend somebody just because from my tribe. We focus on the character of a person. But I was stating a fact that there are those who have not moved an inch like you have done. There are many who have not moved. We thank God there are those who have moved. But if you go to the villages, you can feel what people think about other tribes. But does not mean that all people are like that. People are moved out of that. And that's why I said we thank God that we are moving out of that gradually. And we have to keep on pushing for that to happen. It is not a blanket argument. It is not an indictment. I never mentioned that the fact that you said you support Maraga, you are a tribalist. No, that's the wrong understanding. Earlier, I had said I will vote for a person of character. I never said I will vote for a Kisii because a Kisii. When I said I'll vote if, for example, if Matiang'i was on ballot, I'll vote for him without thinking. Not because he's a Kisii. So please, I did not say that people should focus on right, but on a character, a person who is going to move the country forward, regardless of where they come from. But the feeling is there are many who have not moved to that level. What shall we do? We have to push them to reach that level, whereby they consider a person without considering tribe. Right now, you hear in Kenya what they are saying, the Nilotic organizations, they are coming together against the Kikuyu. They are saying, the politicians are saying in public, and they are saying it is time for us to show the Kikuyus. Those are men, people saying it in public. So such are the people we need to push to reach a level where they say we are electing a person, not a tribe. So Penny Nyagaka, please, sometimes don't just take statements and conclude and generalize. When we are stating the facts that they are, those are the facts. There are few who have moved. Majority are moving beyond tribe, but some are still there. When Kaluma stands and says, he's a member of parliament, and he says, this time we shall show the Kikuyus. What is he saying? It's just a man, an MP, a leader who is tribal. Such are the facts we have to face. People are saying it's our time. These people, they have been in power all the time. We make sure watu wa Mulima, they are not going to be in power anymore. They are saying it. What do you make of that? Those are the people we have to identify and to push them out of that thinking so that we can elect a person of character, not just a tribe. They are pushing tribal alignment, and we are seeing it, and we are burying our heads in the sand by the fact that we have moved beyond tribe, and we think they have also moved beyond tribe. They have not. Some are still stuck there. The Kisis are generous. They vote whoever they want. They have been doing it for ages. They are not moved by tribe. Even during Kibaki time, they gave half and half. During Kenyatta, they gave half and half. They vote whoever they think. We are the people who have been liberated. We vote for a person because we think the person is going to work for us. But not many people have reached that level. So, Penny Nyagaka, please don't generalize. And nobody has said that you support so and so, you are a tribalist. Nobody said that. That was wrong, and that was a wrong indictment on my character. And I don't take it lightly, and I like saying it as it is. Please, just take things
Hey,
as they are and be truthful.
hey,
Yeah, there,
20K.
no, that's, I think that's cool. It is now
So,
okay. Both sides.
so,
Yeah,
so
yes, Penny.
let me say one word alafu niache.
1-1.
Yangu ni kusema kwamba kama huyu mheshimiwa amesema ni kweli. And that's very true because huyu nani Alex akiwa hapo, kama Alex angekuwa hapa anajua the answers I know. Tukizungumza lugha yetu na waanze kuzungumza, kuna mmoja Alex anajua huyu akianza kuzungumza ya watu fulani ni vile Karuma anazungumza, na those we know nani Darius tunajua, so let us not generalize it. And kuna wengine if they are left there, just leave them there. Ukienda huku ushago upate watu ya ushago wakizungumza, it's like they will talk something about so primitive and you cannot tell them it's primitive. If you educate them, you take 2-3 days in educating the one topic. Now then that's not what I meant, and that I thought that maybe lakini vile umekuja mzuri ndio mzuri, lakini let us not focus on the negative, let us focus on the positive, na hiyo ndio tatusaidia wote, everybody. Na huyu Maraga I support him not because he's kisi, I support him because he's cool, and he reminds me a lot of Kibaki. Na Kibaki alikuwa very educated, lakini hakuonekana kama hakuna education nyingi, na unaona vile alifanya Kenya. Even if he did not do the best, he tried. Na tuendelee kutoka hapo. Vile Stone BK anasema tukiendelea, we are going in the right direction, we can go very far. Thank you, asante.
Asante Penny, asante Pagadani. Alafu kabla msimamo ndio uje, let me remind people kwamba mfalme hajulikani kwao, daktari hajulikani kwao. Kwa Kikwetu tunasema the rhino ate its own kinyesi chake. Msimamo karibu. Kwa hivyo tuchunge kile tunacho, ndicho chetu, chako ni chako. Kuna mahali Dodoma ndio ukifika panaitwa chako ni chako. When you ask them hii inamaanisha nini, and it's the most popular joint in Dodoma, chako ni chako. Then Nyaraka ukienda Dodoma, enda mahali panaitwa chako ni chako, utapenda. Kwa hivyo chetu ni chetu, na usiregret ati kwamba hiki chako either ni Mkisii ama ni Mjaluo ama ni nini. Kizuri ni kizuri bro. Karibu msimamo.
Asante. Mengi yamezungumzwa kaka hapa na ndugu zangu ambao wako hapa Nagaka na Darius na wengine ambao tuko kwenye studio. Mimi nitazungumza kwa ufupi zaidi. Kwanza tuelewe kwamba huu ni mchuzi ulionona, na kila ilivyo uwezi unywa ukiwa umepoa. Nadhani nikizungumza hivi unanielewa pike kwamba namaanisha nini. Huu ni mchuzi ulionona, yani ule una mafuta. Ukiwacha ukipoa basi unaganda kwenye bakuli, inakuwa ngumu kuweza kuunywa, maana lazima kwanza uanze kucrack hayo mafuta, na kivyovyote vile lazima utaupeleka kwenye mahali utaweza kupata joto, ama utaupeleka kwenye moto at least uyeyuke ndio uweze kunywa. So huu mchuzi bado ungali, mchuzi huu ni wa kunona, lazima kama ni kunywa basi tuunywe ukiwa moto. Na maanisha hivi, huu ndio wakati wa yeyote yule na feel ana munkara na haja na hili taifa, basi ajitokeze kikamilifu. Na kwa kujitokeza atakumbana na vita, lakini asiangalie vita vya political class, yeye asimame na Wakenya. Hii masuala ya uoga ni watu tunazungumza, wenye tunawapendekeza, wengine bado wako kimya, inatamausha kwa sababu hatuelewi. Na Kenya ilipofikia inahitaji mtu ambaye ataweza kusimama na wao, despite kwamba atapitia challenges nyingi tu, unaona, kwa sababu hili kundi la political class ni wengi. Kuna wale wako machoni tunawaona, but kuna wale wako chini ya maji, nao bado wanaangalia hii mambo akiharibika, tumekosa hela, tumekosa mshahara, tumekosa zetu. So kwa kiasi kikubwa still bado watarudi kwa wananchi kuweza kuwahadaa kwamba labda ni wakati sasa hivi wa kuweza kuruhusu kabila zingine zitawale na wengine waliotawala tangia awali waondoke. Tukibebwa katika hiyo wave, hatuna mahali tunaenda. Na pia Haya mnaozungumzia hapa kwamba tuangalie mtu na mtu na track record yake, yani tuangalie mtu kama mtu, tusiangalie jamii wala tusiangalie kabila anatoka wapi, ili mradi anasimama na sisi. Basi kama ni hivyo, huyu mtu atoke mapema, asiwache huu mchuzi ukapoa, maana itakuwa ngumu kuweza kunywa. Kitambo utafute na jiko tena ubandike tena, alafu itakuwa ni kazi ngumu. So huu ndio wakati huu wa kuweza kujitokeza ili kuweza kupangua haya yanayopangwa haswa na kuyapangua kwa misingi ya kwamba mtu anasimama haswa na Kenya na Wakenya. So Maraga amejaribu kuzungumza kwamba jambo hapa ni kuheshimu sheria, ambao naamini kwamba hilo linaathiri kwa kiasi kikubwa sasa hivi, kwamba kuna wale ambao wako above the law. Tunashuhudia mahakama ikisema hivi, wengine wanasema hapana, hii mahakama lazima tutaifundisha sheria, kwa sababu tunaongozwa na watu wako na PhD ambazo uongo mimi sizioni zikiwa na tija. Na ndio maana nikasema PhD kwa kichwa cha panzi ni kazi bure. Kuna wakati nilikuwa nazungumzia hivi, mtu ana PhD sawa, lakini sasa ubongo wake na mafikio yake ni tofauti na hiyo PhD. So kile tunahitaji ni mtu ambaye ataweza kusimama na Wakenya, na ni wakati huu, asisubiri hati mpaka kipenga kipulizo sasa ndio wakati wa campaign. Basi chelewa utamkuta mwana si wako. Hiyo ndo mawazo yangu na mtazamo wangu kama msimamo. So kama Matiang'i yuko kwenye safari ya kuweza kukomboa hili taifa, wacha jitokeze na asimame yeye mwenyewe kama yeye, asiwe pia naye ni msukumo kutoka kwa hawajamaa, kwa sababu wana kila mbinu. Wanajua kwamba fika wa Kenya wanahitaji mtu kama vile Matiang'i, Maraga na kadhalika, huenda pia nao wao wakamhitaji kuweza kupangua swala yale matarajio ya wengi kimpango fulani, kwa sababu tumeiona hili likitengenezwa haswa na huyu kiongozi ambaye aliteka akili za watu kwa miaka na mikaka, kisha mwisho wa siku amekuja kutuacha mataa na tuelekeza katika masuala ya ukabila. Sasa live kwamba tuungane na mawazo ambayo wao wanafikiria kwamba ni wakati sasa wa mlima kukaa nje. Sasa Waluo nao waingie hapo. Sasa wanarai Wakenya wote waanguka katika trap, kwa sababu kabila zingine hazijakuwa katika uongozi. Sasa hii ndio hofu yangu, tusiingie kabisa, kwa sababu hakuna kitu ambacho, hakuna jipya hapa ambalo tunaliona haswa kwa Raila. Raila amejieleza yeye yuko upande gani na tumemuelewa. Kilichobaki sasa ni kuachana na huyu jamaa kuweza kupanguana na ile mipango yao ambao wameungana na Kasongo na wanajaribu kuleta kwa Kenya, kama vile ambavyo hawa watoto wetu ama vijana wetu ama hili generation ilivyokuwa imesimama. Unajua walivyosimama, kila mtu alishikwa na kizunguzungu hapa. Yani vyenye alisema huu ni mtego wa panya, ulishika waliomo na wasio kuwemo. Yeye ni mmoja wao katika walioshikwa, despite juzi alizungumza kule alipokuwa kwamba huu ni mtego, akaleta hiyo story, lakini kimtazamo wangu yeye mwenyewe alipatwa pale pale. Uhuru alipatwa pale pale, Ruto the same thing. Wote political class wenye wamedominate wamekaa kwa muda wanajipata katika hili fungu ambalo ujenzi waliweza kuja nalo, kwamba wanataka masuala ya wazi, masuala ambayo yatakuwa yanaeleweka, masuala ambayo ni ya kiutu zima kuweza kulipeleka hili taifa, jambo ambalo wao hawataki, kwa sababu ni njia zao za kuweza kujipatia mapato. Yani wanahadaa wa Kenya kwa mpango fulani, kisha mwisho wa siku wao ndo wanaofaidi zaidi, wakijiona kwamba wao ndio kusema bila wao Kenya si lolote. So jamani, mimi kauli yangu ya mwisho PK, jamani, huu mchuzi bado ungali moto. Hapa ndipo pakunywa. Tukiwacha huu mchuzi na ama hii supu na imenona, basi italazimika, itakuwa ngumu kuweza kunywa, kwa sababu basi kilo kibandika mdomo umejaa mafuta alafu imeganda, itakuwa ni balaa. Kwa hivyo whoever feels ana hamu ya kuweza kupanguana na anakasirika kwa yale ambayo yanafanyika katika taifa, basi asiogope, asimame na Wakenya, akubaliane kwamba atakabiliana na changamoto nyingi, kuinjwa atawinjwa na kadhalika, limradi, lakini yeye asimame vile vile, na mkono wa Mungu utaweza kusimama na maombi ya Wakenya yataweza kumsaidia kufanikisha hili. La mwisho ni kwamba tusiangalie tu kabila, tuangalie huyo mtu kama wenzangu walivyozungumza kwamba huyu mtu katoka wapi, kaanzia wapi. So to me sina shaka na Maraga kwa sababu Maraga alijionyesha wakati ule alipopangwa na haijawahi kutokea. Aliposema kwamba hapana mambo hayajakwenda sawa. Na pia Matiang'i kuna vile ambavyo pia naye yuko sawa kimtazamo wangu kwamba yeye haogopi kuzungumza. Ndio kuna mapungufu machache ambayo mimi naweza sema pia ni romance za watu, na hata kama yalitendeka, lakini bado ni ule kiongozi ambaye ana ujasiri fulani kwamba yeye akisimamia jambo anakuwa na msimamo na anasimama kwa hilo. Sasa kile hofu yangu ni huu woga ambao hajajitokeza kikamilifu. I don't know anasubiri nini. Hiyo tu ndo nilitaka kuongezea PK, lakini mengi hapa yamezungumzwa, mengi yamezungumzwa, na nashukuru hii channel kwa sababu inampa uhuru mtu kuweza kuzungumza yale ambayo kwake anaona ni sahihi katika hili taifa. Lakini mwisho wa siku all ni kuangalia taifa letu na uongozi, kwa sababu ndo kwenye tatizo. Laiti tungekuwa na uongozi bora, uongozi ambao unatija, basi hatungekuwa sasa hivi tukibabaika. Tungekuwa hatuna wasiwasi na rasilimali zetu, hatuna wasiwasi na ushuru wetu, hatuna wasiwasi na masuala mazima na afya, usalama na kadhalika. Lakini hayo yote yanaendelea na bado hao tunawategemea kwamba watukomboe, ndio hao ambao wanatusaliti, kisha wakitukurai kwamba turudi katika hiyo treble card, kwamba ni wakati wetu sasa, kwa sababu wengine walikuwepo, sasa ni wakafanya hivi, sasa ni wakati wetu na sisi. Tukiwa kwa serikali mambo yatakuwa sawa. Hakuna mtu ambaye amekuwa nje ya serikali, hakuna upinzani. Mimi naweza nikasema pike na ndugu zangu hapa, kwa sababu kila mara hawa watu wana njia za kurudi pamoja. Walianza sijui ni handshake, sio kabla handshake kuna ingine ilikuwa imetokea, wakarudi tena wa nusu mkate alafu handshake. Sasa hivi ni broad based government, na kuna ile wakati mwingine waliungana na Moi. So it's like hakuna upinzani wenye umekuwa hapa, ni kisingizio cha upinzani tu, lakini mwisho wa siku nyani ni wale tu. Yaani hawa ni wanajuana kwa vilemba. Wewe simamia hapa, pangua, na mwisho wa siku Kenya itasonga mbele. Mwisho wa siku tutakutana haswa nyuma pazia ama nyuma tenti huko, wakipanga jinsi gani ambavyo wataweza kujitilia mapeni haswa katika kaunti zao. So to me naweza kusema ni wakati wa yes.
Wewe ndio ulinitumia ile clip ya Gaucho
amba mimi ndio nilokutumia haswa, na hapo ndipo nilipojenga hoja yangu kwamba tunaweza pelekwa hivi, tukapelekwa na narrative ya mahali pamoja, wakiza kusanya Wakenya wao.
Nitumie, nataka kuicheza tena hiyo. Nitumie
na kutumania kaka,
nyingi zimerundikana, sasa nitumie tena.
Sawa, na kutumania ili usikize haswa, maana huyu kijana yuko mbavuni hapa kwa nani, na haya anayozungumza tusibezi. Ikiwa hiyo ndio akili ya hii broad based government sasa Wakenya tusijaribu kununua kuuziwa huo uoga kwa watu wachache tu. Alafu narudi kwamba unaniweka tu kwa nikijaribu maana siwezi tuma nikiwa hapa, itabidi nitoke alafu nikutumanie mara moja.
Utabidi utoke. Haya, sawa. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, nani mwingine hajazungumza hapa? Rasbik.
Vipi?
Poa bro.
Yeah, so nimesikia vile kila mtu anaongea, everybody's opinion is like really good.
Wonderful. Yeah, it's fantastic. We are moving.
Yeah, so we are moving somewhere. Yeah, further down, the only thing that I kind of tend to disagree with you is when you mention that Maraga lacks the political charisma. I think that political charisma is what has ended us up to where we are. Kwa sababu politicians wanatudanganya during campaigns na hiyo charisma yao, tialala, TBM and stuff like that. Alafu we get carried away. I think it's about time we get sober leaders of integrity. We need a leader with integrity more than charisma, who can lead us with a sober mind and can move our country forward. We don't just need a politician who is so charismatic to other people while he's campaigning so that he can be appealing. Then once he gets into office, we end up with another Kasongo, who is a good campaigner. That's the only thing that I kind of tend to disagree on. This time around, Kenyans, let's be sober. Let's go beyond our tribal lines, our comfort zones, and gauge these politicians as per their characters, as per their records. That will be like a very important thing.
Yeah, yes, Razvik. Yeah, because unajua, we've been subjected, actually we've been fooled. Yani, mazee tumeenjoyiwa mtaani, yani unasema mazee hawa wasee wametuenjoy. In the modern way watu ukienda central watu wanasema hao watu walitubeba upara. Mazee, yani imagine unakuja unatoa tukilogan twa uchenzi. Yeah, like now, I count myself as one of those who have been fooled so badly by Raila, and I'm even ashamed that I can, the way I've fought for this man in the areas that I have, jurisdiction, the way I would talk and defend and all these kind of a thing. Bana. Sasa, then for me, I think I'm in the category of the Maragas and even the Matiangis, for example. I would fail when it comes to what people like calling at the, in politics, you have to be this. I'm from a different school. And my approach to politics, I take it as a what do we call it? As a program that would require a lot of professionalism. That if you are asking people to elect you as an MP, I expect you to be so technical that you know what an MP is supposed to do, and you know how an MP is supposed to connect with the people of his area of jurisdiction. Yani, that is how I would look at it. And I would even want an MP or a leader that would give us 30 minutes speech without any joke in it. Other than going home, people saying, huyo kiongozi ana msamiati, ana misemi, ana joke, ana all that. Because you laugh, and you take home nothing. I would want rather become a very boring public speaker in terms of when I'm addressing issues, the constituency. Because what I would want to communicate is, what should we do? Or is this the way we want to do things, including 1, 2, 3, 4? So that would be my approach. I would also not want to be a crowd puller, because I'm pulling a crowd for what? I would want to pull a crowd that would say, let's go and listen to this man. He speaks facts, he doesn't lie, he does. That is why, and that is the kind of crowd I would want to pull. Other than pulling multitude of people who are coming and they are buying the lies that I'm giving them, and they are cheering. Those are the kind of areas that maybe we need to start looking at. When I look at, there was one leader I met in a school called Kanyakine in Meru. That school had very, the way a school gets, very bad boys, very rude, people running out of school, boarding, but they sneak, they go kukunywa mapombe na huko. Headmasters had been posted there so many times, lakini they had failed to instill discipline. All right? Now, one headmaster was posted there. That is the story I was now given by a colleague who went through that school. The day that headmaster reported, one, of course, student waliona huyu hajui kuvaa, you know the way wanasema huyu ni mshamba, huyu ni mzae ama huyu ni whatever it is, because he was dressed simply and hakuja na masuti na tai, you know the way some headmasters believe that ukivaa tai na suti na viatu za brown hapo ndio unang'ara. This guy, the first assembly he attended, alikuwa amevaa shati na tai peke yake. Alright? I mean, na trouser and all. Yani that is simple. The teachers were even smarter than him. So alipoingia kwa assembly, and of course his English was that of the village. When I say Kizungu ya village, you know what I mean. These boys, manake shule iko karibu na tao, they would want to hear a headmaster that comes with twang, with yani Kizungu kimepashwa, yani ile mavokana nini na nini. So this guy came, akasema good morning boys. Then the boys laughed because they've never heard somebody with such a deep Meru accent. They were good morning boys, good morning again. The boys continued laughing. He says, boys, you can laugh from here up to Hero. But I'll still saying good morning and you have heard anyway. The boys continued laughing. Akasema, boys, I don't have time to waste in this assembly. I have two things. One, I have been briefed that in this school, discipline is so far away that it would take ages to bring it back. Vijana wakaanguka chini kwa, yani they laughed, they were almost collapsing. You may continue laughing. The second thing that I want to tell you, I will discipline you in a way that when you see me, you will just be saying, yes, sir. Because when you run, I run with you. You jump the fence, I jump the fence with you. You fall down, I fall down with you. You stand up, I'm here with you, boys. Where will you go? The boys waliposikiza the jamaa ameongea, wamecheka na akatoka na akaingia kwa staff room. Amini kwa ofisi yake. Discipline ilianza hapo. The few boys that were taken there by the teacher walienda kupatia hao wengine story. Wale walikuwa wanasneakingi kwa fence, unaruka fence unamkuta ako pande ile ingine amemaandika hapo chini amelala. Unaruka unakuta haya ndio huyu. Sasa utamwambia aje? Na usharuka fence. What am I saying? I'm trying to explain that sometimes in leadership, it's not the flamboyance we see. It is the character and the mode operating, the way to instill, the way to lead, the way to embrace, the way to bring people together to achieve what they would commonly look up to. This country, as we say, needs to only focus on two things. In fact, number one, as I say, somebody who will really deal with corruption vizuri. Remember, this country imeenda mpaka imekuwa the word corruption is not common anymore. All right? Kwa hivyo ukiongea juu ya corruption watu watakeka tu, just like those boys. But we want somebody who will bring back that corruption should be abhorred. That's the person we are looking for. The rest of the things hatutaki kujua. Hatutaki kujua alisomea shule gani, ama alikuwa nini, ama alifanya nini. Ule atakuja na from background yake tujue huyu atadeal na corruption. Watu wangu ama feeling. Wacha tuweke. Because we are not putting people there forever, permanently. We can even begin a system of where we have one president, one term. Because we want now people to follow the strategic plan. Like Vision 2030. Your Vision 2030, don't come and give us other stupid things. If you bottoms up, bottoms west, nini. Just take that document because it belongs to us, the people. Wacha kutuletea upuzi ya bottoms up na nonsense zingine za ujinga. Just tell us, out of that Vision 2030, what is it that you would think, you suggest in your own maybe experience? Ask us, tell us. Naona hapa tubadilishe haka, tukwambia hapana, hiyo kitu implement it as it is. Vision 2030 has all those nonsensical, those very sensible issues. It addressed even what people came calling bottoms up and all that. Vision 2030 is a total 360-degree empowerment program for Kenyans, from bottom to up and up to bottom. Anybody who has ever dared to read about it, it embraces everything. And in 30 years, by 2030, by halfway, we are supposed to have felt it. In fact, from the way it was said, we were not going to reach 2030 before we achieved it 100%. Yeah? People felt it. But one term, it was a leap. That was part of the vision 2030. Yeah? So, tukileta maneno mingi, sijui nini, simple things unasema utafanyia watu, and you can't. Just because corruption is your first word, is your breakfast, is your lunch, is your dinner. Thank you very much. Somebody else who wants to say something as I try to prepare this clip. Nataka tucheke kidogo.
Let me say something. Maybe
Yes,
if I said charisma or charism or charismatic, I was wrong. But I don't remember saying that I did not see the charismatic part of Maraga. I mentioned, if I remember well, what I said is I did not see enthusiasm. There is a difference between enthusiasm and charism or charisma. Enthusiasm is just showing passion and displaying some interest. That's all. Display the interest and the passion for it. That's all. We don't want the dramas of Tiara as we said. I think I never said I need to see him being charismatic. No. What I said, I did not see enthusiasm in him. That is
Kaka,
showing
unaongea hatukupati vizuri,
and
ni kama kuna mgurumo kwako, hatukupati poa.
somebody can be soft, like the teacher you are mentioning. The soft teacher does not have many things, does not have colorful things, but there is passion and display of interest to do exactly what he wanted. And that's what I just need from a leader. Enthusiasm, to show that passion and firm interest to do it. Of course, being charismatic, you can attract, you can have charm, you can make everybody laugh, but you have nothing to offer. But when you are determined, when you are enthusiastic about something, you display passion for it and interest, firm interest that if I want to be a president, this what I'll do, this what I'll do, and any other thing, just be firm and say, I have heard what you have said. I have listened to what you have been talking about. I have thought about it. And then show that interest and passion that in case you are given that power, this is how you're going to do it. Of course, they mentioned one. And I remember mentioning that I thank God that He knows what He wants to do. But He has to show that passion and firm interest. The other part, if we use the example of the teacher that has been given, we have a leader who was not charismatic at all, but he was firm and passionate of what he wanted to do. And I remember mentioning his name. That man was a Tanzanian president. He was not charismatic. He was not full of charm. He was just passionate with his work and was determined and showed firm interest to do it. and he did it. So I never wanted to be misunderstood. I never said I want a charismatic person. We have so many of them who have been there, but they have delivered nothing. So, but we need somebody who is passionate and firm interest in what he wants to do for the country. And the last thing I would like to talk about is we have to look at the quality of the members of parliament that we elect. We have to look at their character, because they do a lot and they make decisions that affect all of us. But if they are not persons of character, they can easily be swayed, they can be corrupted, and make decisions that are going to make the people suffer. We may have a very firm president, a good determined president, and these people can undercut him in various ways. So we must have people of character who are going to stand also for the people. Look at some characters that were put in that parliament. They speak so good English, but when you look at their actions, they speak the opposite of what they say. And yesterday I said, or the other previous day, I said, it is now enough of speaking from our members of parliament. Most of them, they want now to speak what we want to hear. It is a moment we tell them we have heard you enough. You have power as members of parliament and as members of the Senate. Don't tell us what we know already. Tell us what you are doing to alleviate the sufferings of the Kenyans. If you're just telling us what we already know, you're not helping us. So we have to start also holding these members of parliament into account, the members of the Senate into account. They are coming to sing with us of the problems we are going through. They are not offering any solution. We have to start asking them, yes, you are telling us SHA is not working. Yes, you are telling us the university funding is not working. What are you doing to rectify that problem? What actions are you taking? We have given you power, you're members of parliament, and you have some leverage. You can introduce some legislation which can help. What are you doing? Are you pushing for the good of the people, or you are coming to sing with them, to be appreciated, to be received, and to be re-elected? What are you doing as at now to try to alleviate the suffering of the people? Stop singing. Stop telling us what you already know. You come, you tell us the hospitals are not working because SHA is not working. You are not helping. We already know. What are you doing as a member of parliament? We have to start doing that. So the quality of leaders we put in parliament and Senate also is very important. The last thing, this might be controversial, but I would wish in the near future, when we have a good government, a working government, we have to relook at what we are calling women representative. We have to relook at that and see how better can it serve the people, because they are elected from the whole county. But how are they serving the people of the county? Are we putting them into office just because they have to fill the numbers in the assembly, or there's a particular need for them to be there? What if we change the system and say we have too many of these administrative positions? Let us reduce them. These elective posts, for example, say we have so many counties. Why don't we reduce them? That will come later, but we have to relook at some of the things in our constitution and align them for efficiency in service of the people. Now we have a women representative. What are the specific works and how does this help the county? And if we need to have maybe 2 senators from each, then we say, okay, 1 male, 1 female, and off you go. And then we reduce the number of members of parliament drastically, because we are paying so much for nothing that they are doing for us. They do so little than a doctor in the hospital. A doctor is not being paid, while an MP is almost paid $1 million, but is doing a lot of nothing, walking around with bodyguards. What are they helping? So we have to relook at all these things when that time comes. But one step at a time. Let us have good leadership, then we start looking at the structure of all those governing positions that we have and have a lean government. We are so bloated since we are a small country. We cannot afford to be paying all such from that poor economy that we have. We have to rethink our structure of government, and we must have a leader, as I said earlier, who is bold of what he wants to do and does it. We may call this person a benevolent dictator, but for me, I will say a bold leader. And if you want to go a little bit further, a leader who is bullish, he will push the good agenda for the people and make it work, of course, within the confines of the law. And that's the leader I would wish to see. A leader who is bold, who is willing to think outside the box for the good of the citizens. So at least now it's almost 11 in my place. So I would like to thank you and appreciate your presence and the conversations we have. And we also keep on, of course, trusting that we move in the right direction and good leadership will be on our way. Let us have all the leaders we need and choose from the number and present the best. God bless you.
Thank you, Father Danny, for that Danny call. And remember, as I had, we have to get leaders from far and wide, right? From those of you who are in the diaspora and you're able to offer yourself, please, let's do that. I'll be in the front line to make sure that we all go there and take leadership position so that we try to help people bring the change we want. Now, somebody's mic is I want to play one clip. Hey, whose mic is this? I want to play this one clip after the other. You see some of the leaders, some of the people that are saying they will offer themselves for leadership positions. Mike, tuzime mic zetu tafadhali.
Unajua wale wajui wameingia bunge juzi. Huyu ndiye amekuwa attorney general ya bunge kwa muda mrefu sana. Alitolewa tu na kuu. Unajua iko wakati walituweka hapa nikiingia bunge siku yangu ya kwanza. Haungeongea kama una kizungu kubwa. Walikuwa watu wa kizungu kubwa kama sita wakaanza kuongea sisi waweko huko kando. Lakini Mungu ametusaidia sasa watu wa Kiswahili pia wako na nafasi. Asante sana Yola. Ule jamaa mnono, kwa jamaa mwingine hapo pinzani. Unajua hakuna kitu mbaya mnono kama ni muongo. Mtu mmoja afadhali mlikuwa mkipeleka kitagaja wewe unaona wewe jamaa mwili yake imeruhusu yeye kudanganya. Lakini mtu mnono kama ule ako round na anapiga na anasema vitu muongo vingi. Hii dunia kweli iko na maneno. Na kitu fani na watu wanapinga historia ya Raila Odinga na William Ruto. Hawajaileta upinzani hapa. Na sisi wanabunge tujai kataa. Hatujai kataa waleta hata Malala hapa. Juzi huyu jamaa wangu mnaona ambaye ametoka hapa. Mtu alitembea na yeye ni mtu wa serikali. Alitembea na ule jamaa ndio nani? Dilimas Barasa. Unaona? Na hiyo siku alisoma kama security analinda mtu wa serikali. Hata hakupinga. Akapata hiyo siku alipewa kitu kidogo akapotea mwezi ndio akarudi. Sasa mimi nasema na hao watu kweli wanapinga na hao ndio wanatafuta watu wa serikali wakuje hapa. Badala watu waachie. Kitu ya kwanza wanabunge kabla ningia siasa ya Raila Odinga na William Ruto inasumbua watu sana. Na mimi nataka kuambia supporters wa Raila Odinga ambao wako hapa. Enyewe mjipigie makofi kwa sababu ndio umekuwa warembo ambao watu wote wanatamani. Jana juzi nimeona Uhuru akienda tena kunyemelea baba. Uhuru akienda kunyemelea baba, ameweka baba na safari mingi. Ule mtu alikuwa anapiga baba picha au baba na Uhuru picha ni kama alikuwa kwa miti kama hii. Na hakukuwa na simu safi. Saa hii hao watu ambao wanalia ya kwamba Raila akisupport Ruto eti wataanguka na yeye, akienda nini eti Wajaluo wapige kura. Kama tupige kura, kwa nini mtusumbuke na sisi? Si nyinyi ambao mnapiga kura watu wa Parliament 2027 mupigie candidate yenu ambaye simama hata women rep Gachagua, hawezi simama hata women rep. Saa hii wale walikuwa nasema nikiongea mambo ya Gen Z hapa, kama hapa ilikuwa hotspot, watu walikuwa wanaongea hapo, vijana walikuwa wanajaa wengi. Nikasema Kenyan politics ni tribe. Nikaambia ndugu yangu Kasmel kama amekaa hapa ya kwamba kuna hii mambo ya Gen Z hakuna. Kila mtu ako na godfather yake. Ukiona Boniface Mwangi unaona Martha Karua. Wewe Kasmel, wewe peke yako ndio huna mtu. Wewe pia tafuta vile unaona kwa godfather yako. Saa hii linaonyesha udhalilishaji ya kwamba kumbe Mporala pia alikuwa anafanyia boss yake nini? Kazi. Sasa mimi hata nashindwa. Afadhali Kasmel akosea. Kwa sababu Mporala mali ameenda, hawezi simama hapa, hawezi simama atoe Kimani chungu hapa Kikuyu. Hawezi sama kwa Dagoretti pale, Dagoretti mali natoka huko Dagoretti kwa South, hawezi. Unaangalia watu wenyu wako pande gani, wengi wana support coalition gani tuenda kusucceed. Kwa sababu mtu sikudanganya kwamba watu wanatuimbia hapa eti Gen Z wataamua. Gen Z ya Raila ambao ni wengi. Hata nyinyi wale mliona hapa sio Gen Z, ama iko wengine Z wale mliona hapa na walikuwa wanatetea nani? Raila. So mimi nataka kusema hivi, my friend, kwa watu ambao wana support wa Munyoro, hao watu wa Mount Kenya wachukii William Ruto. Hao watu wa Mount Kenya wanachukia Raila Odinga na Wajaluo na wale watu wanafanya kwa government ya William Ruto. Mkitaka kujua ni kwa nini, in 2000 wakati Raila Odinga na Kibaki walikuwa wanafanya pamoja, walisema Kibaki na Raila Odinga wameretire, ni wazee wote waende nyumbani pamoja, kwa sababu Kibaki alikuwa anafanya nani na Raila. Wakati Raila Odinga alikuja akasalamiana na Uhuru Kenyatta, wakasema Uhuru Kenyatta ni mlevi na waende wote pamoja akiretire, kwa sababu Raila Odinga alisalamia nani? Uhuru. Wakasema ya kwamba eti huu mtu ndiye ametuletea kisirani kwa serikali. Wote waliama wakaenda kusupport nani? William Ruto. Leo tena wamechukia William Ruto kwa sababu Raila Odinga alikuja akaweka peace na wakakaa na yeye na wakina Mbadi na pia Wandai na kina Roy Mondomolo wakapata kazi. Sasa hivi wanasema Ruto na Raila Odinga waende nini? Nyumbani. My friend, hiyo janja yenu tumejua. Na hiyo janja yenu ita work sasa iko wa Kenya. Mulitumia wakati ile ingine. Na hiyo kitu Gachagua juzi alikuwa na tangu Gachagua afanye interview sijawahi jibu. Gachagua alifanya interview akasema ya kwamba wamepea Raila Odinga option. Eti Odinga kama anataka kuwa president wa nchi atoke mapema, hawakuje wakae chini wamweke president. Nataka kuambia Gachagua na watu wengine, sisi si wajinga na Wakenya si wajinga, na supporters wa Odinga si na supporters wa Oginga Odinga. Supporters wa Oginga Odinga mlidanganya Oginga Odinga mkitumia Paul Muite. Akaenda Haji Paus hapa, akaenda kuambia Oginga Odinga ya kwamba tumeamua kukupea president in 1992. Oginga aliuliza Paul Muite, Paul, hii actress ambayo Kenyatta aliimba kwa watu wenyu, mko sure mtanipea hii kiti? Wakamwambia mzee, tunakupea hii kiti, tumechoka na Moi. Oginga alikubali na kaingia box yao. Dakika ya mwisho walifanyia Oginga nini? Alitoka namba 3. Alitoka namba 3 in 1992. Number 1 ilikuwa Moi, number 2 Kibaki, number 3 Matiba alikuwa namba 2. Number 3 ilikuwa Oginga, number 4 ikakuwa nani? Kibaki. Number 4. Unaona? After hapo Oginga hakukufa kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka kukufa. Oginga alikufa juu alikaa chini akauliza, mimi ndo nimepigania hii nchi, nimepigania demokrasi, nimeleta nini? Hao watu wamenifanya hivi nikatoka hii namba. Oginga akakuja akasema, my friend, sisi Raila Odinga tutaki akupe kesho. Sisi Raila Odinga bado tuko na haja na yeye. In fact tunataka Raila Odinga hata Mungu akimchukua kuja tuulize kama chukue Raila ama asichukue. Odinga akisimama, then watu wa Mount Kenya watachukua, naweza toa hata candidate wachukue president na njia nyingine, kwa sababu Wakalenjin wakipiga na sisi wa supporters wa Odinga wapige kando, itabaki ya kwamba nyinyi mchukue. My friend, lazima mupate dose ya William Ruto 10 years. Nataka niwaambie, hiyo jinga yenu hii lazima itolewe. Unaona, hiyo kura yenu mlidanganya wale watu zamani, sisi. Si najua historia yenu vizuri sana. Hata kama mmeplant wabunge wengine ndani ya ODM, ndani ya wapo. Hata Kalonzo kama tutachagua kwa unataka kuweka mtu president. Bwana Kalonzo alikuja wakati Odinga aliwin presidency in 2007. Mkaambia Kalonzo turumudhama ya kwamba kuja usupport Kibaki kuwa vice president. Then tunakuweka president 2013. Dakika mwisho mlifanyia Kalonzo nini? Mlimuita watermelon. Na mkaita Mudavadi ya kwamba ni mademoni. Leo wakina watu wanatembea wamekuwa malaika lini? Kama Msala Mudavadi amekuwa na nyinyi na muita mdemoni. My friend, tunataka kuambia nyinyi. Uhuru alisema ya kwamba Ruto ye 10, Ruto nini? Uhuru alisema nini? Ruto 10, Uhuru. Kwa nini huyu kijana Mkalenjin alisunguka kama Uhuru Kenyatta amechanganyikiwa? Raila akiwin election ya 2017 hapa. Uhuru akichanganyikiwa akapiga Gilbis anakunia matako yake pale Mudhurwa. Ruto akamwambia mimi naenda ku make sure amekuwa president. Ama ni uongo? Hapa kama anachanganyikiwa Ruto ama ni uongo? Akamwambia nita make sure kwamba amekuwa president. Leo mnasema ya kwamba eti Ruto saa hii atoke na hii miaka 3. My friend, sisi tuko kwa hii serikali. Hata ukiona vile na nini saa hii, hata vile natembea, unaona saa hii sina mambo ya sufuria kwa kichwa. Hata Kibaki alikuwa na province ngapi? Moja. So 2007
Waya Wakenya mpo msimamo?
Yeah, tuko PK. So unaona hizo speech kama za huyo Fala
Ndio nimecheza juu watu waone the kind of you cannot ignore.
hiyo ndio speech when saa zile tunakuja kwa hizi show tunaonya watu, if we focus more on hate then tunapatia speech kama hiyo opportunity ya kusell huko nje, kwa sababu wale watu wanatusikiza wakilogin wanasikia tu hao watu wako na chuki kweli. Then when somebody like Gaucho akiongea wana relate nayo, wanaona wale watu wa Mount Kenya they have nothing better to talk about than to talk about chuki ya Lakeside ama chuki ya Raila. So I think we need to focus more. Once we identify our candidate, we need to sell our candidate and try to let Kenyans know the benefits that our candidate will change the nation more than buying into this cheap politics that mtu kama huyu ana sera na hata hizi chaguliwa hata village elder kwa mtaa yoyote. Yetu ni watu wa mkono. If anything happens to Raila right now and Raila kufe, sijui ata survive aje, kwa sababu yetu ni mtu wa mkono wa kupiga kelele na kupewa a little pocket money ya kusurvive, ya kulipa rent hapa na pale, and that's how he survives. So we need to be very careful with this kind of people. The platforms that they have, they're actually convincing people, wana hizo ma reference anapiga, there's somebody that will relate to that kwa ground. Ataona aka kafala nika kanaka ukweli hapa hivi, kanaka ukweli, but in real sense, ni just some baseless arguments.
Wacha niingililie hapo. Stone PK, can I get in?
Karibu Njiro. Raza
unajua nimeona umecheza huyo best. Sitaki kumuongea vibaya, lakini nikasema I need to enter and also inject something. First of all, it is so shameful that opinion shapers, the people who think they are opinion shapers ni kama kina Gaucho. Stone PK, you need to know that any election cycle ama ile wakati when people want to set an agenda for a nation, we usually have brilliant, serious people who can explain the agenda at task. So the agenda at task is not about Jaramogi. Na hiyo ufara huyo kijana anaelezea hapo. Hata I am so surprised that kijana amekuwa akisupport Raila Odinga. He is claiming that tutapata dosi ya Ruto for 10 years, tupende tusipende. And the reason why he is saying that ni sababu ati he is claiming that Wakikuyu ni kama wali betray Jaramogi and then they are going to safeguard Raila Odinga. Ati Raila Odinga hakuna vile ati atakuja kuharibiwa na mtu yeyote. Two things I take. First of all, mimi siwezi fuata Gaucho. Gaucho is a man is a hollow pot. And it's to PK if Raila Odinga wale watu wanatembeanga na wao ni watu kama akina Gaucho. Mimi naomba kwa heshima munitoe katika kufikiria hata watu wanaweza taka kukua kwa siasa yote. Who is Gaucho in the Republic of Kenya? Ametrain nini? What is it? Like sasa kama sasa Stone PK nikikuuliza Gaucho ni nani? Gaucho alitokezea wapi? Who is he? To the extent that inasemekana ati ni kijana wa mtaa, ati yule ambaye anaongeleshanga vijana. Huyo jamaa akili yake, what does he have? Like what does he do other than being in the streets na kudanganya watoto? What does that guy do to bring bread in the table? Stone PK. Does this guy have a career? Nataka tu mtu aniambie huyu Gaucho career yake ni gani? If
Njiru, these gauchos, they are not just on the lakeside. Hata mlima wako na some gauchos. Like Moses Kuria for a while was a gaucho. Kazi alikuwa anafanya alikuwa ni kutukana Raila until when Uhuru did a handshake with Raila, kazi yake iliisha. He was so irrelevant. So these characters are everywhere. And that is why Maraga asked Kenyans today that, what kind of Kenya do you want? Because Maraga knows that sisi wa Kenya tuko na ujinga. You know, we end up electing some leaders with no integrity. Maraga doesn't want to be on the ballot for the sake of it. He wants to be on the ballot to represent Kenya, and he wants to make a change. He wants to make an impact, and he wants to be on the ballot to win. That's why he was challenging Kenyans. Mnataka Kenya aina gani? So until we answer that question, you know, these people like the gauchos, these characters are everywhere, you know. Wako lakeside, wako mlima, wako kila pahali, kwa ground. And this is how they convince people. They have nothing better to say than to spread malicious, you know, rumors. Now, and they're convincing people kwa ground. Okay. Hao ni watu wanaongea na watu kwa ground.
Sawa, nimesikia hiyo. But we have also to understand that the popular opinion is going to win. The popular opinion is very clear. Ruto must go. Ruto has destroyed the Kenyan economy. Ruto cannot be given another 5 years. That is what is in our table. And for us to achieve that, for the first time, itabidi tuache kusikiliza some of these opinion shapers who are only talking because they have been paid by Ruto. Ni opinion shapers wengi watakuja sana, including information carriers, some of the scandalous people in Kenya trying to come and tell us what they want us to do or what they want us to think. For the first time, mi naomba kina Sheima, why can't we advise ourselves? We know what is good, what is better for us. Mbona tunaruhusu tuambiwe na mtu mwingine? Kwa nini Gaucho anifikirie? Kwa nini Moses Kuria anifikirie? Kwani mimi mashida yangu iweze niongeleshea? Can't my issues tell me that the government is not doing right, na nijipange na nijue ya kwamba my only mission in this round is to unseat Ruto and put a better candidate there. I think that is something which everybody of us should be there. Sahi we have already agreed that Ruto should not be given a second term. Hawa watu wameanzia kutokezea, wanakuja kutuambia sijui ati lazima mkuwe na Ruto miaka 10. Who are they? Number one, these are people who Ruto has gone pare kando. Hawa ni watu wameripwa. These are people who they have joined the Ruto bandwagon. So there is a lot, and we need to start now seeing how this restructuring is happening. Gaucho is a Raila mouthpiece, so hakuna kitu ingine. So hiyo pia inajaribu kukuonesha mtu kama Raila Odinga hata tuanzie kusahau yeye. So what do I mean here? Ile kitu najaribu kumaanisha hapa ni ya kwamba we cannot continue listening to such people. We have to now look on a new path of, if we have to listen to opinion shapers, we have to look for opinion shapers who have a credible life. Hii story saa zingine ya kufuata watu kama akina Gaucho, people who cannot survive if Raila Odinga is not there. Hawa ni watu wa kukula minofu pamoja na Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga akilipwa, hawa ni wale vijana kidogo kidogo anaendanga anawapea maybe kitu kama milioni 100, they can get to survive. Let's think of credible opinion shapers. Opinion shapers will always be there, but Gaucho cannot be an opinion shaper. He doesn't have a good life. He doesn't have a life which is admirable. I don't think I would want to be Gaucho. So it should not be somebody who we are admiring to listen to when it comes to politics. Let's look at people within our societies, people who God has given good life, people who think about us, or people who think good about Kenya, and we reason with those people. But how on hell on earth should we reason with people like Akina Moses Kuria, as Rasvik was saying, people who have, who their heads are just horror, they have nothing? Why should I think even with the people like Akina Sonko? So, you know, the problem in Kenya ni ya kwamba opinion shapers ni crooks and people without brains. And people who are reasoning because they have participated in corruption, or they have participated being in the right wing of a certain politician. Number two, nimesikia mkitaja story ya Kalonzo. I don't know, there was somebody who was alikuwa anataja Kalonzo hapo. I think ni the same Gaucho, sorry. Alikuwa anasema ati Kalonzo amekuwa wasted. Let me tell you something. In politics, there is nothing like being wasted. You cannot blame people for your decisions in politics. Uwezi anzia kusema niliungana na mtu fulani akanichenga akaniwaste. It shows that you are not visionary, you are not strategic, you are not informed. In politics, you carry your own cross. Once you choose a side, you choose a decision, you have agreed to suffer the consequences. So Kalonzo Musyoka cannot be blamed, ama he cannot blame people for him not having succeeded a bigger post other than a vice president. So Kalonzo Musyoka has suffered the fate of his own consequences, of his own issues, of his own life. Ye mwenyewe ndiye alitaka vitu iende hivyo. So what can Kalonzo Musyoka learn from what he has done? Kalonzo Musyoka has to be visionary enough to know that by him alone, he cannot be able to have a presidential momentum, but he can combine with serious visionary people. Na asikue mtu wa somebody who cannot be able to make a decision quickly. Politics rewards people who can make decisions quickly. In 2022, unaona hii story alikuwa anasema story nitapitia katikati yao. It's a style of yani kuchelewa ku make decision. And that is what Kalonzo has suffered. Actually, Kalonzo could have become the president of Kenya a long time ago. Lakini Kalonzo anakuanga na pole sana. He is not quick. Politics rewards quick people. You have to look at where people are pointing and you point there quickly. So that now you can be the person who will start guiding people. But wakati raia wameanzia kuona wewe ni kama decisions zako ufanyangi kwa haraka, raia now start not having hope with you. So that is one of the mistakes which Kalonzo did. That a bit of sluggishness in making decisions. Another thing, Raila Odinga. Why did Raila Odinga never ever become a president in Kenya from now? Raila Odinga, the reason why he has never become a president is that he is not determined to the core. And Raila Odinga in his brain, na nitasema hii because with a view of what psychology says, the fact that Raila Odinga goes to an election with a mind full of option, he cannot win. Hii kitu hata nisipo shida, I can do another thing. Raila Odinga has never taken an election as a do-die thing. And that is why, because if you don't take issues as a do-die things, you will not be serious, you will not work hard, you will not be strategic. Sababu wewe unaona hii kitu hata nikianguka naweza fanya kitu fulani. That has been the issue of Raila Odinga. He could have been a very good mobilizer, a very good machinery, pulling, very good in coalition building, but the fact he doesn't have it at heart. That is why his whole campaign collapses few days after after Nikama amefika. He has been leading in opinion polls all the time, opinion polls, right? And ndiye ako mbele. Lakini ikifika pale when the real days come, everything collapses. That lack of determination, that availability of options, whereby he believes that hata nikianguka, I know what I'm going to do. That has been the biggest problem. We need somebody who wants to become a president as no any other thing remaining in life. We need somebody who has no option. Yule mtu ambaye tutapiga support sahi ni his determination to become the president is so high. He is not a man with divided attention. As long as we will get that man who is serious, he will be able to fight. Lakini tukipata huyu mtu ambaye he is ready to sacrifice the position, that is why such men do not win. The reason why tunasumbuana na Ruto hapa, it is because the determination of Mr. Ruto to get anything is usually so high. The determination of Mr. William Ruto to steal from us is so high. And men with such determination, whether bad or wrong, they actually go somewhere. And that is one thing which people have to learn, that we need somebody with extreme determination, somebody who believes that he is going to become the president. And with that positivity, we will now be able to build a synergy which will actually make that man a president. Lakini tu tukiendelea tuna hii maneno ya shingo upande, sijui mimi hii kitu naweza pata, hii kitu naweza kosa. That is where people lose election. Lastly, I wanted to comment about the coalition which we are going to form. Whether our coalition is going to form, there is no two ways about that. It is we either form a coalition or we perish. So we are going to have a consortium, a big one, coalition. All these front runners you are seeing, at the end of the day, they will come on in one table, in one basket. They will coalesce. They will agree. What we should be talking about now is who is that man who has favorable qualities, opposite of Ruto? Who is that man who people will start gravitating from Ruto coming to him, or even Kenyans who have not made decisions, or Kenyans who did not vote, the 8 million one, they will actually side with that man. That is what we need to be thinking about here. A man who can be able to attract those 8 million votes in 2022, which did not vote. If we can be able to be a little bit selfless, and we think in that dimension of an acceptable Kenyan, a Kenyan with no baggage. And that is why we have to do a lot of work. People like Martha Karua, Gachagua, Natembea, Eugene Wamalwa, all those forces of opposition, you have to sit down and think of a man who is actually acceptable by people who feel they cannot go to the ballot. Because actually that is a constituency which can actually exterminate Ruto from day one. Remember, the people who do not feel they can go to the ballot, they will not get out of their homes to go and vote for Ruto. That is one advantage we have. She was saying, and I want people to listen to this. One advantage we have is people who did not vote in 2022, they will still not vote for Ruto. But those people who did not vote for Ruto, did not go to vote, they can actually vote for our coalition if we have serious, credible people. So, other than the Wamunyoro, the Martha Karua, all those people, other than the constituency, these people are trying to build. There is another neutral coalition which can actually come to our side if we bring a credible man. So those 8 million votes actually can take Ruto home on day one, because those people will never go to Ruto. Those people know Ruto is an unstarter. And by the way, for your information, Ruto will never do anything for Kenya. Forget about what Francis anakujanga kutuambia hapa. Ruto is on a destructive path of a very serious nation which was on a positive forward trajectory 60 years after independence. But what has come to of age now? We are now having a government, Bwana Francis, I have to guide you. We are now having a government which is actually stealing 2 times more than even what used to happen in the criminal government of Uhuru. We agree. Criminal government of Uhuru, there was a lot of stealing. But now, Mr. Ruto has accelerated and amplified it to mega scale stealing. And we cannot continue talking of a man like that one. There alone, we used to hear 700 billion has been stolen within a year. 2 billion in a day was getting lost. Today, we are having a man who is stealing like 1.4 trillion. We are talking of 4 billion in a day. That is the money which we are losing under Ruto. And we cannot continue entertaining him. And he is now going to the old ways of wanting to work with the pastors who do not actually live our life. Those pastors do not live in Kenya. They live upscaled lifestyles. Much of those pastors actually wanaishi maisha ya mchango. Yeye akitaka gari anachangiwa. Mimi nikitaka gari ninunue na nilipie taxes. Nikitaka nyumba, nikitaka plot, niende nichukue loan ama nifanye kitu ingine. Lakini mmoja akitaka chochote, yeye anachangiwa. Yeye aombi. He doesn't go to God and pray the way he is telling people to do. His work is to wait for people to give. So don't be cheated that some of these pastors that wanaombanga sana. That's why they have what they have. In fact, they have what they have because they are beggars. They beg from the constituents or from the people who support their congregation. So, in fact, some of these pastors should not be the people who are teaching you how to live. Some of them, without those congregations, they cannot have the life they have. And it's so wrong to have somebody who is living an artificial life at huyo mtu ndiye anakuambia who to vote na maisha yako ni nani. That person stays in a bubble, stays in a vacuum. He is not in a real life. Ayuko kama kwa ile maisha wewe unaishi. Mwai is not in Kenyan life. Mwai does not feel the devastation of SHA. Mwai does not feel the devastation when you go to the shop to buy groceries. He doesn't feel that. Sababu kila kitu yake ni ya kupewa. How many pastors have we seen wanapelekewa magari bure by some people? How many pastors have we seen they have been wanapelekewa donation kama hiyo moja anapelekewa na Ruto? How comes Ruto cannot take that donation and take it to somebody else who is not a pastor? That's why I'm trying to tell you, some of these pastors, we want them to make decisions for us or to agree and calling them dads and what and imams. They are actually in artificial lifestyle. They wako Kenya kimwili, lakini kimaisha na kimawazo, they are somewhere else. We are not being affected by the economy the same way with them. That is why it is very wrong to agree to listen to your pastor when it comes to a political decision. And it is something very serious. So, wewe ruhusu mashida zako zikuambie. If you have interrogated and analyzed and seen that politics is not working under Ruto, you are the one who is paying school fees for your children, which is becoming expensive every day. You are the one who is trying to take your kid to the university, you can't secure it. You are the one who is trying to buy grocery and food in the supermarket, you can't make it because of inflation and ever increasing prices. You are that person who cannot be able to afford good infrastructure because they have not been able to grow infrastructure enough. Those are the reasons which are, that is the lifestyle which you are subjected to. You cannot access good medical care. That is your lifestyle. Your lifestyle cannot be defined by Mwai. Mwai cannot be in a platform and tell you that you need to vote for this man because he seems to work. There is nothing like seem to work. Is working. I'm now seeing that they are now even trying to pretend that wanatafutia watu kazi ndani ya makanisa zao. Since when did the church become an agency of employment? It's a scam which is being catapulted in churches because they believe people are going to buy that. Please, let's not buy into this cheap propaganda of the same Pharisees, because these people are Pharisees, of the same Pharisees who used the temple or the house of the Lord in the wrong way. These people are Pharisees. We cannot name them in any other form. And let's not forget that Pharisees and Herodes of old times, they still survive in modern day society. Mr. Ruto is an Herode. Mr. Mwai is a Pharisee. And we cannot listen to Herodes and we cannot listen to Pharisees. If you are able to read your Bible and understand how some of these destructive people, who they were, and you mirror the same people to our modern day aristocratic leaders who are not able to reason, you can actually be able to understand that Ruto cannot even manage to convince a cow or a goat or a sheep. And that is why even when as an opinion poll is being done, hata mosquito inashinda yeye. So we need to be prepared in 2027 or whichever the year we are going to do the election. There's no any two ways about it. Ruto will be voted out convincingly. And we have to agree that the worst of Kenya has just happened. And we will never tilt to where we are again. And for the first time, we will be able to use our intelligence, and we will be able to agree that we need to vote for a man who has character and the willingness to do the right thing for Kenya. Unless we reach to that level and we zero in and we say, people like Akina Ruto, they are not options in Kenya. They are people who need to be exterminated politically. Ruto needs to be taken into the annals of history. Akuangi anasomwa. There used to be a man who was so destructive, who destroyed our country within a span of 3 years. And never again can we do such a task again. Ruto case need to become like the Hitler story of Germany. Ruto case needs to become like the Mussolini issue of Italy or the Franco issue of Spain. But we cannot continue entertaining this guy in the name of listening to some of crowd chasers and some of idiots who are saying that we have to test Mr. Ruto years up to 10. We refuse to even taste an additional year of Mr. Ruto. Na wewe Bwana Ruto tutamenyana na wewe. You think you are so strategic, but I want to tell you Bwana Ruto, we are more strategic than you, and we will exterminate you and we will inject you out of that state house. That state house is people's house and we will get you out. It doesn't matter how many celebrities you are going to mobilize and pay, but I want to tell you, Kenyans will reason in the right dimension and they will eject you out of that state house. You are not needed there and we will never reason with you, and neither of your children will ever inherit power from you. You are the last of the worst leaders Kenya will ever have. We will shape Kenya by reasoning, by work, and by doing the right thing. And we want to tell you, you will use money, you will try to convince people, but we have enough intelligent people in Kenya who will exterminate you. We will not join your campaign. It doesn't matter how our side disorganized it is. We will organize because of you, Bwana Ruto, and we will mobilize because of you. And it doesn't matter what you think or how smart you think you are, but we will exterminate you once and for all. You will become a living example. You will become that example which people will be saying, there used to be a so destructive man who was exterminated by one term by Kenyans. And we will not be scared. We will not say that we cannot do things against you. We have started seeing courageous men and women coming out and challenging you. And that mobilization will continue building up because our determination, our sole reason we are going to do, we are going to get you out of power. We will get united and we get you out of power. So, Bwana Ruto, we are not scared. We will eject you because you are a destructive agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Giro. Giro, iko moto. Just to kind of add on what you just said. The reason why we need to look at most of this, whatever, because our community, our society, iko na mambo ambayo lazima you cannot ignore. Bunge la wananchi, you have people who go there daily, just like the way we come to our channel. People go there and they hang there the whole day. And it's not 1, 2, 3 people. So it's a good place. And remember, it is us who put Raila to those states, because some of those people we are with, they know they are depending on their profession. People are strategic and this kind of thing. We have among ourselves good, very good political strategies, if you want to say. And we also have very serious propaganda, people who can design what we call propaganda. So we are all very assorted and come up with yes, Bunge la Mwananchi is a place where you have a lot of talking, a lot of careless, kulingana na capacity ya hapo. So it is good to listen to an orthodox kind of people. Then you are able to know that when ukiona wakiongea hapo kuna watu karibu 200. So those people go back home. Yeah, and that's why we are supposed to reach out to almost every corner so that we are able to tell the right and correct narrative to these guys. These are the voters. So we have to think of ways, very professional to counter some of those very bad notions, which even spoil the name of their own countries as I see it. So kuna kazi ya kufanya Kenya. Saa hii vile mambo imechemka, watu wanasahau kwa nini tuko hapa mahali tulipo. Watu wanaanza ndio unasikia watu wanaanza kuleta hizo stories za ukabila. While the major problem was not about ukabila. Tumesahau shida kabisa. Tumesahau the reason why it is the way it is. We are being confused so that we can justify and nourish and flower and water and open a bottle of champagne to allow Raila to go where he's going. He has to be told again and again and again and again that that is a direction that none of his supporters ever. He has to be told again and again. Then moving forward in the reality. And we even want to celebrate those things in our life. We want also to send our property. We only have to set some of these records. Why not? Anytime I'm near there, I want to go get there and give around the now, many leaders, Mamo, you want to come in as we start winding up? That's it. That's the far end. You're not there. Okay. And Mamo, Kenyagasa.
PK.
Let me turn to our very good people.
PK. Napatikana kweli mimi? Hewa, yulu wapi?
Mama upo?
Nipo nakupata kaka.
Oh, okay. Ni mimi ndio nilikuwa sikupati. Haya, kama una neno unaweza nini?
Neno nadhani mmesikia haya maneno ya huyu kijana, tunamuita ni mpumbuzi, ni mpumbavu, lakini tusiangalie upumbavu wake, tusiangalie upuzi wake, tuangalie haya maneno anazungumza na hii nguvu anayoiongelea. Alafu tuangalie na mkutadhi wa mambo jinsi yanavyokwenda. Mimi kimtazamo wangu naweza nikasema hiyo ndio picha halisi ambayo imebeba uzito wa muungano wa what we call a broad based government. Imesimama katika hiyo misingi. Na je, kama imesimama katika hiyo misingi ya kuweza kurevenge kama nilivyotangulia kusema tangia jana, as Kenya, where are we heading to? Tunaelekea wapi kama tutakuwa na hii na viongozi pengine hapo ndo wamesimama. Na tukitangalia hayo ya Gaucho, tukaangalia na semi ya Odinga kule Wajiri alipotoa historia ya mitego, tuangalie hii hii nguvu imebebwa ni nini haswa mipango mizima. Nadhani labda nitungia katika trap ya kuweza kufanya revenge kwa hii tribe, kwa sababu hii ina makosa haya na haya, of which for now ni kutaka kutafuta new governance ya katika hii nchi, uongozi thabiti, uongozi bora, uongozi ambao utapigana na ufisadi, uongozi ambao utasimamia hili taifa rasilimali zake, uongozi ambao utasimamia usalama wa raia na mipaka yetu, uongozi ambao utasimamia haswa miundombinu ili Mkenya afaidi na ajisikie kwamba yuko katika taifa bila kubaguliwa kwamba anatoka dini gani, kabila gani, wala anatoka maeneo gani. So katika hii hali ya kutaka kuleta good governance katika nchi yetu, nao hawa tunawaamini kwamba ni bagwiji wa siasa, mitazamo yao ni hiyo. Maana huyu kijana ni mtoto wa mbavuni wa baba haswa. Je, tunaelekea wapi? Tuingia katika hiyo trap ya kuweza kuungana na kina Ruto kwa minajili eti tunaadhibu Wakikuyu kwa sababu wao ndo wameleta haya yote, wameleta hii serikali, wamepigia hii serikali, inatupeleka wapi? So kwa kweli mimi PK siwezi base tu mtu ama nikadharau kitu kwa sababu namdharau mtu kwamba huyu si lolote, hana mashiko. Mwisho wa siku haya ya kipuzi ndio anawapitisha hawa jamaa. Ruto hatafuti mitego ya mbali, mitego ya juu juu tunayoiona tu na kuidharau ndio inaotuweka mwisho wa siku tukajipata ambapo ni pagumu kuweza kujitatua na kujinasua tena. So kila ilivyo, huo ndo mpango mzima kimtazamo wangu wa broad based government, ipo kwa ajili ya kuweza kulipiza kisasi, na sisi nasi tubebwe, wale wengine ambao hatujabahatika katika uongozi tubebwe na hili la watu wa ODM ama ya wachache ambao wanataka kuribeza na so the wall ambao hatujakuwa katika tuangae kuingia katika trap katika mfuko huu kwamba nao lazima na sisi pia tuhisabike. Kwa tukiungana na hawa tutahesabika, of which ni uongo. Maana already dalili ya kwanza ama dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Positions zimeenda kwa ODM na kwa watu binafsi. Hao ambao ni expertise, wenye wanaambiwa ni expertise, still bado wameingia katika hiyo tribal cocoon ama tribal class ambayo ni revenge. Kimtazamo wangu kwamba tuingie hapo. Kwa hiyo lazima tuangalie kiongozi anayeingia haswa maana tunayemhitaji anasimama misingi gani, ili tusiingie katika hii trap ya hawa jamaa. Hiyo ndo malizaji wangu PK, kwamba tusione tu vitu vidogo vidogo tukadharau kwamba sahi hana umaarufu huyu jamaa, huyu hana umaarufu. Kuna kauli hapo amenikosha haswa ya huyu kijana kwamba amesema liwe liwalo, mpige kura msipige kura, ili mradi tu ABC itakuwepo, basi IBC ndio itakomregesha huyu jamaa miaka 10. Na hili tunalichukua dhiaka, lakini kwa kweli kama IBC wao ndo wameweza kuitengeneza kuiform, kwa sababu sasa hivi ukiangalia wana nadi kwa report, of which kwangu mimi naona nadi kwa report ni upuzi mtupu, haitufaidi. Wananadi BBI kimpango fulani irudi. So kule tunaregeshwa ni kule tulipokuwa kimpango fulani. Kwa hiyo hapa tusigawanywe kimtazamo, tuanze kuhate hawa. Ndio anajua mlima ina mapungufu mengi tu tangia uasisi wa uongozi ulivyoanzia, kwa sababu ndio wameanza uongozi na hawakuweza kuunite Kenya, waliweza kugawa Kenya kwa wengine kujihisi kwamba kweli wao ndio wapiganiaji wa uhuru, ndio wapiganiaji wa kila kitu. Fine, but this time it's not wakati kwamba tuanze kuonyeshana lawama, kwa sababu nchi ikisambaratika si Wakikuyu peke yake, ni kila mtu amesambaratika. Nchi ikiingia kusiko ni kila mtu ameingia kusiko. So hii lawama ya kuonyeshana vile kwamba ni wakati wa kutibu hawa, still bado ni kuchukua mzigo kwenye kichwa kuregesha kwenye bega, na mwili ni mmoja. Hili nalizungumza kila siku kakaangu PK. So kwa hali kama hii, huyu jamaa hatufai. Huu mpango wako wa broad based government na huu mpango anakuja nao hautufai kama Wakenya. Huu unafaa watu fulani, huu utafaa viongozi fulani na jamii fulani na watu wachache. Kisingizio ni ODM, kwa ni chama ambacho kimedominate, kimekaa hapa kwa muda, of which mimi ODM kwangu si lolote. Sasa hivi halina mashiko yote, na sitaogopa kutaja hii kwa sababu kuna wafuasi ambao bado wanaamini hii. Yoyote mwenye anaamini ODM sasa hivi ni msaliti na ni hadui kwetu, kwa sababu ODM hawajakuja pale kwa ajili ya utaifa. Kama kweli wangetaka hii iwe ni broad based government, basi wangeongeza akina Martha Karua, kwa sababu walikuwa ndani ya Azimio, wangehusishwa akina Kalonzo, akina Eugene. Hii tungeona kwamba ina sura ya wote kwamba kweli. Lakini sasa hii ni ya mtu ambaye ameshazoea kuingia kwa serikali na milango ya nyuma. Hii ndio kweli, lazima tuzungumze. Sasa kama ameshazoea hivyo, asitubebe ufala kwamba tuingie katika trap kwa hiyo this time wakati wa kuweza kutibu ama kuadhibu ama kuwaruka wa Kikuyu, kwa sababu wao ndo wameharibu nchi, wao ndo wameleta hii serikali hapa. Hatuwezi stand kwa hiyo narrative, kwa sababu ni ya kutugawa still bado. Na kama tutaishi kwa kugawana kingome kikabila, tutaishi miaka nenda miaka rudi, hatutapata kiongozi ambaye atakuwa na tija, maana hata kuwa na mbavu, hata kuwa na mashiko, kutokana haswa mambo yote yamezimwa na hawa political class, all the political class ambao still bado wanabebana na ukabila kama kinga ya kuweza kujiweka katika mamlaka. Mimi pike nitaachia hapo kakaangu, asante. Hope nanipata PK. Pen na wengine pia mnaweza confirm kama nasikika kama naongea peke yangu.
Unanipata mimi msimamo?
Kabisa nakupata mimi.
Haya basi. Sasa nilikuwa nasema yale uliyasema ni ya kweli kabisa. Sasa mambo yale hapo ni mambo very serious, lakini sasa watu wanataka kujaribu kuleta mzaha. Wakenya tusilete mzaha. Wakenya let's focus, na Wakenya ujue sisi tuko kivyetu sasa. Wakenya washatengwa kabisa. Vibaraka zao yes.
PK kuna ile kwamba hawa watu waungane wote tutawatoa. Lakini hebu tuangalie jinsi ya kutoa hawa jamaa kwa jicho la tatu. Tulichukulie tujue kwamba maana kuwatoa hawa si ni kura 2027, wacha tukavote against yeye, but we have done it. Tumefanya kwa miaka na mikaka, tunapigia mtu ambaye tunamwamini, mwisho wa siku yeye anafaidi katika serikali, yeye kumbe ni miongoni ya yupo katika serikali kimpango fulani. So hii narrative kwamba tuacha tu huu jamaa tutamtoa na tutawatoa wote watakwenda nyumbani, si rahisi kama tunavyofikiria. Kwa kumtoa huu labda pengine hasa Wakenya wakasirike kama venye vijana walikasirika, wakaamua acha tuingie parliament na ikawa hivyo. Wengine wakapoteza maisha na tena jambo lao wakafanikisha, wakaenda wakakalia kiti katika parliament. So hiyo force na hiyo roho haipo, kwa sababu tayari shatishwa. Ukijaribu kufanya ngwe, vijana wanachukuliwa, na hawa viongozi walikuwa hapo ni wao tu na kunadi kwamba addiction, we have to stop addiction. Mwisho wa siku unaletoa stories zingine hapa ambazo ni za ajabu na watu na tunawaamini. So wanafiki hawa ni wakati wetu, before 2027 kila kitu kuwe kimejulikana hapa, yani mbivu na mbichi zimejulikana. If tukingojea 2027 kwa ballot, hawa watu wamejipanga kwa hiyo ballot, watatangaza asiyechaguliwa, mtaenda kwa mahakama ama mtaenda kupigana, mwisho wa siku tena bado watakuwa wako pale pale. Tuacha tutafute tena njia mpya, miaka inazidi, mwisho wa siku tunajipata 2032 imefika na hatutakuwa na vya kufanya. So mgomba unasikwa kaka yangu pekee ungali wima, na pia ni bora kuziba ufa kuliko kujenga ukuta. Hii narrative mnaona ni ndogo tu, baba yeye anatafuta kiki tu, anatembea huko, lakini akiingia mahali ni ODM anajaribu kuisafisha ODM yake tena, na mwisho wa siku itarudi hapa kwamba ni wakati wasituungane dhidi ya hawa. Hapo ni lazima wataingia by all means. Hiyo ndio siasa itakokuja. Tutapewa mapungufu yote ya watu wa mlima, ili mradi tu tuone kwamba hawa wenzetu, lakini pia wale ni wale tu. Mimi nitaachia pale, kwa sababu hili taifa laiti ningekuwa na taifa lingine part from hili ningehamia huko, but sina kwingine isipokuwa lazima nisikubali kushindwa, but ning'ang'ane kwa kupaza sauti yangu juu, maana hiyo ndio silaha peke yake naiweza naweza kuitumia kwa muda huu, ili Wakenya wanaotusikiza hapa wawe ngange na hawa political class ambao wameweza kutajirika miaka na mikaka kwa ajili ya kuweza kuiba fikra za Wakenya na wakiwagilikia mali tu. Asante.
Baba.
Nakupata.
Mimi nilikuwa nimepotea, mic yangu ilikuwa imeleta shida. Haya, sasa hapo nafikiria tunaendelea vizuri, tuzidi kuelimisha watu na tuambie hapa bidhaa ukishe. Ni kwetu pia kuna kuna saying haina alipatwa ameiba kwa binadamu nyumba boma la mwanadamu. Alikuwa ameanza kala mafuta kala akachukua kala. Sasa wakati alipokuwa anakula haraka kumeta kama fupa kamoja kakaenda pale hapa kwenye throat kakaenda block. Watu block haina, akawa anashindwa kupumua, anashindwa hata kukohoa. Akawa ametulia hapo. Sasa anatulia akisema bado kuna time, mwenye mji hajaingia, ni sawa. Sasa waliposikia mwenye mji akiingia, aliambia mafupa, my dear boy, wakati ule ilikuwa ni mzaha. Sasa hebu teremka ndio niweze kukimbia. Wenye mji wamerudi. Now, Wakenya, it is the time to move on. Leo tumepata solution. We have candidates. Kwa hivyo tuchague mmoja ama wawili, and we start running away with it. Kulikuwa challenge na ndugu zetu wale wako nje ya nchi, wanaitwa diaspora. Kaulizana, why can't diaspora have their candidate? Ile tu candidate wakuwe na roho moja, candidate awe ametoka na anakubaliana na maobjective za wana.
Alafu PK, nimekumbuka kitu hapa. Hawa ambao wakina Maraga wenye wanajitokeza, kwanza wakumbuke, waangalie haswa kwa jicho pana zaidi. Wanajulikana the whole country. Wana mashiko the whole country. Maana wanaweza kuwa na mazuri, lakini kwa sababu ya kwamba hawajulikani ikawa ngumu watu kuwaelewa. Na ndio maana nasema hivi, safari ya kesho hupangwa leo. Hawa watu waonyeshe seriousness. Kwa kila kaunti kuwe na majembe wanaoeneza injili yao mapema, kijulikane mapema, kwa sababu already hawa watu wako katika campaign mood since before. Wao wanajipanga, wako na nafasi, wana nafasi ya kutoka kwenye media, wana nafasi ya kuweza kulanch ahadi yao, ili mradi tu wapeleke ujumbe wao uonekane kwa media, uonekane kila mahali. So hawa ambao wanajipanga, kina Matiang'i na kina Maraga na wengine wenye nia safi, basi wajipange. Hii injili inadiwe ifike mashinani mapema, before huo wakati ukifika, kila kitu kitakuwa kiko sawa. Lakini wakiacha mpaka eti wanafuata sheria, because nchi hii ni nchi ya kuheshimu sheria. So wanangojea mpaka wakati kipenga kipigwe, sasa kampeni zianze kutokana na haswa na muongozo wa katiba yetu. Already will be late. Hawa hawajajulikana, ndio hata kama lakini hawajakuwa na mashiko zaidi huku mashinani. Waanze kutafuta uungwaji mkono, wawe na majembe ambao wataweza kunadi hii injili bila uoga. Watatemeshe hawa jamaa, wajione kweli hawako watupu. Haya wanaoyapanga ni matupu. Lakini huu kimya huu na hao kutoka tu kwa media kutangaza kwamba nina nia ya kuwania, lakini nina nia, bado sijaona kwamba kuna suluhu. Mtu aseme mimi nitawania urais kwa ajili ya hili na hili na hili na hili.
then awe sasa anatafuta watu the countrywide, kila county, kila mahali, hata even kwa kijiji, kwa kila every ward kuna watu ambao wananadi, na kwa kufanya hivyo ni kwa kutoa haswa, kama ni chama umekifomu, tujue kwamba chama ambacho tutakuwa nacho kitakachobeba haswa wimbi zima la hawa jamaa kuwaondoa haswa ni chama fulani ama ni gari fulani. Si akina Gachagua wamefomu na wakianza kuleta watu wengine kwamba sisi ndo mwisho wa siku tutarudishwa pale pale. So to me, mlima ijitenge kwanza, iungane na wengine tofauti kwanza, wakitaka vizuri kwamba tofauti vita vizuri, wajitenge kwanza, masuala mazima na uongozi waachane nayo kabisa, wasieke deputy wa rais wala wasieke rais kwanza. Waamue kama ni kumuunga mkono Matiang'i, wamuunge mkono Matiang'i kikamilifu kwa nia moja. Then wazunguke the whole country kueneza hii injili kwamba tutafanyia hivi kwa sababu tuna mapungufu haya. Tutapoangwana na hili kwa kila sehemu wanazozitoa hawa jamaa, wazibandike zaidi kwamba wakose haswa mashiko katika hii nchi, ndio watakuwa sasa hapa tumeweza kuwaweza. Lakini masuala kama tunaongea lakini na uoga. Huu uoga wa viongozi huu, mwisho wa siku Wakenya wataamua sasa ni bora tu hii nchi iende sasa. Wao wafaidi, sisi tutafuteni tuangaikie watoto wetu kula. Na unajua kifika kwamba maskini ukijaa mahali kwa raia, huwa inakuwa rahisi sasa hawa watu kuweza kukondua control kwa sababu njaa zao. Mimi sitaletewa milioni 1, sijawahi kuishika pike nisibadilishe mtazamo wangu. Asante.
Haya, asante msimamo Rasbi, jambo lako la mwisho. Yeah. Tufunge sasa, tumepiga naye na hawa.
Kila mtu kwa studio leo na wale waliungana kwa communication. Let's keep us with this conversation. So we are heading the right direction. We just waiting for we are waiting for once we have that that's a particular candidate. Also, that we know how what this government has structured. It will give us a better way to pave our way forward. But to see tusikubali kugawanyishwa kulingana na makabila zetu. That will be like our weakest point if we give in into that. Otherwise, good night to everyone.
Thank you very much, Rasbi. Thank you very much, msimamo. Kweli vile tumesema, diaspora tumepiga challenge. Lazima tuseme basi. As a candidate na mimi natoa Stone PK challenge ama channel yetu tunataka kutoa challenge. Sema nao na hao candidates wamejitokeza. Tushike wawili tuseme hawa wawili. Yaani wawili wa decide deputy na yule si deputy. We want people to do that challenge. Maraga, who do you want Maraga akue paired with?
Okay.
Who do you want to akue paired with? Matiang'i. Lakini Matiang'i bado tumwacha kando, hajasema, hajazungumza. Haya, hata
natembea si pia nimesikia, nimeona kama mahali kwamba naye natembea anataka kuwadia.
Natembea na anazungumza, lakini alisema
mama ndo hawa wanauma mdomo hataki
mdomo because I think anakuwa a bit careful because na si vibaya bro. Unajua Natembea can make a very good deputy president.
Exactly.
You understand? And maybe even the president, unajua. Because katika hao watu ambao wamejitokeza, kusema kweli, hatuwezi sema huyu hawezi, huyu hawezi, huyu hawezi. Hapana. What je, ati ya kuweza ni nani anaweza kukubalika, lakini si ati hawezi kikazi. Kazi ya urais, I think most of these guys are capable. Even me today, let me say it. If I can be accepted by people and people vote me and install me as a president, I know I can do it. I can.
But PK, kukubalika, you have to start from somewhere.
Exactly. Yes.
You should not have to hide yourself, then unategemea kwamba mimi nitakuwa na mashiko kwa watu wachache ambao wanakudanganya kwamba wewe bwana watu watakukubali. No, try it. Go all over the country. Jaribu. But we have ever seen Maraga doing so. We have ever seen Matiang'i doing so. We have tumewacha jamaa anazunguka all the country. Ule tunamwona anazunguka ni Kasongo, ule tunamwona anazunguka ni Baba. So katika hii unaona ni upuzi, but hii itakuja tu affect. Siku moja tutakuja kuzungumza hapa kwamba hii kitu imetu affect. Kwa sababu mzuri ni wa Ruto wakati akiwa akikanganyana na akiwa deputy akikanganyana na Uhuru. Yeye alibaki katika siasa, alibaki katika kampeni. Ndio yuala mshahara, lakini bado yakosoa hiyo serikali hapo mpaka mwisho wa siku akapata uungwaji mkono. Vijana walimuunga mkono asilimia kubwa tu, but alianza mapema. Hawa watu ambao wanania swafi, wana haja ya kulitetea hili taifa, mbona wanakuwa na mdomo zege? Hiyo ndo kitu kinaniumiza mimi PK. Mbona wana mama huko ndani but watokezei kikamilifu, haswa kama unajua tunahitaji kiongozi ambaye kwanza ni shujaa, kwanza anajiamini, alafu ana msimamo. Then wacha watu sasa, kwa sababu kile ambacho tumefikia, Wakenya wamechoka sasa hivi. Wakipata mtu ambaye ana msimamo, wote wataflow, haijalishi wametoka kabla gani, kwa sababu yale yanatuaffect Wakenya wote, si jamii fulani. Hata hao Wakikuyu wanaopigwa vita kwa sasa hivi, kuna baadhi ambao pia nao hali si hali. So for real, hata hao Wajaluo ambao wanajiona kwamba wapo kwa serikali, kuna watu ambao wanapata tabu. Wakifika hospitalini watu wafa, wanaangalia hakuna huduma, hospitali zimesimama kabisa. So for now, this is the time mtu ajitokeze, tumuone kikamilifu ni kidume, Wakenya wamunge mkono na azunguke the whole country. Si kwamba baki tu kwamba no, ajitokeze. Lakini bado kuna uoga, kuna hofu, kuna wasiwasi. Tunaheshimu na sheria, unajua mambo. Wacha hii sheria iwekwe kwanza, kwa sababu watu washaiweka tayari kando. Kwa njia moja au nyingine hii sheria imewekwa kando, watu wakapitisha yao. Lakini tukiacha jamaa wakizunguka the whole country PK, alafu tutegemee kwamba na uzuri wako na hela sasa. Hii hela hii tusichukulie mchezo tu, kwa sababu hii ndio silaha pekee inayotuangamiza daima. Mimi nitaachia pale PK, asante.
Asante na kusikiza msimamo. Ukiangalia sasa mtu kama Raila anazunguka akienda hiyo atikwenda kukutana na watu 10, watu 11 nini na nini. Haya basi, wacha tucheze haka kidogo kisha tufunge. Kuna ka clip nilikuwa ningetaka tumalize. Ndio manake tulisema lazima tuanze nini? Ilikuwa ni gani? Ngoja kidogo. Ilikuwa ni gani? We can't. Okay. Tushare kidogo tuone.
Haya, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I can see now. Yeah, we had to do that clip to conclude one of our presidential candidates, and yeah. Thank you, Father Danny Darius. I can see your comment. Let me thank all of you, all those who have sat with us up to this time. Mentioning them by name, Father Danny Darius, thank you so much for being here and really enriching our contribution. We have Shaima Hussein, Asante sana sana sana. She Marian, Asante. Na tuko pia Gypskana, thank you so much. Carolina, asante kwa kuwa hapa kwa dhati. Francis, yes, you are always here and holding your Ghana towards wherever you point, that's okay. Jiro Maura came and he also is one of our presenters and he was here scanning. We also had all our great supporters. John Dinda, asante sana for being here. Yes, Yourself, no one blocked you, my brother. Just tomorrow try it again. Dush na kuona. Thank you for being here. Comfort Mwangi, severally you came and your support is great. Brother Momba, thank you very much. Resilient, asante sana. Na wale wengine wote ambao labda sijakutaja jina, but just know that I really strongly appreciate you. PK, my namesake, thank you for always being there, standing, and we encourage the comment section to continue being as active as you are, and also giving the direction and the opinion. Here is where we want to shape things. We said now that our channel, this sector or this section of our discussions is always beginning in the last few days. We are looking towards solutions. Every time we hold our discussions here, it's way forward, way forward, way forward. We have known all the past. Tumesoma hiyo kitabu yote, tumejua maovu yote, tumejua shida zote, tumejua takataka zote, tumejua mazuri yote. Sasa tukizungumza, kila mtu akizungumza, we want to keep tab and say, kwa hayo yote tunaonyesha njia hapa. This is what we think. Like what we did yesterday, what we have done today. We had candidates, we had Kenyans that we feel, if given a chance, they can be able to take us out of what or situation that we are in. And from my end, I would want to encourage everyone, don't feel shy that because somebody has been named and he comes from your region, you feel shy to talk candidly about that person. You feel shy to praise the person. That every time you talk about the person, you begin with a disclaimer. Kenyans, we are fond of that. That because you are a brother to Stone PK, and Stone PK has been proposed to be in a leadership position, when you are standing to talk, you start saying, and for when I'm going to talk about Stone PK, I would say this, not because he's my brother. No, I don't do that. I don't think it's the best way to do it. Just give your independent opinion, independent thinking about that person. You don't have to put a disclaimer. Because why are you putting a disclaimer? He's your brother anyway. And even if you are supporting because he's your brother, it's not a sin. Thank you very much. So let us all let us all try to think and put things the way they are supposed to be, which is fantastic and is very good. With those few remarks, I wish to thank everybody and wish to say karibuni, na wote mnakaribishwa na mnaambiwa ni vyema. It is always talk and act, and we shall always have it as it is supposed to be. Fantastic. Thank you very much, watu wetu. Thank you.